Chapter 74 of The Count of Monte-Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 74 The Villefort Family Vault. 2 days after, a considerable crowd was assembled towards 10 o'clock in the morning around the door of Monsieur de Villefort's house, and a long file of mourning coaches and private carriages extended along the Faubourg Saint-Honoré and the Rue de la Pépinière. Among them was one of a very singular form, which appeared to have come from a distance. It was a kind of covered wagon, painted black, and was one of the first to arrive. Inquiry was made, and it was ascertained that by a strange coincidence this carriage contained the corpse of the Marquis de Saint-Méran, and that those who had come thinking to attend one funeral would follow two. Their number was great. The Marquis de Saint-Méran was one of the most zealous and faithful dignitaries of Louis XVIII and King Charles X, had preserved a great number of friends, and these, added to the personages whom the usages of society gave Villefort a claim on, formed a considerable body. Due information was given to the authorities, and permission obtained that the two funerals should take place at the same time. A second hearse, decked with the same funereal pomp, was brought to Monsieur de Villefort's door, and the coffin removed into it from the post-wagon. The two bodies were to be interred in the cemetery of Père-Lachaise, where Monsieur de Villefort had long since had a tomb prepared for the reception of his family. The remains of poor Renée were already deposited there, and now, after 10 years of separation, her father and mother were to be reunited with her. The Parisians, always curious, always affected by funereal display, looked on with religious silence, while the splendid procession accompanied to their last abode two of the number of the old aristocracy, the greatest protectors of commerce and sincere devotees to their principles. In one of the mourning coaches, Beauchamp, Debray, and Château Renaud were talking of the very sudden death of the Marchioness. "I saw Madame de Saint-Méran only last year at Marseille, when I was coming back from Algiers," said Château Renaud. "She looked like a woman destined to live to be 100 years old, from her apparent sound health and great activity of mind and body. How old was she?" "France assured me," replied Albert, "that she was 66 years old. But she has not died of old age, but of grief. It appears that since the death of the Marquis, which affected her very deeply, she has not completely recovered her reason." "But of what disease, then, did she die?" asked Debray. "It is said to have been a congestion of the brain, or apoplexy, which is the same thing, is it not?" "Nearly." "It is difficult to believe that it was apoplexy," said Beauchamp. "Madame de Saint-Méran, whom I once saw, was short, of slender form, and of a much more nervous than sanguine temperament. Grief could hardly produce apoplexy in such a constitution as that of Madame de Saint-Méran." "At any rate," said Albert, "whatever disease or doctor may have killed her, Monsieur de Villefort, or rather Mademoiselle Valentine, or still rather our friend France, inherits a magnificent fortune, amounting, I believe, to 80,000 livres per annum." "And this fortune will be doubled at the death of the old Jacobin, Noirtier." "This is a tenacious old grandfather," said Beauchamp. "Tenacem probosciti verum. I think he must have made an agreement with death to outlive all his heirs, and he appears likely to succeed. He resembles the old conventionalist of '93, who said to Napoleon in 1814, 'You bend because your empire is a young stem, weakened by rapid growth.' Take the Republic for a tutor. Let us return with renewed strength to the battlefield, and I promise you 500,000 soldiers, another Marengo, and a second Austerlitz. Ideas do not become extinct, sire. They slumber sometimes, but only revive the stronger before they sleep entirely." Ideas and men appeared the same to him. On one thing only puzzles me, namely how Franz d'Épinay will like a grandfather who cannot be separated from his wife. But where is Franz? In the first carriage with Monsieur de Villefort, who considered him already as one of the family. Such was the conversation in almost all the carriages. These two sudden deaths, so quickly following each other, astonished everyone. But no one suspected the terrible secret which Monsieur d'Avrigny had communicated in his nocturnal walk to Monsieur de Villefort. They arrived in about an hour at the cemetery. The weather was mild, but dull, and in harmony with the funeral ceremony. Among the groups which flocked towards the family vault, Château Renaud recognized Morel, who had come alone in a cabriolet, and walked silently along the path all bordered with yew trees. "You here?" said Château Renaud, passing his arms through the young captain's. "Are you a friend of Villefort's? How is it that I have never met you at his house?" "I am no acquaintance of Monsieur de Villefort's," answered Morel, "but I was of Madame de Saint-Méran." Albert came up to them at this moment with Franz. "The time and place are but ill-suited for an introduction," said Albert. "But we are not superstitious, Monsieur Morel. Allow me to present to you Monsieur Franz d'Épinay, a delightful travelling companion with whom I made the tour of Italy. My dear Franz, Monsieur Maximilien Morel, an excellent friend I have acquired in your absence, and whose name you will hear me mention every time I make an allusion to affection, wit, or amiability." Morel hesitated for a moment. He feared it would be hypocritical to accost in a friendly manner the man whom he was tacitly opposing, but his oath and the gravity of the circumstances recurred to his memory. He struggled to conceal his emotion, and bowed to Franz. "Mademoiselle de Villefort is in deep sorrow, is she not?" said Debray to Franz. "Extremely," replied he. "She looked so pale this morning, I scarcely knew her." These apparently simple words pierced Morel to the heart. This man had seen Valentine and spoken to her. The young and high-spirited officer required all his strength of mind to resist breaking his oath. He took the arm of Château Renaud and turned towards the vault, where the attendants had already placed the two coffins. "This is a magnificent habitation," said Beauchamp, looking towards the mausoleum. "A summer and winter palace. You will in turn enter it, my dear Épinay, for you will soon be numbered as one of the family. I, as a philosopher, should like a little country house, a cottage down there under the trees, without so many free stones over my poor body. In dying, I will say to those around me what Voltaire wrote to Piron, 'Eorus, and all will be over.' But come, Franz, take courage. Your wife is an heiress." "Indeed, Beauchamp, you are unbearable. Politics has made you laugh at everything, and political men have made you disbelieve everything. But when you have the honour of associating with ordinary men, and the pleasure of leaving politics for a moment, try to find your affectionate heart, which you leave with your stick when you go to the chamber." "But tell me," said Beauchamp, "what is life? Is it not a hole in death's anteroom?" "I am prejudiced against Beauchamp," said Albert, drawing Franz away, and leaving the former to finish his philosophical dissertation with Debray. The Villefort vault formed a square of white stones about 20 feet high. An interior partition separated the two families, and each apartment had its entrance door. Here were not, as in other tombs, ignoble drawers, one above another, where thrift bestows its dead and labels them like specimens in a museum. All that was visible within the bronze gates was a gloomy-looking room, separated by a wall from the vault itself. The two doors before mentioned were in the middle of this wall, and enclosed the Villefort and Saint-Méran coffins. Their grief might freely expend itself, without being disturbed by the trifling loungers who came from a picnic party to visit Père Lachaise, or by lovers who made it their rendezvous. The two coffins were placed on trestles previously prepared to their reception in the right-hand crypt belonging to the Saint-Méran family. Villefort, Franz, and a few near relatives alone entered the sanctuary. As the religious ceremonies had all been performed at the door, and there was no address given, the party all separated. Château Renaud, Albert, and Morel went one way, and Debray and Beauchamp the other. Franz remained with M. de Villefort at the gate of the cemetery. Morel made an excuse to wait. He saw Franz and M. de Villefort get into the same mourning coach, and thought this meeting foreboded evil. He then returned to Paris, and although in the same carriage with Château Renaud and Albert, he did not hear one word of their conversation. As Franz was about to take leave of M. de Villefort, "When shall I see you again?" said the latter. "At what time you please, sir," replied Franz. "As soon as possible." "I am at your command, sir. Shall we return together?" "If not unpleasant to you?" "On the contrary, I shall feel much pleasure." Thus the future father and son-in-law stepped into the same carriage, and Morel, seeing them pass, became uneasy. Villefort and Franz returned to the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. The procureur, without going to see either his wife or his daughter, went at once to his study, and offering the young man a chair, "Monsieur d'Épinay," said he, "allow me to remind you at this moment, which is perhaps not so ill-chosen as at first sight may appear, for obedience to the wishes of the departed is the first offering which should be made at their tomb. Allow me then to remind you of the wish expressed by Madame de Saint-Méran on her deathbed, that Valentine's wedding might not be deferred. You know the affairs of the deceased are in perfect order, and her will bequeaths to Valentine the entire property of the Saint-Méran family. The notary showed me the documents yesterday, which will enable us to draw up the contract immediately. You may call on the notary, Monsieur Deschamps, Place Beauvau, Faubourg Saint-Honoré, and you have my authority to inspect those deeds." "Sir," replied Monsieur d'Épinay, "it is not, perhaps, the moment for Mademoiselle Valentine, who is in deep distress, to think of her husband. Indeed, I fear—" "Valentine will have no greater pleasure than that of fulfilling her grandmother's last injunctions. There will be no obstacle from that quarter, I assure you." "In that case," replied Franz, "as I shall raise none, you may make arrangements when you please. I have pledged my word, and shall feel pleasure and happiness in adhering to it." "Then," said Villefort, "nothing further is required. The contract was to have been signed 3 days since. We shall find it all ready and can sign it today." "But the morning," said Franz, hesitating. "Don't be uneasy on that score," replied Villefort. "No ceremony will be neglected in my house. Mademoiselle de Villefort may retire during the prescribed 3 months to her estate of Saint-Méran. I say hers, for she inherits it today. There, after a few days, if you like, the civil marriage shall be celebrated without pomp or ceremony. Madame de Saint-Méran wished her daughter should be married there. When that is over, you, sir, can return to Paris, while your wife passes the time of her mourning with her mother-in-law." "As you please, sir," said Franz. "Then," replied Monsieur de Villefort, "have the kindness to wait half an hour. Valentine shall come down into the drawing-room. I will send Monsieur Deschamps. We will read and sign the contract before we separate. And this evening, Madame de Villefort shall accompany Valentine to her estate, where we will rejoin them in a week." "Sir," said Franz, "I have one request to make." "What is it?" "I wish Albert de Morcerf and Raoul de Châteaurenaud to be present at this signature. You know they are my witnesses." "Half an hour will suffice to apprise them. Will you go for them yourself, or shall you send?"
"I prefer going, sir."
"I shall expect you then in half an hour, Baron, and Valentine will be ready." Franz bowed and left the room. Scarcely had the door closed when Monsieur de Villefort sent to tell Valentine to be ready in the drawing-room in half an hour, as he expected the notary and Monsieur d'Épinay and his witnesses. The news caused a great sensation throughout the house. Madame de Villefort would not believe it, and Valentine was thunderstruck. She looked around for help, and would have gone down to her grandfather's room, but on the stairs she met Monsieur de Villefort, who took her arm and led her into the drawing-room. In the ante-room, Valentine met Barrois, and looked despairingly at the old servant. A moment later, Madame de Villefort entered the drawing-room with her little Edward. It was evident that she had shared the grief of the family, for she was pale and looked fatigued. She sat down, took Edward on her knees, and from time to time pressed this child, on whom her affections appeared centred, almost convulsively to her bosom. Two carriages were soon heard to enter the courtyard. One was the notary's, the other that of Franz and his friends. In a moment the whole party was assembled. Valentine was so pale one might trace the blue veins from her temples, round her eyes and down her cheeks. Franz was deeply affected. Chateau Renaud and Albert looked at each other with amazement. The ceremony, which was just concluded, had not appeared more sorrowful than did that which was about to begin. Madame de Villefort had placed herself in the shadow behind a velvet curtain, and as she constantly bent over her child, it was difficult to read the expression of her face. Monsieur de Villefort was, as usual, unmoved. The notary, after having, according to the customary method, arranged the papers on the table, taken his place in an armchair, and raised his spectacles, turned towards Franz.
"Are you Monsieur Franz de Quesnel, Baron d'Épinay?"
asked he, although he knew it perfectly.
"Yes, sir," replied Franz. The notary bowed.
"I have then to inform you, sir, at the request of Monsieur de Villefort, that your projected marriage with Mademoiselle de Villefort has changed the feeling of Monsieur Noirtier towards his grandchild, and that he disinherits her entirely of the fortune he would have left her. Let me hasten to add," continued he, "that the testator, having only the right to alienate a part of his fortune, and having alienated it all, the will not bear scrutiny and is declared null and void."
"Yes," said Villefort, "but I warn Monsieur d'Épinay that during my lifetime my father's will shall never be questioned, my position forbidding any doubt to be entertained."
"Sir," said Franz, "I regret much that such a question has been raised in the presence of Mademoiselle Valentine. I have never inquired the amount of her fortune, which, however limited it may be, exceeds mine. My family has sought consideration in this alliance with Monsieur de Villefort. All I seek is happiness." Valentine imperceptibly thanked him, while two silent tears rolled down her cheeks. "Besides, sir," said Villefort, addressing himself to his future son-in-law, "excepting the loss of a portion of your hopes, this unexpected will not need to personally wound you. Monsieur Noirtier's weakness of mind sufficiently explains it. It is not because Mademoiselle Valentine is going to marry you that he is angry, but because she will marry. A union with any other would have caused him the same sorrow. Old age is selfish, sir, and Mademoiselle de Villefort has been a faithful companion to Monsieur Noirtier, which she cannot be when she becomes the Baroness d'Épinay. My father's melancholy state prevents our speaking to him on any subjects which the weakness of his mind would incapacitate him from understanding, and I am perfectly convinced
that at the present time, although he knows that his granddaughter is going to be married, Monsieur Noirtier has ever forgotten the name of his intended grandson." Monsieur de Villefort had scarcely said this when the door opened and Barrois appeared. "Gentlemen," said he in a tone strangely firm for a servant speaking to his masters under such solemn circumstances, "Gentlemen, Monsieur Noirtier de Villefort wishes to speak immediately to Monsieur Franz de Quesnel, Baron d'Épinay." He, as well as the notary, that there might be no mistake in the person, gave all his titles to the bridegroom-elect. Villefort started. Madame de Villefort let her son slip from her knees. Valentine rose, pale and dumb as a statue. Albert and Château Renaud exchanged a second look, more full of amazement than the first. The notary looked at Villefort. "It is impossible," said the procureur. "Monsieur d'Épinay cannot leave the drawing-room at present." "It is at this moment," replied Barrois with the same firmness, "that Monsieur Noirtier, my master, wishes to speak on important subjects to Monsieur Franz d'Épinay." "Grandpapa Noirtier can speak now, then," said Edward with his habitual quickness. However, his remark did not make Madame de Villefort even smile. So much was every mind engaged, and so solemn was the situation. Astonishment was at its height. Something like a smile was perceptible on Madame de Villefort's countenance. Valentine instinctively raised her eyes, as if to thank heaven. "Pray go, Valentine," said Monsieur de Villefort, "and see what this new fancy of your grandfather's is." Valentine rose quickly, and was hastening joyfully towards the door, when Monsieur de Villefort altered his intention. "Stop," said he. "I will go with you." "Excuse me, sir," said Franz. "Since Monsieur Noirtier sent for me, I am ready to attend to his wish. Besides, I shall be happy to pay my respects to him, not having yet had the honour of doing so." "Pray, sir," said Villefort with marked uneasiness, "do not disturb yourself." "Forgive me, sir," said Franz in a resolute tone. "I would not lose this opportunity of proving to Monsieur Noirtier how wrong it would be of him to encourage feelings of dislike to me, which I am determined to conquer, whatever they may be, by my devotion." And without listening to Villefort, he arose and followed Valentine, who was running downstairs with the joy of a shipwrecked mariner who finds a rock to cling to. Monsieur de Villefort followed them. Château Renaud and Morcerf exchanged a third look of still increasing wonder.
Chapter 75 of The Count of Monte-Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 75. A signed statement. Noirtier was prepared to receive them, dressed in black and installed in his armchair. When the three persons he expected had entered, he looked at the door, which his valet immediately closed. "Listen," whispered Villefort to Valentine, who could not conceal her joy. "If Monsieur Noirtier wishes to communicate anything which would delay your marriage, I forbid you to understand him." Valentine blushed, but did not answer. Villefort, approaching Noirtier, "Here is Monsieur Franz d'Épinay," said he. "You requested to see him. We have all wished for this interview, and I trust it will convince you how ill-informed are your objections to Valentine's marriage." Noirtier answered only by a look which made Villefort's blood run cold. He motioned to Valentine to approach. In a moment, thanks to her habit of conversing with her grandfather, she understood that he asked for a key. Then his eye was fixed on the drawer of a small chest between the windows. She opened the drawer and found a key, and understanding that was what he wanted, again watched his eyes, which turned towards an old secretary which had been neglected for many years, and was supposed to contain nothing but useless documents. "Shall I open the secretary?" asked Valentine. "Yes," said the old man. "And the drawers?" Yes. Those at the side? No. The middle one? Yes. Valentine opened it and drew out a bundle of papers. "Is that what you wish for?" asked she. No. She took successively all the other papers out till the drawer was empty. "But there are no more," said she. Noirtier's eye was fixed on the dictionary. "Yes, I understand, grandfather," said the young girl. He pointed to each letter of the alphabet. At the letter S, the old man stopped her. She opened and found the word secret. "Ah, is there a secret spring?" said Valentine. "Yes," said Noirtier. "And who knows it?" Noirtier looked at the door where the servant had gone out. "Barrois?" said she. "Yes." "Shall I call him?" "Yes." Valentine went to the door and called Barrois. Villefort's impatience during this scene made the perspiration roll from his forehead, and Franz was stupefied. The old servant came. "Barrois," said Valentine, "my grandfather has told me to open that drawer in the secretary, but there is a secret spring in it, which you know. Will you open it?" Barrois looked at the old man. "Obey," said Noirtier's intelligent eye. Barrois touched a spring, the false bottom came out, and they saw a bundle of papers tied with a black string. "Is that what you wish for?" said Barrois. "Yes." "Shall I give these papers to Monsieur de Villefort?" "No." "To Mademoiselle Valentine?" "No." "To Monsieur Franz d'Épinay?" "Yes." Franz, astonished, advanced a step. "To me, sir?" said he. "Yes." Franz took them from Barrois, and casting a glance at the cover, read, "To be given after my death to General Durand, who shall bequeath the packet to his son, with an injunction to preserve it as containing an important document." "Well, sir," asked Franz, "what do you wish me to do with this paper?" "To preserve it, sealed up as it is, doubtless," said the procureur. "No," replied Noirtier eagerly. "Do you wish him to read it?" said Valentine. "Yes," replied the old man. "You understand, Baron, my grandfather wishes you to read this paper," said Valentine. "Then let us sit down," said Villefort impatiently, "for it will take some time." "Sit down," said the old man. Villefort took a chair, but Valentine remained standing by her father's side, and Franz before him, holding the mysterious paper in his hand. "Read," said the old man. Franz untied it, and in the midst of the most profound silence read, "Extract from the report of a meeting of the Bonapartist Club in the Rue Saint-Jacques, held February 5th, 1815. Franz stopped. "February 5th, 1815?" said he. "It is the day my father was murdered." Valentine and Villefort were dumb. The eye of the old man alone seemed to say clearly, "Go on." "But it was on leaving this club," said he, "my father disappeared." Noirtier's eyes continued to say, "Read." He resumed. "The undersigned Louis-Jacques Beaupère, Lieutenant Colonel of Artillery, Etienne d'Auchampy, General of the Brigade, and Claude Lecharpal, Keeper of the Woods and Forests, declare that on the 4th of February a letter arrived from the island of Elba, recommending to the kindness and the confidence of the Bonapartist Club General Flavien de Quesnel, who, having served the Emperor from 1804 to 1814, was supposed to be devoted to the interests of the Napoleon dynasty, notwithstanding the title of Baron, which Louis XVIII had just granted to him with his estate of Épinay. A note was in consequence addressed to General de Quesnel, begging him to be present at the meeting next day, the 5th. The note indicated neither the street nor the number of the house where the meeting was to be held. It bore no signature, but it announced to the general that someone would call for him if he would be ready at 9 o'clock. The meetings were always held from that time till midnight.
At 9 o'clock, the president of the club presented himself. The general was ready. The president informed him that one of the conditions of his introduction was that he should be eternally ignorant of the place of the meeting, and that he would allow his eyes to be bandaged, swearing that he would not endeavour to take off the bandage. General de Quesnel accepted the condition, and promised on his honour not to seek to discover the road they took. The general's carriage was ready, but the president told him it was impossible for him to use it, since it was useless to blindfold the master if the coachman knew through what streets he went. "What must be done, then?" asked the general. "I have my carriage here," said the president. "Have you then so much confidence in your servant that you can entrust him with a secret you will not allow me to know?" "Our coachman is a member of the club," said the president. "We shall be driven by a state councillor." "Then we run another risk," said the general, laughing, "that of being upset." We insert this joke to prove that the general was not in the least compelled to attend the meeting, but that he came willingly. When they were seated in the carriage, the president reminded the general of his promise to allow his eyes to be bandaged, to which he made no opposition. On the road, the president thought he saw the general make an attempt to remove the handkerchief, and reminded him of his oath. "Sure enough," said the general. The carriage stopped at an alley leading out of the Rue Saint-Jacques. The general alighted, leaning on the arm of the president, of whose dignity he was not aware, considering him simply as a member of the club. They went through the alley, mounted a flight of stairs, and entered the assembly room. The deliberations had already begun. The members, apprised of the sort of presentation which was to be made that evening, were all in attendance. When, in the middle of the room, the general was invited to remove his bandage, he did so immediately, and was surprised to see so many well-known faces in a society of whose existence he had till then been ignorant. They questioned him as to his sentiments, but he contented himself with answering that the letters from the island of Elba ought to have informed them. Franz interrupted himself by saying, "My father was a royalist. They need not have asked his sentiments, which were well known." "And hence," said Villefort, "arose my affection for your father, my dear Monsieur Franz. Opinions held in common are a ready bond of union." "Read again," said the old man. Franz continued. The president then sought to make him speak more explicitly, but Monsieur de Quesnel replied that he wished first to know what they wanted with him. He was then informed of the contents of the letter from the island of Elba, in which he was recommended to the club as a man who would be likely to advance the interests of their party. One paragraph spoke of the return of Bonaparte, and promised another letter and further details on the arrival of the Pharaon belonging to the shipbuilder Morel of Marseille, whose captain was entirely devoted to the emperor. During all this time, the general on whom they thought to have relied as on a brother manifested evidently signs of discontent and repugnance. When the reading was finished, he remained silent, with knitted brows. "Well?" asked the president. "What do you say to this letter, General?" "I say that it is too soon after declaring myself for Louis XVIII to break my vow in behalf of the ex-emperor." This answer was too clear to permit of any mistake as to his sentiments. "General," said the president, "we acknowledge no King Louis XVIII or an ex-emperor, but His Majesty the Emperor and King, driven from France, which is his kingdom by violence and treason." "Excuse me, gentlemen," said the general. "You may not acknowledge Louis XVIII, but I do, as he has made me a baron and a field marshal, and I shall never forget that for these two titles I am indebted to his happy return to France." "Sir," said the president, rising with gravity, "be careful what you say. Your words clearly show us that they are deceived concerning you in the island of Elba, and have deceived us. The communication has been made to you in consequence of the confidence placed in you, and which does you honor. Now we discover our error. A title and promotion attach you to the government which we wish to overturn. We will not constrain you to help us. We enroll no one against his conscience, but we will compel you to act generously, even if you are not disposed to do so. You could call acting generously knowing your conspiracy and not informing against you. That is what I should call becoming your accomplice. You see, I am more candid than you."
"Ah, my father," said Franz, interrupting himself. "I understand now why they murdered him."
Valentine could not help casting one glance toward the young man, whose filial enthusiasm it was delightful to behold. Villefort walked to and fro behind them. Noirtier watched the expression of each one, and preserved his dignified and commanding attitude. Franz returned to the manuscript and continued. "Sir," said the President, "you have been invited to join this assembly. You were not forced here. It was proposed to you to become blindfolded. You accepted. When you complied with this twofold request, you well knew we did not wish to secure the throne of Louis XVIII, or we should not take so much care to avoid the vigilance of the police. It would be conceding too much to allow you to put on a mask to aid you in the discovery of our secret, and then to remove it that you may ruin those who have confided in you. No, no, you must first say if you declare yourself for the king of a day who now reigns, or for his Majesty the Emperor." "I am a royalist," replied the general. "I have taken the oath of allegiance to Louis XVIII, and I will adhere to it." These words were followed by a general murmur, and it was evident that several of the members were discussing the propriety of making the general repent of his rashness. The President again arose, and having imposed silence, said, "Sir, you are too serious and too sensible a man not to understand the consequences of our present situation, and your candour has already dictated to us the conditions which remain for us to offer you." The general, putting his hand on his sword, exclaimed, "If you talk of honour, do not begin by disavowing its laws and impose nothing by violence." "And you, sir," continued the President, with a calmness still more terrible than the general's anger, "I advise you not to touch your sword." The general looked around with slight uneasiness. However, he did not yield, but calling up all his fortitude, said, "I will not swear." "Then you must die," replied the President calmly. Monsieur d'Épinay became very pale. He looked round him for a second time. Several members of the club were whispering and getting their arms from under their cloaks. "General," said the President, "do not alarm yourself. You are among men of honour, who will use every means to convince you before resorting to the last extremity. But as you have said you are among conspirators, you are in possession of our secret, and you must restore it to us." A significant silence followed these words, and as the general did not reply, "Close the doors," said the President to the doorkeeper. The same deadly silence succeeded these words. Then the general advanced, and making a violent effort to control his feelings, "I have a son," said he, "and I ought to think of him, finding myself among assassins." "General," said the chief of the assembly, "one man may insult 50. It is the privilege of weakness, but he does wrong to use his privilege. Follow my advice. Swear, and do not insult." The general, again daunted by the superiority of the chief, hesitated a moment, then advancing to the President's desk, "What is the form?" said he. "It is this: I swear by my honour not to reveal to anyone what I have seen and heard on the 5th of February, 1815, between 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening. And I plead guilty of death,
should I ever violate this oath." The general appeared to be affected by a nervous tremor, which prevented his answering for some moments. Then, overcoming his manifest repugnance, he pronounced the required oath, but in so low a tone as to be scarcely audible to the majority of the members, who insisted on his repeating it clearly and distinctly, which he did. "Now, am I at liberty to retire?" said the general. The president arose, appointed 3 members to accompany him, and got into the carriage with the general after bandaging his eyes. One of those 3 members was the coachman who had driven them there. The other members silently dispersed. "Where do you wish to be taken?" asked the president. "Anywhere out of your presence," replied Monsieur d'Épinay. "Beware, sir," replied the president. "You are no longer in the assembly, and have only to do with individuals. Do not insult them unless you wish to be held responsible." But instead of listening, Monsieur d'Épinay went on. "You are still as brave in your carriage as in your assembly, because you are still 4 against 1. The president stopped the coach. They were at the part of the Quai des Ormes where the steps lead down to the river. "Why do you stop here?" asked d'Épinay. "Because, sir," said the president, "you have insulted a man, and that man will not go 1 step farther without demanding honorable reparation." "Another method of assassination," said the general, shrugging his shoulders. "Make no noise, sir, unless you wish me to consider you as one of the men of whom you spoke just now as cowards, who take their weakness for a shield. You are alone. One alone shall answer you. You have a sword by your side. I have one in my cane. You have no witness. One of these gentlemen will serve you. Now, if you please, remove your bandage." The general tore the handkerchief from his eyes. "At last," said he, "I shall know with whom I have to do." They opened the door, and the 4 men alighted. Franz again interrupted himself and wiped the cold drops from his brow. There was something awful in hearing the son read aloud in trembling pallor these details of his father's death, which had hitherto been a mystery. Valentine clasped her hands as if in prayer. Noirtier looked at Villefort with an almost sublime expression of contempt and pride. Franz continued. "It was, as we said, the 5th of February. For 3 days the mercury had been 5 or 6 degrees below freezing, and the steps were covered with ice. The general was stout and tall. The president offered him the side of the railing to assist him in getting down. The 2 witnesses followed. It was a dark night. The ground from the steps to the river was covered with snow and hoarfrost. The water of the river looked black and deep. One of the seconds went for a lantern in a coal barge near, and by its light they examined the weapons. The president's sword, which was simply, as he had said, one he carried in his cane, was 5 inches shorter than the general's and had no guard. The general proposed to cast lots for the swords, but the president said it was he who had given the provocation, and when he had given it, he had supposed each would use his own arms. The witnesses endeavored to insist, but the president bade them be silent. The lantern was placed on the ground. The 2 adversaries took their stations, and the duel began. The light made the 2 swords appear like flashes of lightning. As for the men, they were scarcely perceptible. The darkness was so great. General d'Épinay passed for one of the best swordsmen in the army, but he was pressed so closely in the onset that he missed his aim and fell. The witnesses thought he was dead, but his adversary, who knew he had not struck him, offered him the assistance of his hand to rise. The circumstance irritated instead of calming the general, and he rushed on his adversary. But his opponent did not allow his guard to be broken. He received him on his sword, and 3 times the general drew back on finding himself too closely engaged, and then returned to the charge.
At the third, he fell again. They thought he slipped, as at first, and the witnesses, seeing he did not move, approached and endeavoured to raise him. But the one who passed his arm around the body found it was moistened with blood. The general, who had almost fainted, revived. "Ah," said he, "they have sent some fencing master to fight with me." The President, without answering, approached the witness who held the lantern, and raising his sleeve, showed him 2 wounds he had received in his arm. Then opening his coat and unbuttoning his waistcoat, displayed his side, pierced with a 3rd wound. Still, he had not even uttered a sigh. General d'Épinay died 5 minutes after. Franz read these last words in a voice so choked that they were hardly audible, and then stopped, passing his hand over his eyes as if to dispel a cloud. But after a moment's silence, he continued. The President went up the steps, after pushing his sword into his cane. A track of blood on the snow marked his course. He had scarcely arrived at the top when he heard a heavy splash in the water. It was the general's body, which the witnesses had just thrown into the river, after ascertaining that he was dead. The general fell, then, in a loyal duel, and not in ambush, as it might have been reported. In proof of this, we have signed this paper to establish the truth of the facts, lest the moment should arrive when either of the actors in this terrible scene should be accused of premeditated murder or of infringement of the laws of honor. Signed, Beaurepaire, Deschamps, and Le Charpal. When Franz had finished reading this account, so dreadful for a son, when Valentine, pale with emotion, had wiped away a tear, when Villefort, trembling and crouched in a corner, had endeavoured to lessen the storm by supplicating glances at the implacable old man. "Sir," said d'Épinay to Noirtier, "since you are well acquainted with all these details, which are attested by honourable signatures, since you appear to take some interest in me, although you have only manifested it hitherto by causing me sorrow, refuse me not one final satisfaction. Tell me the name of the president of the club, that I may at least know who killed my father." Villefort mechanically felt for the handle of the door. Valentine, who understood sooner than anyone her grandfather's answer, and who had often seen 2 scars upon his right arm, drew back a few steps. "Mademoiselle," said Franz, returning towards Valentine, "unite your efforts with mine to find out the name of the man who made me an orphan at 2 years of age." Valentine remained dumb and motionless. "Hold, sir," said Villefort. "Do not prolong this dreadful scene. The names have been purposely concealed. My father himself does not know who his president was, and if he knows, he cannot tell you. Proper names are not in the dictionary." "Oh, misery!" cried Franz. "The only hope which sustained me and enabled me to read to the end was that of knowing at least the name of him who killed my father. Sir, sir," cried he, turning to Noirtier, "do what you can. Make me understand in some way." "Yes," replied Noirtier. "Oh, mademoiselle, mademoiselle," cried Franz, "your grandfather says he can indicate the person. Help me, lend me your assistance." Noirtier looked at the dictionary. Franz took it with a nervous trembling and repeated the letters of the alphabet successfully, until he came to M. At that letter the old man signified yes. "M," repeated Franz. The young man's finger glided over the words, but at each one Noirtier answered by a negative sign. Valentine hid her head between her hands. At length Franz arrived at the word. "Myself." "Yes."
"You!" cried Franz, whose hair stood on end. "You, Monsieur Noirtier! You killed my father?"
"Yes," replied Noirtier, fixing a majestic look on the young man. Franz fell powerless on a chair. Villefort opened the door and escaped, for the idea had entered his mind to stifle the little remaining life in the heart of this terrible old man. Chapter 76 of The Count of Monte-Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 76. Progress of Cavalcanti the Younger. Meanwhile, Monsieur Cavalcanti the Elder had returned to his service, not in the army of His Majesty the Emperor of Austria, but at the gaming table of the baths of Lucca, of which he was one of the most assiduous courtiers. He had spent every farthing that had been allowed for his journey as a reward for the majestic and solemn manner in which he had maintained his assumed character of father. Monsieur Andrea, at his departure, inherited all the papers which proved that he had indeed the honour of being the son of the Marquis Bartolomeo and the Marchioness Oliva Corsinari. He was now fairly launched in that Parisian society which gives such ready access to foreigners, and treats them not as they really are, but as they wish to be considered. Besides, what is required of a young man in Paris? To speak its language tolerably, to make a good appearance, to be a good gamester, and to pay in cash. They are certainly less particular with a foreigner than with a Frenchman. Andrea had then in a fortnight attained a very fair position. He was called Count. He was said to possess 50,000 livres per annum, and his father's immense riches, buried in the quarries of Saravezza, were a constant theme. A learned man, before whom the last circumstance was mentioned as a fact, declared he had seen the quarries in question, which gave great weight to assertions hitherto somewhat doubtful, but which now assumed the garb of reality. Such was the state of society in Paris at the period we bring before our readers, when Monte-Cristo went one evening to pay Monsieur Danglars a visit. Monsieur Danglars was out, but the Count was asked to go and see the Baroness, and he accepted the invitation. It was never without a nervous shudder since the dinner at Auteuil and the events which followed it, that Madame Danglars heard Monte-Cristo's name announced. If he did not come, the painful sensation became most intense. If, on the contrary, he appeared, his noble countenance, his brilliant eyes, his amiability, his polite attention even towards Madame Danglars, soon dispelled every impression of fear. It appeared impossible to the Baroness that a man of such delightfully pleasing manners should entertain evil designs against her. Besides, the most corrupt minds only suspect evil when it would answer some interested end. Useless injury is repugnant to every mind. When Monte-Cristo entered the boudoir, to which we have already once introduced our readers, and where the Baroness was examining some drawings which her daughter passed to her after having looked at them with Monsieur Cavalcanti, his presence soon produced its usual effect, and it was with smiles that the Baroness received the Count. Although she had been a little disconcerted at the announcement of his name, the latter took in the whole scene at a glance. The Baroness was partially reclining on a sofa. Eugénie sat near her, and Cavalcanti was standing. Cavalcanti, dressed in black like one of Goethe's heroes, with varnished shoes and white silk open-worked stockings, passed a white and tolerably nice-looking hand through his light hair, and so displayed a sparkling diamond, that in spite of Monte-Cristo's advice, the vain young man had been unable to resist putting on his little finger. This movement was accompanied by killing glances at Mademoiselle Danglars, and by sighs launched in the same direction. Mademoiselle Danglars was still the same, cold, beautiful, and satirical. Not one of these glances, nor one sigh, was lost on her. They might have been said to fall on the shield of Minerva, which some philosophers assert protected sometimes the breast of Sappho. Eugénie bowed coldly to the Count, and availed herself of the first moment when the conversation became earnest to escape to her study, whence very soon two cheerful and noisy voices, being heard in connection with occasional notes of the piano, assured Monte Cristo that Mademoiselle Danglars preferred to his society and to that of Monsieur Cavalcanti the company of Mademoiselle Louise d'Armilly, her singing teacher. It was then, especially while conversing with Madame Danglars, and apparently absorbed by the charm of the conversation, that the Count noticed Monsieur Andrea Cavalcanti's solicitude, his manner of listening to the music at the door he dared not pass, and of manifesting his admiration. The banker soon returned. His first look was certainly directed towards Monte Cristo, but the second was for Andrea. As for his wife, he bowed to her, as some husbands do to their wives, but in a way that bachelors will never comprehend, until a very extensive code is published on conjugal life. "Have not the ladies invited you to join them at the piano?" said Danglars to Andrea. "Alas, no, sir," replied Andrea with a sigh, still more remarkable than the former ones. Danglars immediately advanced towards the door and opened it. The two young ladies were seen seated on the same chair at the piano, accompanying themselves each with one hand, a fancy to which they had accustomed themselves, and performed admirably. Mademoiselle d'Armilly, whom they then perceived through the open doorway, formed with Eugénie one of the tableaux vivants of which the Germans are so fond. She was somewhat beautiful and exquisitely formed, a little fairy-like figure with large curls falling on her neck, which was rather too long, as Perugino sometimes makes his virgins, and her eyes dull from fatigue. She was said to have a weak chest, and like Antonia in the Cremona violin, she would die one day while singing. Monte Cristo cast one rapid and curious glance round this sanctum. It was the first time he had ever seen Mademoiselle d'Armilly, of whom he had heard much. "Well," said the banker to his daughter, "are we then all to be excluded?" He then led the young man into the study, and either by chance or manoeuvre, the door was partially closed after Andrea, so that from the place where they sat, neither the Count nor the Baroness could see anything. But as the banker had accompanied Andrea, Madame Danglars appeared to take no notice of it. The Count soon heard Andrea's voice, singing a Corsican song accompanied by the piano. While the Count smiled at hearing this song, which made him lose sight of Andrea, in the recollection of Benedetto, Madame Danglars was boasting to Monte Cristo of her husband's strength of mind, who that very morning had lost 300,000 or 400,000 francs by a failure at Milan. The praise was well deserved, for had not the Count heard it from the Baroness, or by one of these means by which he knew everything, the Baron's countenance would not have led him to suspect it. Thought Monte Cristo, he begins to conceal his losses. A month since he boasted of them. And then aloud, "Oh, madame, Monsieur Danglars is so skilful. He will soon regain at the Bourse what he loses elsewhere." "I see that you participate in a prevalent error," said Madame Danglars. "What is it?" said Monte Cristo. "That Monsieur Danglars speculates, whereas he never does." "Truly, madame, I recollect Monsieur Debray told me, apropos, what is become of him. I have seen nothing of him the last 3 or 4 days." "Nor I," said Madame Danglars. "But you began a sentence, sir, and did not finish." "Which?" "Monsieur Debray had told you." "Ah, yes, he told me it was you who sacrificed to the demon of speculation." "I was once very fond of it, but I do not indulge now." "Then you are wrong, madame. Fortune is precarious, and if I were a woman and fate had made me a banker's wife, whatever might be my confidence in my husband's good fortune, still in speculation you know there is great risk. Well, I would secure for myself a fortune independent of him, even if I acquired it by placing my interests in hands unknown to him." Madame Danglars blushed in spite of all her efforts. "Stay," said Monte Cristo, as though he had not observed her confusion. "I have heard of a lucky hit that was made yesterday on the Neapolitan bonds." "I have none, nor have I ever possessed any. But really, we have talked long enough of money, Count.
We are like two stockbrokers. Have you heard how fate is persecuting the poor Villeforts?"
"What has happened?" said the Count, simulating total ignorance.
"You know the Marquis of Saint-Méran died a few days after he had set out on his journey to Paris, and the Marchioness a few days after her arrival."
"Yes," said Monte Cristo, "I have heard that. But as Claudius said to Hamlet, it is a law of nature, their fathers died before them, and they mourned their loss. They will die before their children, who will in their turn grieve for them."
"But that is not all."
"Not all?"
"No, they were going to marry their daughter—"
"To Monsieur Franz d'Épinay. Is it broken off?"
"Yesterday morning, it appears. Franz declined the honour."
"Indeed. And is the reason known?"
"No."
"How extraordinary! And how does Monsieur de Villefort bear it?"
"As usual, like a philosopher."
Danglars returned at this moment alone.
"Well," said the Baroness, "do you leave Monsieur Cavalcanti with your daughter?"
"And Mademoiselle d'Armilly," said the banker. "Do you consider her no one?" Then turning to Monte Cristo, he said, "Prince Cavalcanti is a charming young man, is he not? But is he really a prince?" "I will not answer for it," said Monte Cristo. "His father was introduced to me as a marquis, so he ought to be a count. But I do not think he has much claim to that title."
"Why?" said the banker. "If he is a prince, he is wrong not to maintain his rank. I do not like anyone to deny his origin."
"Oh, you are a thorough democrat," said Monte Cristo, smiling.
"But do you see to what you are exposing yourself?" said the Baroness. "If perchance Monsieur de Morcerf came, he would find Monsieur Cavalcanti in that room where he, the betrothed of Eugénie, has never been admitted."
"You may well say perchance," replied the banker, "for he comes so seldom. It would seem only chance that brings him."
"But should he come and find that young man with your daughter? He might be displeased."
"He? You are mistaken. Monsieur Albert would not do us the honour to be jealous. He does not like Eugénie sufficiently. Besides, I care not for his displeasure."
"Still, situated as we are—"
"Yes. Do you know how we are situated? At his mother's ball he danced one with Eugénie, and Monsieur Cavalcanti 3 times, and he took no notice of it." The valet announced the Vicomte Albert de Morcerf. The Baroness rose hastily, and was going into the study when Danglars stopped her. "Let her alone," said he. She looked at him in amazement. Monte Cristo appeared to be unconscious of what passed. Albert entered, looking very handsome and in high spirits. He bowed politely to the Baroness, familiarly to Danglars, and affectionately to Monte Cristo. Then turning to the Baroness, "May I ask how Mademoiselle Danglars is?" said he. "She is quite well," replied Danglars quickly. "She is at the piano with Monsieur Cavalcanti." Albert retained his calm and indifferent manner. He might feel perhaps annoyed, but he knew Monte Cristo's eye was on him. "Monsieur Cavalcanti has a fine tenor voice," said he, "and Mademoiselle Eugénie a splendid soprano, and then she plays the piano like a Thalberg. The concert must be a delightful one." "They suit each other remarkably well," said Danglars. Albert appeared not to notice this remark, which was, however, so rude that Madame Danglars blushed. "I, too," said the young man, "am a musician. At least, my masters used to tell me so. But it is strange that my voice never would suit any other, and the soprano less than any." Danglars smiled, and seemed to say, "It is of no consequence." Then, hoping doubtless to effect his purpose, he said, "The prince and my daughter were universally admired yesterday. You were not of the party, Monsieur de Morcerf." "What prince?" asked Albert. "Prince Cavalcanti," said Danglars, who persisted in giving the young man that title. "Pardon me," said Albert.
I was not aware that he was a prince. And Prince Cavalcanti sang with Mademoiselle Eugénie yesterday? It must have been charming. Indeed, I regret not having heard them, but I was unable to accept your invitation, having promised to accompany my mother to a German concert given by the Baroness of Château Renaud." This was followed by rather an awkward silence. "May I also be allowed," said Morcerf, "to pay my respects to Mademoiselle Danglars?" "Wait a moment," said the banker, stopping the young man. "Do you hear that delightful cavatina? Ta-ta-ta, ti-ta-ta, ta-ta. It is charming. Let them finish. One moment. Bravi, bravi, brava." The banker was enthusiastic in his applause. "Indeed," said Albert, "it is exquisite. It is impossible to understand the music of his country better than Prince Cavalcanti does. You said prince, did you not? But he can easily become one, if he is not already. It is no uncommon thing in Italy. But to return to the charming musicians, you should give us a treat, Danglars, without telling them there is a stranger. Ask them to sing one more song. It is so delightful to hear music, in the distance, when the musicians are unrestrained by observation." Danglars was quite annoyed by the young man's indifference. He took Monte-Cristo aside. "What do you think of our lover?" said he. "He appears cool, but then your word is given." "Yes, doubtless. I have promised to give my daughter to a man who loves her, but not to one who does not. See him there, cold as marble and proud like his father. If he were rich, if he had Cavalcanti's fortune, that might be pardoned. Ma foi, I haven't consulted my daughter, but if she has good taste—" "Oh," said Monte Cristo, "my fondness may blind me, but I assure you I consider Morcerf a charming young man, who will render your daughter happy and will sooner or later attain a certain amount of distinction, and his father's position is good." Said Danglars. "Why do you doubt?" "The past. That obscurity of the past. But that does not affect the son." "Very true." "Now I beg of you, don't go off your head. It's a month now that you have been thinking of this marriage, and you must see that it throws some responsibility on me, for it was at my house you met this young Cavalcanti, whom I do not really know at all." "But I do." "Have you made inquiry?" "Is there any need of that? Does not his appearance speak for him? And he is very rich." "I am not so sure of that." "And yet you said he had money." 50,000 livres. A mere trifle." "He is well educated." Said Monte Cristo in his turn. "He is a musician." "So are all the Italians." "Come, Count, you do not do that young man justice." "Well, I acknowledge it annoys me, knowing your connection with the Morcerf family, to see him throw himself in the way." Danglars burst out laughing. "What a Puritan you are!" said he. "That happens every day." "But you cannot break it off in this way. The Morcerfs are depending on this union." "Indeed?" "Positively." "Then let them explain themselves. You should give the father a hint. You are so intimate with the family." "I? Where the devil did you find out that?" "At their ball. It was apparent enough. Why, did not the Countess, the proud Mercedes, the disdainful Catalan, who will scarcely open her lips to her oldest acquaintances, take your arm, lead you into the garden, into the private walks, and remain there for half an hour?" "Ah, Baron, Baron," said Albert, "you are not listening. What barbarism in a megalomaniac like you!" "Oh, don't worry about me, Sir Mocker," said Danglars. Then turning to the Count, he said, "But will you undertake to speak to the father?" "Willingly, if you wish it." "But let it be done explicitly and positively. If he demands my daughter, let him fix the day. Declare his conditions. In short, let us either understand each other or quarrel. You understand? No more delay. Yes, sir, I will give my attention to the subject. I do not say that I await with pleasure his decision, but I do await it. A banker must, you know, be a slave to his promise. And Danglars sighed as Monsieur Cavalcanti had done half an hour before. "Bravi! Bravo! Bravard!" cried Morcerf, parodying the banker, as the selection came to an end. Danglars began to look suspiciously at Morcerf, when someone came and whispered a few words to him. "I shall soon return," said the banker to Monte Cristo. "Wait for me. I shall perhaps have something to say to you." And he went out. The Baroness took advantage of her husband's absence to push open the door of her daughter's study, and Monsieur Andrea, who was sitting before the piano with Mademoiselle Eugénie, started up like a jack-in-the-box. Albert bowed with a smile to Mademoiselle Danglars, who did not appear in the least disturbed, and returned his bow with her usual coolness. Cavalcanti was evidently embarrassed. He bowed to Morcerf, who replied with the most impertinent look possible. Then Albert launched out in praise of Mademoiselle Danglars' voice, and on his regret, after what he had just heard, that he had been unable to be present the previous evening. Cavalcanti, being left alone, turned to Monte Cristo. "Come," said Madame Danglars, "leave music and compliments, and let us go and take tea." "Come, Louise," said Mademoiselle Danglars to her friend. They passed into the next drawing-room, where tea was prepared. Just as they were beginning, in the English fashion, to leave the spoons in their cups, the door again opened, and Danglars entered, visibly agitated. Monte Cristo observed it particularly, and by a look asked the banker for an explanation. "I have just received my courier from Greece," said Danglars. "Ah, yes," said the count, "and that was the reason of your running away from us." "Yes." "How is King Otto getting on?" asked Albert in the most sprightly tone. Danglars cast a suspicious look towards him without answering, and Monte Cristo turned away to conceal the expression of pity which passed over his features, but which had gone in a moment. "We shall go together, shall we not?" said Albert to the count. "If you like," replied the latter. Albert could not understand the banker's look, and turned to Monte Cristo, who understood it perfectly. "Did you see," said he, "how he looked at me?" "Yes," said the count. "But did you think there was anything particular in his look?" "Indeed I did. And what does he mean by his news from Greece?" "How can I tell you?" "Because I imagine you have correspondence in that country." Monte Cristo smiled significantly. "Stop," said Albert. "Here he comes. I shall compliment Mademoiselle Danglars on her cameo while the father talks to you." "If you compliment her at all, let it be on her voice at least," said Monte Cristo. "No, every one would do that." "My dear Viscount, you are dreadfully impertinent." Albert advanced towards Eugénie, smiling. Meanwhile Danglars, stooping to Monte Cristo's ear, "Your advice was excellent," said he. "There is a whole history connected with the name Fernand and Janina." "Indeed," said Monte Cristo. "Yes, I will tell you all. But take away the young man. I cannot endure his presence." "He is going with me. Shall I send the father to you?" "Immediately." "Very well." The count made a sign to Albert, and they bowed to the ladies and took their leave, Albert perfectly indifferent to Mademoiselle Danglars' contempt, Monte Cristo reiterating his advice to Madame Danglars on the prudence a banker's wife should exercise in providing for the future. Monsieur Cavalcanti remained master of the field. Chapter 77 of the Count of Monte Cristo,
by Alexandre Dumas. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 77. Haydée. Scarcely had the Count's horses cleared the angle of the boulevard than Albert, turning towards the Count, burst into a loud fit of laughter. Much too loud, in fact, not to give the idea of its being rather forced and unnatural. "Well," said he, "I will ask you the same question which Charles IX put to Catherine de Medicis after the massacre of Saint Bartholomew. How have I played my little part?" "To what do you allude?" asked Monte Cristo. "To the installation of my rival at Monsieur Danglars." "What rival?" "Ma foi, what rival? Why, your protégé, Monsieur Andrea Cavalcanti." "Ah, no joking, Viscount, if you please. I do not patronize Monsieur Andrea, at least, not as concerns Monsieur Danglars." "And you would be to blame for not assisting him, if the young man really needed your help in that quarter. But happily for me, he can dispense with it." "What? Do you think he is paying his addresses?" "I am certain of it. His languishing looks and modulated tones when addressing Mademoiselle Danglars fully proclaim his intentions. He aspires to the hand of the proud Eugénie." "What does that signify, so long as they favour your suit?" "But it is not the case, my dear Count. On the contrary, I am repulsed on all sides." "What?" "It is so indeed. Mademoiselle Eugénie scarcely answers me, and Mademoiselle d'Armilly, her confidant, does not speak to me at all." "But the father has the greatest regard possible for you," said Monte Cristo. "He? Oh, no. He has plunged 1,000 daggers into my heart. Tragedy weapons, I own, which instead of wounding sheathe their points in their own handles, but daggers which he nevertheless believed to be real and deadly." "Jealousy indicates affection." "True, but I am not jealous." "He is." "Of whom? Of Debray?" "No, of you." "Of me? I will engage to say that before a week is past the door will be closed against me." "You are mistaken, my dear Viscount." "Prove it to me." "Do you wish me to do so?" "Yes." "Well, I am charged with the commission of endeavouring to induce the Comte de Morcerf to make some definite arrangement with the Baron." "By whom are you charged?" "By the Baron himself." "Oh," said Albert, with all the cajolery of which he was capable, "you surely will not do that, my dear Count." "Certainly I shall, Albert, as I have promised to do it." "Well," said Albert with a sigh, "it seems you are determined to marry me." "I am determined to try and be on good terms with everybody at all events," said Monte Cristo. "But apropos of Debray, how is it that I have not seen him lately at the Baron's house?" "There has been a misunderstanding." "What, with the Baroness?" "No, with the Baron." "Has he perceived anything?" "Ah, that is a good joke." "Do you think he suspects?" said Monte Cristo with charming artlessness. "Where have you come from, my dear Count?" said Albert. "From Congo, if you will." "It must be farther off than even that." "But what do I know of your Parisian husbands?" "Oh, my dear Count, husbands are pretty much the same everywhere. An individual husband of any country is a pretty fair specimen of the whole race." "But then, what can have led to the quarrel between Danglars and Debray? They seem to understand each other so well," said Monte Cristo with renewed energy. "Ah, now you are trying to penetrate into the mysteries of Isis, in which I am not initiated. When Monsieur Andrea Cavalcanti has become one of the family, you can ask him that question." The carriage stopped. "Here we are," said Monte Cristo. "It is only 10:30. Come in." "Certainly I will." "My carriage shall take you back." "No, thank you.
I gave orders for my coop to follow me." "There it is, then," said Monte Cristo as he stepped out of the carriage. They both went into the house. The drawing-room was lighted up. They went in there. "You will make tea for us, Baptistine," said the Count. Baptistine left the room without waiting to answer, and in 2 seconds reappeared, bringing on a waiter all that his master had ordered, ready prepared, and appearing to have sprung from the ground, like the repasts which we read of in fairy tales. "Really, my dear Count," said Morcerf, "what I admire in you is not so much your riches, for perhaps there are people even wealthier than yourself, nor is it only your wit, for Beaumarchais might have possessed as much, but it is your manner of being served, without any questions, in a moment, in a second. It is as if they guessed what you wanted by your manner of ringing, and made a point of keeping everything you can possibly desire in constant readiness. What you say is perhaps true. They know my habits. For instance, you shall see. How do you wish to occupy yourself during tea time?" "Ma foi, I should like to smoke." Monte Cristo took the gong and struck it once. In about the space of a second a private door opened, and Ali appeared bringing 2 chibouks filled with excellent latakia. "It is quite wonderful," said Albert. "Oh, no, it is as simple as possible," replied Monte Cristo. "Ali knows I generally smoke while I am taking my tea or coffee. He has heard that I ordered tea, and he also knows that I brought you home with me. When I summoned him, he naturally guessed the reason of my doing so, and as he comes from a country where hospitality is especially manifested through the medium of smoking, he naturally concludes that we shall smoke in company, and therefore brings 2 chibouks instead of 1. And now the mystery is solved." "Certainly you give a most commonplace air to your explanation. But is it not the less true that you— Ah, but what do I hear?" And Morcerf inclined his head towards the door, through which sounds seemed to issue resembling those of a guitar. "Ma foi, my dear Viscount, you are fated to hear music this evening. You have only escaped from Mademoiselle Danglars' piano, to be attacked by Hades Guzla." "Hades? What an adorable name! Ah, there, then really women who bear the name of Hades anywhere but in Byron's poems?" "Certainly there are. Hades is a very uncommon name in France, but is common enough in Albania and Epirus. It is as if you said, for example, chastity, modesty, innocence. It is a kind of baptismal name, as you Parisians call it." "Oh, that is charming," said Albert. "How I should like to hear my countrymen called Mademoiselle Goodness, Mademoiselle Silence, Mademoiselle Christian Charity. Only think, then, if Mademoiselle Danglars, instead of being called Claire Marie Eugénie, had been named Mademoiselle Chastity, Modesty, Innocence Danglars. What a fine effect that would have produced on the announcement of her marriage." "Hush," said the Count. "Do not joke in so loud a tone. Hades may hear you, perhaps." "And you think she would be angry?" "No, certainly not," said the Count with a haughty expression. "She is very amiable, then, is she not?" said Albert. "It is not to be called amiability. It is her duty. A slave does not dictate to a master." "Come, you are joking yourself now. Are there any more slaves to be had who bear this beautiful name?" "Undoubtedly." "Really, Count, you do nothing, and have nothing like other people. The slave of the Count of Monte Cristo. Why, it is a rank of itself in France, and from the way in which you lavish money, it is a place that must be worth 100,000 francs a year." 100,000 francs! The poor girl originally possessed much more than that. She was born to treasures in comparison with which those recorded in the 1,001 Nights would seem but poverty. "She must be a princess, then." You are right, and she is one of the greatest in her country, too." "I thought so. But how did it happen that such a great princess became a slave?" "How was it that Dionysius the tyrant became a schoolmaster?" "The fortune of war, my dear Viscount. The caprice of fortune. That is the way in which these things are to be accounted for." "And is her name a secret?" "As regards the generality of mankind, it is, but not for you, my dear Viscount, who are one of my most intimate friends, and on whose silence I feel I may rely, if I consider it necessary to enjoin it. May I not do so?" "Certainly, on my word of honour." "You know the history of the Pasha of Yanina, do you not?" "Of Ali Tepelini? Oh, yes. It was in his service that my father made his fortune." "True. I had forgotten that." "Well, what is Haydée to Ali Tepelini?" "Merely his daughter." "What? The daughter of Ali Pasha?" "Of Ali Pasha and the beautiful Vasiliki." "And your slave?" "Ma foi, yes." "But how did she become so?" "Why, simply from the circumstance of my having bought her one day as I was passing through the market at Constantinople." "Wonderful! Really, my dear Count, you seem to throw a sort of magic influence over all in which you are concerned. When I listen to you, existence no longer seems reality, but a waking dream. Now I am perhaps going to make an imprudent and thoughtless request, but—" "Say on." "But since you go out with Haydée, and sometimes even take her to the opera—" "Well?" "I think I may venture to ask you this favour." "You may venture to ask me anything." "Well then, my dear Count, present me to your princess." "I will do so, but on 2 conditions." "I accept them at once." "The first is that you will never tell anyone that I have granted the interview." "Very well," said Albert, extending his hand. "I swear I will not." "The second is that you will not tell her that your father ever served hers." "I give you my oath that I will not." "Enough, Viscount. You will remember these 2 vows, will you not? But I know you to be a man of honour." The Count again struck the gong. Ali reappeared. "Tell Haydée," said he, "that I will take coffee with her, and give her to understand that I desire permission to present one of my friends to her." Ali bowed and left the room. "Now, understand me," said the Count. "No direct questions, my dear Morcerf. If you wish to know anything, tell me, and I will ask her." "Agreed." Ali reappeared for the 3rd time, and drew back the tapestried hanging which concealed the door to signify to his master and Albert that they were at liberty to pass on. "Let us go in," said Monte Cristo. Albert passed his hand through his hair and curled his moustache. Then, having satisfied himself as to his personal appearance, followed the Count into the room, the latter having previously resumed his hat and gloves. Ali was stationed as a kind of advanced guard, and the door was kept by the 3 French attendants commanded by Myrtho. Haydée was awaiting her visitors in the first room of her apartments, which was the drawing-room. Her large eyes were dilated with surprise and expectation, for it was the first time that any man, except Monte Cristo, had been accorded an entrance into her presence. She was sitting on a sofa, placed in an angle of the room, with her legs crossed under her in the Eastern fashion, and seemed to have made for herself, as it were, a kind of nest in the rich Indian silks which enveloped her. Near her was the instrument on which she was just been playing. It was elegantly fashioned and worthy of its mistress. On perceiving Monte Cristo, she arose and welcomed him with a smile peculiar to herself, expressive at once of the most implicit obedience and also of the deepest love. Monte Cristo advanced towards her and extended his hand,
which she as usual raised to her lips. Albert had proceeded no farther than the door, where he remained rooted to the spot, being completely fascinated by the sight of such surpassing beauty, beheld as it was for the first time, and of which an inhabitant of more northern climes could form no adequate idea. "Whom do you bring?" asked the young girl in Romaic of Monte Cristo. "Is it a friend, a brother, or a simple acquaintance, or an enemy?" "A friend," said Monte Cristo in the same language. "What is his name?" "Count Albert. It is the same man whom I rescued from the hands of the banditti at Rome." "In what language would you like me to converse with him?" Monte Cristo turned to Albert. "Do you know modern Greek?" asked he. "Alas, no," said Albert. "Nor even ancient Greek, my dear Count. Never had Homer or Plato a more unworthy scholar than myself." "Then," said Haydée, proving by her remark that she had quite understood Monte Cristo's question and Albert's answer, "then I will speak either in French or Italian, if my lord so wills it." Monte Cristo reflected one instant. "You will speak in Italian," said he. Then turning towards Albert, "It is a pity you do not understand either ancient or modern Greek, both of which Haydée speaks so fluently. The poor child will be obliged to talk to you in Italian, which will give you but a very false idea of her powers of conversation." The Count made a sign to Haydée to address his visitor. "Sir," she said to Morcerf, "you are most welcome as the friend of my lord and master." This was said in excellent Tuscan, and with that soft Roman accent which makes the language of Dante as sonorous as that of Homer. Then, turning to Ali, she directed him to bring coffee and pipes, and when he had left the room to execute the orders of his young mistress, she beckoned Albert to approach nearer to her. Monte Cristo and Morcerf drew their seats towards a small table, on which were arranged music, drawings, and vases of flowers. Ali then entered bringing coffee and chibouques. As to Monsieur Baptistin, this portion of the building was interdicted to him. Albert refused the pipe which the Nubian offered him. "Oh, take it, said the Count. "Haydée is almost as civilized as a Parisian. The smell of an Havana is disagreeable to her, but the tobacco of the East is a most delicious perfume, you know." Ali left the room. The cups of coffee were all prepared, with the addition of sugar which had been brought for Albert. Monte Cristo and Haydée took the beverage in the original Arabian manner, that is to say, without sugar. Haydée took the porcelain cup in her little slender fingers, and conveyed it to her mouth with all the innocent artlessness of a child when eating or drinking something which it likes. At this moment 2 women entered, bringing salvers filled with ices and sherbet, which they placed on 2 small tables appropriated to that purpose. "My dear host, and you, signora," said Albert in Italian, "excuse my apparent stupidity. I am quite bewildered, and it is natural that it should be so. Here I am in the heart of Paris, but a moment ago I heard the rumbling of the omnibuses and the tinkling of the bells of the lemonade sellers, and now I feel as if I were suddenly transported to the East, not such as I have seen it, but such as my dreams have painted it. Oh, signora, if I could but speak Greek, your conversation added to the fairy scene which surrounds me would furnish an evening of such delight as it would be impossible for me ever to forget." "I speak a sufficient Italian to enable me to converse with you, sir," said Haydée quietly, "and if you like what is Eastern, I will do my best to secure the gratification of your tastes while you are here." "On what subject shall I converse with her?" said Albert in a low tone to Monte Cristo. "Just what you please. You may speak of her country, and of her youthful reminiscences.
Or if you like it better, you can talk of Rome, Naples, or Florence." "Oh," said Albert, "it is of no use to be in the company of a Greek if one converses just in the same style as with a Parisian. Let me speak to her of the East." "Do so, then. For all of themes which you could choose, that will be the most agreeable to her taste." Albert turned towards Haydée. "At what age did you leave Greece, Signora?" asked he. "I left it when I was but 5 years old," replied Haydée. "And have you any recollection of your country?" "When I shut my eyes and think, I seem to see it all again. The mind can see as well as the body. The body forgets sometimes, but the mind never forgets." "And how far back into the past do your recollections extend?" "I could scarcely walk when my mother, who was called Vasiliki, which means royal," said the young girl, tossing her head proudly, "took me by the hand, and after putting in our purse all the money we possessed, we went out, both covered with veils, to solicit alms for the prisoners, saying, 'He who giveth to the poor lendeth to the Lord.' Then when our purse was full, we returned to the palace, and without saying a word to my father, we went into the convent, where it was divided amongst the prisoners." "And how old were you at that time?" "I was 3 years old," said Haydée. "Then you remember everything that went on about you from the time when you were 3 years old?" said Albert. "Everything." "Count," said Albert in a low tone to Monte-Cristo, "do allow the Signora to tell me something of her history. You prohibited my mentioning my father's name to her, but perhaps she will allude to him of her own accord in the course of the recital, and you have no idea how delighted I should be to hear her name pronounced by such beautiful lips." Monte Cristo turned to Haydée, and with an expression of countenance which commanded her to pay the most implicit attention to his words, he said in Greek, "Tell us the fate of your father, but neither the name of the traitor nor the treason." Haydée sighed deeply, and a shade of sadness clouded her beautiful brow. "What are you saying to her?" said Morcerf in an undertone. "I again reminded her that you were a friend, and that she need not conceal anything from you." "Then," said Albert, "this pious pilgrimage on behalf of the prisoners was your first remembrance? What is the next?" "Oh, then I remember, as if it were yesterday, sitting under the shade of some sycamore trees, on the borders of a lake, in the waters of which the trembling foliage was reflected as in a mirror. Under the oldest and thickest of these trees, reclining on cushions, sat my father. My mother was at his feet, and I, childlike, amused myself by playing with his long white beard, which descended to his girdle, or with the diamond hilt of the scimitar attached to his girdle. Then from time to time there came to him an Albanian, who said something to which I paid no attention, but which he always answered in the same tone of voice, either 'kill' or 'pardon.'" "It is very strange," said Albert, "to hear such words proceed from the mouth of anyone but an actress on the stage, and one needs constantly to be saying to oneself, 'This is no fiction. It is all reality in order to believe it.' And how does France appear in your eyes, accustomed as they have been to gaze on such enchanted scenes?" "I think it is a fine country," said Haydée, "but I see France as it really is, because I look on it with the eyes of a woman, whereas my own country, which I can only judge of from the impression produced on my childish mind, always seems enveloped in a vague atmosphere which is luminous or otherwise according as my remembrance of it are sad or joyous." "So young," said Albert, forgetting at the moment the Count's command that he should ask no questions of the slave herself. "Is it possible that you can have known what suffering is except by name?"
Haydée turned her eyes towards Monte-Cristo, who, making at the same time some imperceptible sign, murmured, "Go on."
"Nothing is ever so firmly impressed on the mind as of the memory of early childhood, and with the exception of the two scenes I have just described to you, all my earliest reminiscences are fraught with deepest sadness."
"Speak, speak, signora," said Albert. "I am listening with the same intense delight and interest to all you say." Haydée answered this remark with a melancholy smile.
"You wish me, then, to relate the history of my past sorrows?" said she.
"I beg you to do so," replied Albert.
"Well, I was but 4 years old, when one night I was suddenly awakened by my mother. We were in the palace of Janina. She snatched me from the cushions on which I was sleeping, and on opening my eyes, I saw hers filled with tears. She took me away without speaking. When I saw her weeping, I began to cry too. "Hush, child," said she. At other times, in spite of maternal endearments or threats, I had with a child's caprice been accustomed to indulge my feelings of sorrow or anger by crying as much as I felt inclined. But on this occasion there was an intonation of such extreme terror in my mother's voice, when she enjoined me to silence, that I ceased crying as soon as her command was given. She bore me rapidly away. I saw then that we were descending a large staircase. Around us were all my mother's servants, carrying trunks, bags, ornaments, jewels, purses of gold, with which they were hurrying away in the greatest distraction. Behind the women came a guard of 20 men, armed with long guns and pistols, and dressed in the costume which the Greeks have assumed since they have again become a nation. You may imagine there was something startling and ominous," said Haydée, shaking her head and turning pale at the mere remembrance of the scene. "In this long life of slaves and women, only half aroused from sleep, or at least so they appeared to me, who was myself scarcely awake. Here and there on the walls of the staircase were reflected gigantic shadows, which trembled in the flickering light of the pine torches, till they seemed to reach to the vaulted roof above. "Quick!" said a voice at the end of the gallery. This voice made everyone bow before it, resembling in its effect the wind passing over a field of wheat, by its superior strength forcing every ear to yield obeisance. As for me, it made me tremble. This voice was that of my father. He came last, clothed in his splendid robes, and holding in his hand the carbine which your emperor presented him. He was leaning on the shoulder of his favourite Selim, and he drove us all before him as a shepherd would his straggling flock. "My father," said Haydée, raising her head, "was that illustrious man known in Europe under the name of Ali Tepelini, Pasha of Janina, and before whom Turkey trembled."
Albert, without knowing why, started on hearing these words pronounced with such a haughty and dignified accent. It appeared to him as if there was something supernaturally gloomy and terrible in the expression which gleamed from the brilliant eyes of Haydée at this moment. She appeared like a pythoness evoking a spectre, as she recalled to his mind the remembrance of the fearful death of this man, to the news of which all Europe had listened with horror.
"Soon," said Haydée, "we halted on our march, and found ourselves on the borders of a lake. My mother pressed me to her throbbing heart, and at the distance of a few paces I saw my father, who was glancing anxiously around. 4 marble steps led down to the water's edge, and below them was a boat floating on the tide. From where we stood, I could see in the middle of the lake a large blank mass. It was the kiosk to which we were going. This kiosk appeared to me to be at a considerable distance, perhaps on account of the darkness of the night, which prevented any object from being more than partially discerned. We stepped into the boat. I remember well that the oars made no noise whatever in striking the water, and when I leaned over to ascertain the cause, I saw that they were muffled with the sashes of our palicares. Besides the rowers, the boat contained only the women, my father, my mother, Selim, and myself. The palicares had remained on the shore of the lake, ready to cover our retreat. They were kneeling on the lowest of the marble steps, and in that manner intended making a rampart of the three others, in case of pursuit. Our bark flew before the wind. "Why does the boat go so fast?" asked I of my mother. "Silence, child! Hush! We are flying!" I did not understand. Why should my father fly? He, the all-powerful, he, before whom others were accustomed to fly, he who had taken for his device, "They hate me, then they fear me." It was indeed a flight which my father was trying to effect. I have been told since that the garrison of the castle of Janina, fatigued with long service— Here Haydée cast a significant glance at Monte-Cristo, whose eyes had been riveted on her countenance during the whole course of her narrative. The young girl then continued, speaking slowly, like a person who is either inventing or suppressing some feature of the history which he is relating. "You were saying, Signora," said Albert, who was paying the most implicit attention to the recital, "that the garrison of Janina, fatigued with long service—" "Had treated with the Seraskier, Khorshid, who had been sent by the Sultan to gain possession of the person of my father. It was then that Ali Tepelini, after having sent to the Sultan a French officer in whom he reposed great confidence, resolved to retire to the asylum which he had long before prepared for himself, and which he called Cataphigion, or the Refuge." "And this officer," said Albert, "do you remember his name, Signora?" Monte Cristo exchanged a rapid glance with the young girl, which was quite unperceived by Albert. "No," said she, "I do not remember it just at this moment, but if it should occur to me presently, I will tell you." Albert was on the point of pronouncing his father's name, when Monte Cristo gently held up his finger in token of reproach. The young man recollected his promise, and was silent. It was towards this kiosk that they were rowing, a ground floor ornamented with arabesques, bathing its terraces in the water, and another floor looking on the lake was all which was visible to the eye. But beneath the ground floor, stretching out into the island, was a large subterranean cavern, to which my mother, myself, and the women were conducted. In this place were together 60,000 pouches and 200 barrels. The pouches contained 25 million of money in gold, and the barrels were filled with 30,000 pounds of gunpowder. Near the barrels stood Selim, my father's favourite, whom I mentioned to you just now. He stood watch day and night, with a lance provided with a lighted slow match in his hand, and he had orders to blow up everything: kiosk, guards, women, gold, and Ali Tepelini himself, at the first signal given by my father. I remember well that the slaves, convinced of the precarious tenure on which they held their lives, passed whole days and nights in praying, crying, and groaning. As for me, I can never forget the pale complexion and black eyes of the young soldier, and whenever the angel of death summons me to another world, I am quite sure I shall recognize Selim. I cannot tell you how long we remained in this state. At that period I did not even know what time meant. Sometimes, but very rarely, my father summoned me and my mother to the terrace of the palace. These were hours of recreation for me, as I never saw anything in the dismal cavern but the gloomy countenances of the slaves and Selim's fiery lance. My father was endeavouring to pierce with his eager looks the remotest verge of the horizon, examining attentively every black speck which appeared on the lake, while my mother, reclining by his side, rested her head on his shoulder, and I played at his feet, admiring everything I saw with that unsophisticated innocence of childhood which throws a charm round objects insignificant in themselves, but which in its eyes are invested with the greatest importance. The heights of Pindus towered above us. The castle of Yanina rose while and angular from the blue waters of the lake, and the immense masses of black vegetation which, viewed in the distance, gave the idea of lichens clinging to the rocks, were in reality gigantic fir trees and myrtles. One morning my father sent for us. My mother had been crying all the night, and was very wretched. We found the Pasha calm, but paler than usual. "Take courage, Vasiliki," said he. "Today arrives the firman of the master, and my fate will be decided. If my pardon be complete, we shall return triumphant to Yanina. If the news be inauspicious, we must fly this night." "But supposing our enemy should not allow for us to do so?" said my mother. "Oh, make yourself easy on that head," said Ali, smiling. "Selim and his flaming lance will settle that matter. They would be glad to see me dead, but they would not like themselves to die with me." My mother only answered by sighs to consolations which she knew did not come from my father's heart. She prepared the iced water which he was in the habit of constantly drinking, for since his sojourn at the kiosk he had been parched by the most violent fever, after which she anointed his white beard with perfumed oil and lighted his chibouk, which he sometimes smoked for hours together, quietly watching the wreaths of vapour that ascended in spiral clouds, and gradually melted away in the surrounding atmosphere. Presently he made such a sudden movement that I was paralyzed with fear. Then, without taking his eyes from the object which had first attracted his attention, he asked for his telescope. My mother gave it to him, and as she did so, looked whiter than the marble against which she leaned. I saw my father's hand tremble. "A boat! 2, 3, murmured my father. 4. He then arose, seizing his arms and priming his pistols. "Vasiliki," said he to my mother, trembling perceptibly, "the instant approaches which will decide everything. In the space of half an hour we shall know the Emperor's answer. Go into the cavern with Haydée." "I will not quit you," said Vasiliki. "If you die, my lord, I will die with you." "Go to Selim," cried my father. "Adieu, my lord," murmured my mother, determining quietly to await the approach of death. "Take away Vasiliki," said my father to his Palikares. As for me, I had been forgotten in the general confusion. I ran toward Ali Tepelini. He saw me hold out my arms to him, and he stooped down and pressed my forehead with his lips. Oh, how distinctly I remember that kiss! It was the last he ever gave me, and I feel as if it were still warm on my forehead. On descending, we saw through the lattice work several boats which were gradually becoming more distinct to our view. At first they appeared like black specks, and now they looked like birds skimming the surface of the waves. During this time, in the kiosk at my father's feet were seated 20 Palikares, concealed from view by an angle of the wall, and watching with eager eyes the arrival of the boats. They were armed with their long guns inlaid with mother-of-pearl and silver, and cartridges in great numbers were lying scattered on the floor.
My father looked at his watch, and paced up and down with a countenance expressive of the greatest anguish. This was the scene which presented itself to my view as I quitted my father after that last kiss. My mother and I traversed the gloomy passage leading to the cavern. Selim was still at his post, and smiled sadly on us as we entered. We fetched our cushions from the other end of the cavern, and sat down by Selim. In great dangers, the devoted ones cling to each other, and young as I was, I quite understood that some imminent danger was hanging over our heads. Albert had often heard, not from his father, for he never spoke on the subject, but from strangers, the description of the last moments of the Vizier of Janina. He had read different accounts of his death, but the story seemed to acquire fresh meaning from the voice and expression of the young girl, and her sympathetic accent, and the melancholy expression of her countenance at once charmed and horrified him. As to Haydée, these terrible reminiscences seemed to have overpowered her for a moment, for she ceased speaking, her head leaning on her hand like a beautiful flower bowing beneath the violence of the storm, and her eyes gazing on vacancy indicated that she was mentally contemplating the green summit of the Pindus and the blue waters of the lake of Janina, which, like a magic mirror, seemed to reflect the sombre picture which she sketched. Monte-Cristo looked at her with an indescribable expression of interest and pity. "Go on," said the Count in the Romaic language. Haydée looked up abruptly, as if the sonorous tones of Monte-Cristo's voice had awakened her from a dream, and she resumed her narrative. "It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and although the day was brilliant out of doors, we were enveloped in the gloomy darkness of the cavern. One single solitary light was burning there, and it appeared like a star set in a heaven of blackness. It was Selim's flaming lance. My mother was a Christian, and she prayed. Selim repeated from time to time the sacred words, 'God is great.' However, my mother had still some hope. As she was coming down, she thought she recognized the French officer who had been sent to Constantinople, and in whom my father placed so much confidence, for he knew that all the soldiers of the French emperor were naturally noble and generous. She advanced some steps towards the staircase and listened. 'They are approaching,' said she. 'Perhaps they bring us peace and liberty.'
'What do you hear, Vasiliki?'
said Selim, in a voice at once so gentle and yet so proud.
'If they do not bring us peace, we will give them war. If they do not bring life, we will give them death.'
And he renewed the flame of his lance with a gesture which made one think of Dionysus of Crete. But I, being only a little child, was terrified by this undaunted courage, which appeared to me both ferocious and senseless, and I recoiled with horror from the idea of the frightful death amidst fire and flames which probably awaited us. My mother experienced the same sensations, for I felt her tremble. 'Mamma, mamma,' said I, 'are we really to be killed?' And at the sound of my voice, the slaves redoubled their cries and prayers and lamentations. 'My child,' said Vasiliki, 'may God preserve you from ever wishing for that death which today you so much dread.' Then, whispering to Selim, she asked what were her master's orders.
'If he sent me his poniard, it will signify that the Emperor's intentions are not favourable, and I am to set fire to the powder. If, on the contrary, he sent me his ring, it will be a sign that the Emperor pardons him, and I am to extinguish the match and leave the magazine untouched.'
'My friend,' said my mother, 'when your master's orders arrive, if it is the poniard which he sends, instead of dispatching us by that horrible death which we both so much dread, he will mercifully kill us with this same poniard, will you not?'
'Yes, Vasiliki,'
replied Selim tranquilly. Suddenly we heard loud cries, and listening discerned that they were cries of joy.
The name of the French officer who had been sent to Constantinople resounded on all sides amongst our Palikares. It was evident that he brought the answer of the Emperor, and that it was favourable.
"And do you not remember the Frenchman's name?" said Morcerf, quite ready to aid the memory of the narrator. Monte-Cristo made a sign to him to be silent.
"I do not recollect it," said Haydée. The noise increased. Steps were heard approaching nearer and nearer. They were descending the steps leading to the cavern. Selim made ready his lance. Soon a figure appeared in the grey twilight at the entrance of the cave, formed by the reflection of the few rays of daylight which had found their way into this gloomy retreat.
"Who are you?"
cried Selim.
"But whoever you may be, I charge you not to advance another step."
"Long live the Emperor," said the figure.
"He grants a full pardon to the Vizier Ali, and not only gives him his life, but restores to him his fortune and his possessions."
My mother uttered a cry of joy and clasped me to her bosom.
"Stop,"
said Selim, seeing that she was about to go out.
"You see, I have not yet received the ring."
"True," said my mother, and she fell on her knees, at the same time holding me up towards heaven, as if she desired, while praying to God in my behalf, to raise me actually to his presence.
And for the second time, Haydée stopped, overcome by such violent emotion that the perspiration stood upon her pale brow, and her stifled voice seemed hardly able to find utterance, so parched and dry were her throat and lips. Monte-Cristo poured a little iced water into a glass, and presented it to her, saying with a mildness in which was also a shade of command, "Courage." Haydée dried her eyes and continued.
By this time our eyes, habituated to the darkness, had recognized the messenger of the Pasha. It was a friend. Selim had also recognized him, but the brave young man only acknowledged one duty, which was to obey.
"In whose name do you come?"
said he to him. "I come in the name of our master, Ali Tepelini."
"If you come from Ali himself," said Selim, "you know what you are charged to remit to me."
"Yes," said the messenger, "and I bring you his ring." At these words he raised his hand above his head to show the token, but it was too far off, and there was no light enough to enable Selim, where he was standing, to distinguish and recognize the object presented to his view.
"I do not see what you have in your hand," said Selim. "Approach, then," said the messenger, "or I will come nearer to you if you prefer it." "I will agree to neither one nor the other," replied the young soldier. "Place the object which I desire to see in the ray of light which shines there, and retire while I examine it."
"Be it so," said the envoy, and he retired after having first deposited the token agreed on in the place pointed out to him by Selim. Oh, how our hearts palpitated, for it did indeed seem to be a ring which was placed there. But was it my father's ring? That was the question. Selim, still holding in his hand the lighted match, walked towards the opening in the cavern, and, aided by the faint light which streamed in through the mouth of the cave, picked up the token.
"It is well," said he, kissing it. "It is my master's ring."
And throwing the match on the ground, he trampled on it and extinguished it. The messenger uttered a cry of joy and clapped his hands. At this signal, 4 soldiers of the Seraska Khorshid suddenly appeared, and Selim fell, pierced by 5 blows. Each man had stabbed him separately, and intoxicated by their crime, though still pale with fear, they sought all over the cavern to discover if there was any fear of fire, after which they amused themselves by rolling on the bags of gold. At this moment my mother seized me in her arms, and hurrying noiselessly along the numerous turnings and windings known only to ourselves, she arrived at a private staircase of the kiosk.
where was a scene of frightful tumult and confusion. The lower rooms were entirely filled with Khorshid's troops, that is to say, with our enemies. Just as my mother was on the point of pushing open a small door, we heard the voice of the Pasha sounding in a loud and threatening tone. My mother applied her eye to the crack between the boards. I luckily found a small opening which afforded me a view of the apartment and what was passing within.
"What do you want?"
said my father to some people who were holding a paper inscribed with characters of gold.
"What we want," replied one, "is to communicate to you the will of His Highness. Do you see this firman?"
"I do," said my father.
"Well, read it. He demands your head."
My father answered with a loud laugh, which was more frightful than even threats would have been, and he had not ceased when 2 reports of a pistol were heard. He had fired them himself, and had killed 2 men. The Palikares, who were prostrated at my father's feet, now sprang up and fired, and the room was filled with fire and smoke. At the same instant the firing began on the other side, and the balls penetrated the boards all around us. Oh, how noble did the Grand Vizier, my father, look at that moment, in the midst of the flying bullets, his scimitar in his hand, and his face blackened with the powder of his enemies. And how he terrified them, even then, and made them fly before him.
"Selim! Selim!" cried he, "guardian of the fire, do your duty!" "Selim is dead,"
replied a voice which seemed to come from the depths of the earth.
"And you are lost, Ali."
At the same moment an explosion was heard, and the flooring of the room in which my father was sitting was suddenly torn up and shivered to atoms. The troops were firing from underneath. 3 or 4 Palikares fell with their bodies literally ploughed with wounds. My father howled aloud, plunged his fingers into the holes which the balls had made, and tore up one of the planks entire. But immediately through this opening 20 more shots were fired, and the flame, rushing up like fire from the crater of a volcano, soon reached the tapestry, which it quickly devoured. In the midst of all this frightful tumult and these terrific cries, 2 reports, fearfully distinct, followed by 2 shrieks more heart-rending than all, froze me with terror. These 2 shots had mortally wounded my father, and it was he who had given utterance to these frightful cries. However, he remained standing, clinging to a window. My mother tried to force the door, that she might go and die with him, but it was fastened on the inside. All around him were lying the Palikares, writhing in convulsive agonies, while 2 or 3, who were only slightly wounded, were trying to escape by springing from the windows. At this crisis the whole flooring suddenly gave way. My father fell on one knee, and at the same moment 20 hands were thrust forth, armed with sabres, pistols, and poniards. 20 blows were instantaneously directed against one man, and my father disappeared in a whirlwind of fire and smoke, kindled by these demons, and which seemed like hell itself, opening beneath his feet. I felt myself fall to the ground. My mother had fainted. Hady's arms fell by her side, and she uttered a deep groan. At the same time, looking towards the Count as if to ask if he was satisfied with her obedience to his commands, Monte-Cristo arose and approached her, took her hand and said to her in Romaic, "Calm yourself, my dear child, and take courage in remembering that there is a God who will punish traitors."
"It is a frightful story, Count," said Albert, terrified at the paleness of Hady's countenance, "and I reproach myself now for having been so cruel and thoughtless in my request."
"Oh, it is nothing," said Monte Cristo. Then patting the young girl on the head, he continued, "Hady is very courageous, and she sometimes even finds consolation in the recital of her misfortunes." "Because, my lord," said Hady eagerly, "my miseries recall to me the remembrance of your goodness." Albert looked at her with curiosity. for she had not yet related what he most desired to know, how she had become the slave of the Count. Haydée saw at a glance the same expression pervading the countenance of her two auditors. She exclaimed, "When my mother recovered her senses, we were before the Serasker. 'Kill,' said she, 'but spare the honour of the widow of Ali.' 'It is not to me whom you must address yourself,' said Khurshid. 'To whom, then?' 'To your new master.' 'Who and where is he?' 'He is here.' And Khurshid pointed out one who had more than any contributed to the death of my father," said Haydée in a tone of chastened anger. "Then," said Albert, "you became the property of this man?" "No," replied Haydée. "He did not dare to keep us, so we were sold to some slave merchants who were going to Constantinople. We traversed Greece and arrived half dead at the imperial gates. They were surrounded by a crowd of people who opened a way for us to pass, when suddenly my mother, having looked closely at an object which was attracting their attention, uttered a piercing cry and fell to the ground, pointing as she did so to a head which was placed over the gates, and beneath which were inscribed these words: 'This is the head of Ali Tepelini, Pasha of Yanina.' I cried bitterly and tried to raise my mother from the earth, but she was dead. I was taken to the slave market and was purchased by a rich Armenian. He caused me to be instructed, gave me masters, and when I was 13 years of age, he sold me to the Sultan Mahmud." "Of whom I bought her," said Monte-Cristo, "as I told you, Albert, with the emerald which formed a match to the one I had made into a box for the purpose of holding my hashish pills." "Oh, you are good, you are great, my lord," said Haydée, kissing the Count's hand, "and I am very fortunate in belonging to such a master." Albert remained quite bewildered with all that he had seen and heard. "Come, finish your cup of coffee," said Monte Cristo. "The history is ended." Chapter 78 of the Count of Monte Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 78. We hear from Yanina. If Valentine could have seen the trembling step and agitated countenance of France when he quitted the chamber of Monsieur Noirtier, even she would have been constrained to pity him. Villefort had only just given utterance to a few incoherent sentences, and then retired to his study, where he received, about 2 hours afterwards, the following letter. "After all the disclosures which were made this morning, Monsieur Noirtier de Villefort must see the utter impossibility of any alliance being formed between his family and that of Monsieur Franz d'Épinay. Monsieur d'Épinay must say that he is shocked and astonished that Monsieur de Villefort, who appeared to be aware of all the circumstances detailed this morning, should not have anticipated him in his announcement." No one who had seen the magistrate at this moment, so thoroughly unnerved by the recent inauspicious combination of circumstances, would have supposed for an instant that he had anticipated the annoyance, although it certainly never had occurred to him that his father would carry candour, or rather rudeness, so far as to relate such a history. And in justice to Villefort, it must be understood that Monsieur Noirtier, who never cared for the opinion of his son on any subject, had always omitted to explain the affair to Villefort, so that he had all his life entertained the belief that General de Quesnel, or the Baron d'Épinay, as he was alternately styled, according as the speaker wished to identify him by his own family name, or by the title which had been conferred on him, fell the victim of assassination, and not that he was killed fairly in a duel. This harsh letter, coming as it did from a man generally so polite and respectful, struck a mortal blow at the pride of Villefort. Hardly had he read the letter when his wife entered. The sudden departure of France, after being summoned by Monsieur Noirtier, had so much astonished everyone that the position of Madame de Villefort, left alone with the notary and the witnesses, became every moment more embarrassing. Determined to bear it no longer, she arose and left the room, saying she would go and make some inquiries into the cause of his sudden disappearance. Monsieur de Villefort's communications on the subject were very limited and concise. He told her, in fact, that an explanation had taken place between Monsieur Noirtier, Monsieur d'Épinay, and himself, and that the marriage of Valentine and Franz would consequently be broken off. This was an awkward and unpleasant thing to have to report to those who were awaiting her return in the chamber of her father-in-law. She therefore contented herself with saying that Monsieur Noirtier, having at the commencement of the discussion been attacked by a sort of apoplectic fit, the affair would necessarily be deferred for some days longer. This news, false as it was following so singularly in the train of the two similar misfortunes which had so recently occurred, evidently astonished the auditors, and they retired without a word. During this time Valentine, at once terrified and happy, after having embraced and thanked the feeble old man for thus breaking with a single blow the chain which she had been accustomed to consider as irrefragable, asked leave to retire to her own room, in order to recover her composure. Noirtier looked the permission which she solicited, but instead of going to her own room, Valentine, having once gained her liberty, entered the gallery, and, opening a small door at the end of it, found herself at once in the garden. In the midst of all the strange events which had crowded one on the other, an indefinable sentiment of dread had taken possession of Valentine's mind. She expected every moment that she should see Morel appear, pale and trembling, to forbid the signing of the contract, like the Laird of Ravenswood in The Bride of Lammermoor. It was high time for her to make her appearance at the gate, for Maximilian had long awaited her coming. He had half guessed what was going on when he saw Franz quit the cemetery with Monsieur de Villefort. He followed Monsieur d'Épinay, saw him enter, afterwards go out and then re-enter with Albert and Château Renaud. He had no longer any doubts as to the nature of the conference. He therefore quickly went to the gate in the clover patch, prepared to hear the result of the proceedings, and very certain that Valentine would hasten to him the first moment she should be set at liberty. He was not mistaken. Peering through the crevices of the wooden partition, he soon discovered the young girl, who cast aside all her usual precautions and walked at once to the barrier. The first glance which Maximilian directed towards her entirely reassured him, and the first words she spoke made his heart bound with delight. "We are saved," said Valentine. "Saved?" repeated Morel, not being able to conceive such intense happiness. "By whom?" "By my grandfather. Oh, Morel, pray love him for all his goodness to us." Morel swore to love him with all his soul, and at that moment he could safely promise to do so, for he felt as though it were not enough to love him merely as a friend or even as a father. "But tell me, Valentine, how has it all been effected? What strange means has he used to compass this blessed end?" Valentine was on the point of relating all that had passed, but she suddenly remembered that in doing so she must reveal a terrible secret which concerned others as well as her grandfather, and she said, "At some future time I will tell you all about it." "But when will that be?" "When I am your wife." The conversation had now turned upon a topic so pleasing to Morel that he was ready to accede to anything that Valentine thought fit to propose, and he likewise felt that a piece of intelligence such as he just heard ought to be more than sufficient to content him for one day. However, he would not leave without the promise of seeing Valentine again the next night. Valentine promised all that Morel required of her, and certainly it was less difficult now for her to believe that she should marry Maximilian than it was an hour ago to assure herself that she should not marry Franz. During the time occupied by the interview we have just detailed, Madame de Villefort had gone to visit Monsieur Noirtier. The old man looked at her with that stern and forbidding expression with which he was accustomed to receive her. "Sir," said she, "it is superfluous for me to tell you that Valentine's marriage is broken off, since it was here that the affair was concluded." Noirtier's countenance remained immovable.
"But one thing I can tell you, of which I do not think you are aware, that is, that I have always been opposed to this marriage, and that the contract was entered into entirely without my consent or approbation."
Noirtier regarded his daughter-in-law with the look of a man desiring an explanation.
"Now that this marriage, which I know you so much disliked, is done away with, I come to you on an errand which neither Monsieur de Villefort nor Valentine could consistently undertake."
Noirtier's eyes demanded the nature of her mission.
"I come to entreat you, sir," continued Madame de Villefort, "as the only one who has the right of doing so, inasmuch as I am the only one who will receive no personal benefit from the transaction. I come to entreat you to restore, not your love, for that she has always possessed, but to restore your fortune to your granddaughter."
There was a doubtful expression in Noirtier's eyes. He was evidently trying to discover the motive of this proceeding, and he could not succeed in doing so.
"May I hope, sir," said Madame de Villefort, "that your intentions accord with my request?"
Noirtier made a sign that they did.
"In that case, sir," rejoined Madame de Villefort, "I will leave you overwhelmed with gratitude and happiness at your prompt acquiescence to my wishes."
She then bowed to Monsieur Noirtier and retired. The next day Monsieur Noirtier sent for the notary. The first will was torn up and a second made, in which he left the whole of his fortune to Valentine, on condition that she should never be separated from him. It was then generally reported that Mademoiselle de Villefort, the heiress of the Marquis and Marchioness of Saint-Méran, had regained the good graces of her grandfather, and that she would ultimately be in possession of an income of 300,000 livres. While all the proceedings relative to the dissolution of the marriage contract were being carried on at the house of Monsieur de Villefort, Monte-Cristo had paid his visit to the Count of Morcerf, who, in order to lose no time in responding to Monsieur Danglars' wishes, and at the same time to pay all due deference to his position in society, donned his uniform of lieutenant-general, which he ornamented with all his crosses, and thus attired, ordered his finest horses, and drove to the Rue de la Chausse-d'Antin. Danglars was balancing his monthly accounts, and it was perhaps not the most favourable moment for finding him in his best humour. At the first sight of his old friend, Danglars assumed his majestic air and settled himself in his easy-chair. Morcerf, usually so stiff and formal, accosted the banker in an affable and smiling manner, and, feeling sure that the overture he was about to make would be well received, he did not consider it necessary to adopt any manoeuvres in order to gain his end, but went at once straight to the point. "Well, Baron," said he, "here I am at last. Some time has elapsed since our plans were formed, and they are not yet executed." Morcerf paused at these words, quietly waiting till the cloud should have dispersed which had gathered on the brow of Danglars, and which he attributed to his silence. But on the contrary, to his great surprise, it grew darker and darker. "To what do you allude, monsieur?" said Danglars, as if he were trying in vain to guess at the possible meaning of the general's words. "Ah," said Morcerf, "I see you are a stickler for forms, my dear sir, and you would remind me that the ceremonial rites should not be omitted. Ma foi, I beg your pardon, but as I have but one son, and it is the first time I have ever thought of marrying him, I am still serving my apprenticeship, you know. Come, I will reform." And Morcerf, with a forced smile, arose, and making a low bow to Monsieur Danglars, said, "Baron, I have the honour of asking of you the hand of Mademoiselle Eugénie Danglars for my son, the Vicomte Albert de Morcerf." But Danglars, instead of receiving this address in the favourable manner which Morcerf had expected, knit his brow, and without inviting the Count, who was still standing, to take a seat, he said, "Monsieur, it will be necessary to reflect before I give you an answer." "To reflect?" said Morcerf, more and more astonished. "Have you not had enough time for reflection during the 8 years which have elapsed since this marriage was first discussed between us?"
Count," said the banker, "things are constantly occurring in the world to induce us to lay aside our most established opinions, or at all events to cause us to remodel them according to the change of circumstances which may have placed affairs in a totally different light to that in which we at first viewed them." "I do not understand you, Baron," said Morcerf. "What I mean to say is this, sir, that during the last fortnight unforeseen circumstances have occurred." "Excuse me," said Morcerf, "but is it a play we are acting?" "A play?" "Yes, for it is like one. Pray let us come more to the point, and endeavour thoroughly to understand each other." "That is quite my desire." "You have seen Monsieur de Monte-Cristo, have you not?" "I see him very often," said Danglars, drawing himself up. "He is a particular friend of mine." "Well, in one of your late conversations with him, you said that I appeared to be forgetful and irresolute concerning this marriage, did you not?" "I did say so." "Well, here I am, proving at once that I am really neither the one nor the other, by entreating you to keep your promise on that score." Danglars did not answer. "Have you so soon changed your mind?" added Morcerf, "or have you only provoked my request, that you may have the pleasure of seeing me humbled?" Danglars, seeing that if he continued the conversation in the same tone in which he had begun it, the whole thing might turn out to his own disadvantage, turned to Morcerf and said, "Count, you must doubtless be surprised at my reserve, and I assure you it cost me much to act in such a manner towards you. But believe me when I say that imperative necessity has imposed the painful task upon me." "These are also many empty words, my dear sir," said Morcerf. "They might satisfy a new acquaintance, but the Comte de Morcerf does not rank in that list, and when a man like him comes to another, recalls to him his plighted word, and this man fails to redeem the pledge, he has at least a right to exact from him a good reason for doing so." Danglars was a coward, but did not wish to appear so. He was piqued at the tone which Morcerf had just assumed. "I am not without a good reason for my conduct," replied the banker. "What do you mean to say?" "I mean to say that I have good reason, but that it is difficult to explain." "You must be aware, at all events, that it is impossible for me to understand motives before they are explained to me. But one thing at least is clear, which is, that you decline allying yourself with my family." "No, sir," said Danglars. "I merely suspend my decision, that is all." "And do you really flatter yourself that I shall yield to all your caprice, and quietly and humbly await the time of again being received into your good graces?" "Then, Count, if you will not wait, we must look upon these projects as if they had never been entertained." The Count bit his lips till the blood almost started. To prevent the ebullition of anger which his proud and irritable temper scarcely allowed him to restrain, understanding, however, that in the present state of things the laugh would decidedly be against him, he turned from the door, towards which he had been directing his steps, and again confronted the banker. A cloud settled on his brow, evincing decided anxiety and uneasiness, instead of the expression of offended pride which had lately reigned there. "My dear Danglars," said Morcerf, "we have been acquainted for many years, and consequently we ought to make some allowance for each other's failings. You owe me an explanation, and really it is but fair that I should know what circumstance has occurred to deprive my son of your favour." "It is from no personal ill-feeling towards the Viscount, that is all I can say, sir," replied Danglars, who resumed his insolent manner as soon as he perceived that Morcerf was a little softened and calmed down. "And towards whom do you bear this personal ill-feeling, then?" said Morcerf, turning pale with anger. The expression of the Count's face had not remained unperceived by the banker. He fixed on him a look of greater assurance than before, and said, "You may perhaps be better satisfied
that I should not go farther into particulars." A tremor of suppressed rage shook the whole frame of the Count, and making a violent effort over himself, he said, "I have a right to insist on your giving me an explanation. Is it Madame de Morcerf who has displeased you? Is it my fortune which you find insufficient? Is it because my opinions differ from yours?" "Nothing of the kind, sir," replied Danglars. "If such had been the case, I only should have been to blame, inasmuch as I was aware of all these things when I made the engagement. No, do not seek any longer to discover the reason. I really am quite ashamed to have been the cause of your undergoing such severe self-examination. Let us drop the subject and adopt the middle course of delay, which implies neither a rupture nor an engagement. Ma foi, there is no hurry. My daughter is only 17 years old, and your son 21. While we wait, time will be progressing, events will succeed each other. Things which in the evening look dark and obscure appear but too clearly in the light of morning, and sometimes the utterance of one word, or the lapse of a single day, will reveal the most cruel calumnies." "Calumnies, did you say, sir?" cried Morcerf, turning livid with rage. "Does anyone dare to slander me?" "Monsieur, I told you that I considered it best to avoid all explanation." "Then, sir, I am patiently to submit to your refusal?" "Yes, sir, although I assure you the refusal is as painful for me to give as it is for you to receive, for I had reckoned on the honour of your alliance, and the breaking off of a marriage contract always injures the lady more than the gentleman." "Enough, sir," said Morcerf. "We will speak no more on the subject." And clutching his gloves in anger, he left the apartment. Danglars observed that during the whole conversation Morcerf had never once dared to ask if it was on his own account that Danglars recalled his word. That evening he had a long conference with several friends, and Monsieur Cavalcanti, who had remained in the drawing-room with the ladies, was the last to leave the banker's house. The next morning, as soon as he awoke, Danglars asked for the newspapers. They were brought to him. He laid aside 3 or 4, and at last fixed on the Impartial, the paper of which Beauchamp was the chief editor. He hastily tore off the cover, opened the journal with nervous precipitation, passed contemptuously over the Paris jottings, and arriving at the miscellaneous intelligence, stopped with a malicious smile at a paragraph headed, "We hear from Yanina." "Very good," observed Danglars, after having read the paragraph. "Here is a little article on Colonel Fernand, which, if I am not mistaken, would render the explanation which the Comte de Morcerf required of me perfectly unnecessary." At the same moment, that is, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Albert de Morcerf, dressed in a black coat, buttoned up to his chin, might have been seen walking with a quick and agitated step in the direction of Monte-Cristo's house in the Champs-Élysées. When he presented himself at the gate, the porter informed him that the Count had gone out about half an hour previously. "Did he take the Baptistin with him?" "No, my lord." "Call him, then. I wish to speak to him." The concierge went to seek the valet de chambre, and returned with him in an instant. "My good friend," said Albert, "I beg pardon for my intrusion, but I was anxious to know from your own mouth if your master was really out or not." "He is really out, sir," replied Baptistin. "Out even to me?" "I know how happy my master always is to receive the Vicomte," said Baptistin, "and I should therefore never think of including him in any general order." "You are right. And now I wish to see him on an affair of great importance. Do you think it will be long before he comes in?" "No, I think not, for he ordered his breakfast at 10 o'clock." "Well, I will go and take a turn in the Champs-Élysées, and at 10 o'clock I will return here. Meanwhile, if the Count should come in, will you beg him not to go out again without seeing me?" "You may depend on my doing so, sir," said Baptistin. Albert left the cab in which he had come at the Count's door, intending to take a turn on foot. As he was passing the Allée des Veuves, he thought he saw the Count's horses standing at Gosset's shooting gallery. He approached, and soon recognized the coachman. "Is the Count shooting in the gallery?" said Morcerf. "Yes, sir," replied the coachman. While he was speaking, Albert had heard the report of 2 or 3 pistol shots. He entered, and on his way met the waiter.
"Excuse me, my lord," said the lad, "but will you have the kindness to wait a moment?"
"Wait for Philippe?" asked Albert, who, being a constant visitor there, did not understand this opposition to his entrance.
"Because the person who is now in the gallery prefers being alone, and never practices in the presence of anyone."
"Not even before you, Philippe? Then who loads his pistol?"
"His servant."
"A Nubian?"
"A negro."
"It is he, then."
"Do you know this gentleman?"
"Yes, and I am come to look for him. He is a friend of mine."
"Oh, that is quite another thing. Then I will go immediately and inform him of your arrival."
And Philippe, urged by his own curiosity, entered the gallery. A second afterwards Monte-Cristo appeared on the threshold. "I ask your pardon, my dear Count," said Albert, "for following you here, and I must first tell you that it was not the fault of your servants that I did so. I alone am to blame for the indiscretion. I went to your house, and they told me you were out, but that they expected you home at 10 o'clock to breakfast. I was walking about in order to pass away the time till 10 o'clock, when I caught sight of your carriage and horses. What you have just said induces me to hope that you intend breakfasting with me." "No, thank you. I am thinking of other things besides breakfast just now. Perhaps we may take that meal at a later hour, and in worse company." "What on earth are you talking about?" "I am to fight today." "For what?" "I am going to fight." "Yes, I understand that. But what is the quarrel? People fight for all sorts of reasons, you know." "I fight in the cause of honor." "Ah, that is something serious." "So serious that I come to beg you to render me a service." "What is it?" "To be my second." "That is a serious matter, and we will not discuss it here. Let us speak of nothing till we get home. Ali, bring me some water." The Count turned up his sleeves and passed into the little vestibule where the gentlemen were accustomed to wash their hands after shooting.
"Come in, my lord," said Philippe in a low tone, "and I will show you something droll."
Morcerf entered, and in place of the usual target, he saw some playing cards fixed against the wall. At a distance Albert thought it was a complete suit, for he counted from the ace to the 10. "Aha!" said Albert. "I see you are preparing for a game of cards." "No," said the Count. "I was making a suit." "How?" said Albert. "Those are really aces and 2s which you see, but my shots have turned them into 3s, 5s, 7s, 8s, 9s, and 10s. Albert approached. In fact, the bullets had actually pierced the cards in the exact places which the painted signs would otherwise have occupied, the lines and distances being as regularly kept as if they had been ruled with pencil. "Diable!" said Morcerf. "What would you have, my dear Viscount?" said Monte Cristo, wiping his hands on the towel which Ali had brought him. "I must occupy my leisure moments in some way or other. But come, I am waiting for you." Both men entered Monte Cristo's carriage, which in the course of a few minutes deposited them safely at number 30. Monte Cristo took Albert into his study, and pointing to a seat, placed another for himself. "Now let us talk the matter over quietly," said the Count. "You see I am perfectly composed," said Albert. "With whom are you going to fight?" "With Beauchamp." "One of your friends." "Of course. It is always with friends that one fights." "I suppose you have some cause of quarrel." "I have." "What has he done to you?" "There appeared in his journal last night. But wait, read for yourself." and Albert handed over the paper to the Count, who read as follows. A correspondent at Yanina informs us of a fact of which until now we had remained in ignorance. The castle which formed the protection of the town was given up to the Turks by a French officer named Fernand, in whom the Grand Vizier, Ali Tepelini, had reposed the greatest confidence. Well, said Monte Cristo, what do you see in that to annoy you? What do I see in it? Yes, what does it signify to you if the castle of Yanina was given up by a French officer? It signifies to my father, the Count of Morcerf, whose Christian name is Fernand. Did your father serve under Ali Pasha? Yes, that is to say, he fought for the independence of the Greeks, and hence arises the calumny. Oh, my dear Viscount, do talk reason. I do not desire to do otherwise. Now just tell me, who the devil should know in France that the officer Fernand and the Count of Morcerf are one and the same person? And who cares now about Yanina, which was taken as long ago as the year 1822 or 1823? That just shows the meanness of this slander. They have allowed all this time to elapse, and then all of a sudden rake up events which have been forgotten, to furnish materials for scandal, in order to tarnish the lustre of our high position. I inherit my father's name, and I do not choose that the shadow of disgrace should darken it. I am going to Beauchamp, in whose journal this paragraph appears, and I shall insist on his retracting the assertion before 2 witnesses. Beauchamp will never retract. Then he must fight. No, he will not, for he will tell you what is very true, that perhaps there were 50 officers in the Greek army bearing the same name. We will fight nevertheless. I will efface that blot on my father's character. My father, who was such a brave soldier, whose career was so brilliant. Oh, well, he will add, we are warranted in believing that this Fernand is not the illustrious Count of Morcerf, who also bears the same Christian name. I am determined not to be content with anything short of an entire retraction. And you intend to make him do it in the presence of 2 witnesses, do you? Yes. You do wrong. Which means, I suppose, that you refuse the service which I ask of you. You know my theory regarding duels. I told you my opinion on that subject, if you remember when we were at Rome. Nevertheless, my dear Count, I found you this morning engaged in an occupation but little consistent with the notions you profess to entertain. Because, my dear fellow, you understand one must never be eccentric. If one's lot is cast among fools, it is necessary to study folly. I shall perhaps find myself one day called out by some harebrained scamp who has no more real cause of quarrel with me than you have with Beauchamp. He may take me to task for some foolish trifle or other. He will bring his witnesses, or will insult me in some public place, and I am expected to kill him for all that. You admit that you would fight, then? Well, if so, why do you object to my doing so? I do not say that you ought not to fight. I only say that a duel is a serious thing, and ought not to be undertaken without due reflection. Did he reflect before he insulted my father? If he spoke hastily, and owns that he did so, you ought to be satisfied. Ah, my dear Count, you are far too indulgent. And you are far too exacting. Supposing, for instance, and do not be angry at what I am going to say. Well? Supposing the assertion to be really true. A son ought not to submit to such a stain on his father's honour. Ma foi, we live in times when there is much to which we must submit. That is precisely the fault of the age. And do you undertake to reform it? Yes, as far as I am personally concerned. Well, you are indeed exacting, my dear fellow. Yes, I own it. Are you quite impervious to good advice?
Not when it comes from a friend. And do you account me that title? Certainly I do. Well, then, before you go into Beauchamp with your witnesses, seek further information on the subject. From whom? From Haydée. Why, what can be the use of mixing a woman up in the affair? What can she do in it? She can declare to you, for example, that your father had no hand whatever in the defeat and death of the vizier. Or if by chance he had, indeed, the misfortune to— I have told you, my dear Count, that I would not for one moment admit of such a proposition. You reject this means of information, then? I do, most decidedly. Then let me offer one more word of advice. Do so, then, but let it be the last. You do not wish to hear it, perhaps? On the contrary, I request it. Do not take any witnesses with you when you go to Beauchamp. Visit him alone. That would be contrary to old custom. Your case is not an ordinary one. And what is your reason for advising me to go alone? Because then the affair will rest between you and Beauchamp. Explain yourself. I will do so. If Beauchamp be disposed to retract, you ought at least to give him the opportunity of doing it of his own free will. The satisfaction to you will be the same. If on the contrary he refuses to do so, it will then be quite time enough to admit two strangers into your secret. They will not be strangers. They will be friends. Ah, but the friends of today are the enemies of tomorrow. Beauchamp, for instance. So you recommend— I recommend you to be prudent. Then you advise me to go alone to Beauchamp? I do, and I will tell you why. When you wish to obtain some concession from a man's self-love, you must avoid even the appearance of wishing to wound it. I believe you are right. I am glad of it. Then I will go alone. Go, but you do better still by not going at all. That is impossible. Do so then. It will be a wiser plan than the first which you proposed. But if, in spite of all my precautions, I am at last obliged to fight, will you not be my second? My dear Viscount, said Monte Cristo gravely, you must have seen before today that at all times and in all places I have been at your disposal. But the service which you have just demanded of me is one which is out of my power to render you. Why? Perhaps you may know at some future period, and in the meantime I request you to excuse my declining to put you in possession of my reasons. Well, I will have France and Château Renaud. They will be the very men for it. Do so, then. But if I do fight, you will surely not object to giving me a lesson or two in shooting and fencing. That, too, is impossible. What a singular being you are! You will not interfere in anything. You are right. That is the principle on which I wish to act. We will say no more about it, then. Goodbye, Count. Morcerf took his hat and left the room. He found his carriage at the door, and doing his utmost to restrain his anger, he went at once to find Beauchamp, who was in his office. It was a gloomy, dusty-looking apartment, such as journalists' offices have always been from time immemorial. The servant announced Monsieur Albert de Morcerf. Beauchamp repeated the name to himself, as though he could scarcely believe that he had heard aright, and then gave orders for him to be admitted. Albert entered. Beauchamp uttered an exclamation of surprise on seeing his friend leap over and trample underfoot all the newspapers which were strewed about the room. This way, my dear Albert," said he, holding out his hand to the young man. "Are you out of your senses? Or do you come peaceably to take breakfast with me? Try and find a seat. There is one by that geranium, which is the only thing in the room to remind me that there are other leaves in the world besides leaves of paper." "Beauchamp," said Albert, "it is of your journal that I come to speak." "Indeed. What do you wish to say about it?" "I desire that a statement contained in it should be rectified." "To what do you refer? But pray sit down." "Thank you," said Albert with a cold and formal bow. "Will you now have the kindness to explain the nature of the statement which has displeased you?" "An announcement has been made which implicates the honour of a member of my family." "What is it?" said Beauchamp, much surprised. "Surely you must be mistaken." "The story sent you from Yanina." "Yanina?" "Yes. Really, you appear to be totally ignorant of the cause which brings me here." "Such is really the case, I assure you. Upon my honour. Baptiste, give me yesterday's paper," cried Beauchamp. "Here, I have brought mine with me," replied Albert. Beauchamp took the paper and read the article to which Albert pointed in an undertone. "You see, it is a serious annoyance," said Morcerf, when Beauchamp had finished the perusal of the paragraph. "Is the officer referred to a relation of yours, then?" demanded the journalist. "Yes," said Albert, blushing. "Well, what do you wish me to do for you?" said Beauchamp mildly. "My dear Beauchamp, I wish you to contradict this statement." Beauchamp looked at Albert with a benevolent expression. "Come," said he, "this matter will want a good deal of talking over. A retraction is always a serious thing, you know. Sit down, and I will read it again." Albert resumed his seat, and Beauchamp read with more attention than at first the lines denounced by his friend. "Well," said Albert in a determined tone, "you see that your paper has insulted a member of my family, and I insist on a retraction being made." "You insist?" "Yes, I insist." "Permit me to remind you that you are not in the chamber, my dear Vicomte." "Nor do I wish to be there," replied the young man, rising. "I repeat that I am determined to have the announcement of yesterday contradicted. You have known me long enough," continued Albert, biting his lips convulsively, for he saw that Beauchamp's anger was beginning to rise. "You have been my friend, and therefore sufficiently intimate with me to be aware that I am likely to maintain my resolution on this point." "I have been your friend, Morcerf. Your present manner of speaking would almost lead me to forget that I ever bore that title. But wait a moment. Do not let us get angry, or at least not yet. You are irritated and vexed. Tell me how this Fernand is related to you." "He is merely my father," said Albert. "Monsieur Fernand Mondego, Count of Morcerf, an old soldier who has fought in 20 battles, and whose honourable scars they would denounce as badges of disgrace." "Is it your father?" said Beauchamp. "That is quite another thing. Then I can well understand your indignation, my dear Albert. I will look at it again." And he read the paragraph for the third time, laying a stress on each word as he proceeded. "But the paper nowhere identifies this Fernand with your father." "No, but the connection will be seen by others, and therefore I will have the article contradicted." At the words, "I will," Beauchamp steadily raised his eyes to Albert's countenance, and then, as gradually lowering them, he remained thoughtful for a few moments. "You will retract this assertion, will you not, Beauchamp?" said Albert with increased, though stifled anger. "Yes," replied Beauchamp. "Immediately?" said Albert. "When I am convinced that the statement is false." "What?" "The thing is worth looking into, and I will take pains to investigate the matter thoroughly." "But what is there to investigate, sir?" said Albert, enraged beyond measure at Beauchamp's last remark. "If you do not believe that it is my father, say so immediately. And if on the contrary you believe it to be him, state your reasons for doing so." Beauchamp looked at Albert with the smile which was so peculiar to him, and which in its numerous modifications served to express every varied emotion of his mind. "Sir," replied he, "if you came to me with the idea of demanding satisfaction, You should have gone at once to the point, and not have entertained me with the idle conversation to which I have been patiently listening for the last half-hour. Am I to put this construction on your visit? Yes, if you will not consent to retract that infamous calumny. Wait a moment. No threats, if you please, Monsieur Fernand Mondego, Vicomte de Morcerf. I never allow them from my enemies, and therefore shall not put up with them from my friends. You insist on my contradicting the article relating to General Fernand, an article with which, I assure you on my word of honour, I had nothing whatever to do. Yes, I insist on it, said Albert, whose mind was beginning to get bewildered with the excitement of his feelings. And if I refuse to retract, you wish to fight, do you? Said Beauchamp in a calm tone. Yes, replied Albert, raising his voice. Well, said Beauchamp, here is my answer, my dear sir. The article was not inserted by me. I was not even aware of it, but you have, by the step you have taken, called my attention to the paragraph in question, and it will remain until it shall be either contradicted or confirmed by someone who has a right to do so. Sir, said Albert, rising, I will do myself the honour of sending my seconds to you, and you will be kind enough to arrange with them the place of meeting and the weapons. Certainly, my dear sir. And this evening, if you please, or tomorrow at the latest, we will meet. No, I will be on the ground at the proper time, but in my opinion, and I have a right to dictate the preliminaries, as it is I who have received the provocation, in my opinion the time ought not to be yet. I know you to be well skilled in the management of the sword, while I am only moderately so. I know too that you are a good marksman. There we are about equal. I know that a duel between us two would be a serious affair, because you are brave and I am brave also. I do not therefore wish either to kill you or to be killed myself without a cause. Now I am going to put a question to you, and one very much to the purpose too. Do you insist on this retraction so far as to kill me if I do not make it, although I have repeated more than once and affirmed on my honour that I was ignorant of the thing with which you charge me, and although I still declare that it is impossible for anyone but you to recognize the Count of Morcerf under the name of Fernand? I maintain my original resolution. Very well, my dear sir. Then I consent to cut throats with you. But I require 3 weeks' preparation. At the end of that time I shall come and say to you, the assertion is false and I retract it. Or the assertion is true, when I shall immediately draw the sword from its sheath, or the pistols from the case, whichever you please. 3 weeks? Cried Albert. They will pass as slowly as 3 centuries, when I am all the time suffering dishonour. Had you continued to remain on amicable terms with me, I should have said, patience, my friend. But you have constituted yourself my enemy. Therefore I say, what does that signify to me, sir? Well, let it be 3 weeks then, said Morcerf. But remember, at the expiration of that time, no delay or subterfuge will justify you in— Monsieur Albert de Morcerf, said Beauchamp, rising in his turn, I cannot throw you out of window for 3 weeks, that is to say, for 24 days to come, nor have you any right to split my skull open till that time has elapsed. Today is the 29th of August. The 21st of September will, therefore, be the conclusion of the term agreed on. Until that time arrives, and it is the advice of a gentleman which I am about to give you, till then we will refrain from growling and barking like 2 dogs chained within sight of each other. When he had concluded his speech, Beauchamp bowed coldly to Albert, turned his back upon him, and went to the press-room. Albert vented his anger on a pile of newspapers, which he sent flying all over the office by switching them violently with his stick, after which ebullition he departed, not, however, without walking several times to the door of the press-room, as if he had half a mind to enter.
while Albert was lashing the front of his carriage in the same manner that he had the newspapers which were the innocent agents of his discomfiture. As he was crossing the barrier he perceived Morel, who was walking with a quick step and a bright eye. He was passing the Chinese baths, and appeared to have come from the direction of the Porte Saint-Martin, and to be going towards the Madeleine. "Ah," said Morcerf, "there goes a happy man." And it so happened Albert was not mistaken in his opinion. Chapter 79 of The Count of Monte-Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 79. The Lemonade. Morel was, in fact, very happy. Mr. Noirtier had just sent for him, and he was in such haste to know the reason of his doing so that he had not stopped to take a cab, placing infinitely more dependence on his own 2 legs than on the 4 legs of a cab-horse. He had therefore set off at a furious rate from the Rue Meslay, and was hastening with rapid strides in the direction of the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. Morel advanced with a firm, manly tread, and poor Barrois followed him as he best might. Morel was only 31. Barrois was 60 years of age. Morel was deeply in love, and Barrois was dying with heat and exertion. These 2 men, thus opposed in age and interests, resembled 2 parts of a triangle, presenting the extremes of separation, yet nevertheless possessing their point of union. This point of union was Noirtier, and it was he who had just sent for Morel, with the request that the latter would lose no time in coming to him, a command which Morel obeyed to the letter, to the great discomfiture of Barrois. On arriving at the house, Morel was not even out of breath, for love lends wings to our desires, but Barrois, who had long forgotten what it was to love, was sorely fatigued by the expedition he had been constrained to use. The old servant introduced Morel by a private entrance, closed the door of the study, and soon the rustling of a dress announced the arrival of Valentine. She looked marvellously beautiful in her deep mourning dress, and Morel experienced such intense delight in gazing upon her that he felt as if he could almost have dispensed with the conversation of her grandfather. But the easy chair of the old man was heard rolling along the floor, and he soon made his appearance in the room. Noirtier acknowledged by a look of extreme kindness and benevolence the thanks which Morel lavished on him for his timely intervention on behalf of Valentine and himself, an intervention which had saved them from despair. Morel then cast on the invalid an interrogative look as to new favour which he designed to bestow on him. Valentine was sitting at a little distance from them, timidly awaiting the moment when she should be obliged to speak. Noirtier fixed his eyes on her. "Am I to say what you told me?" asked Valentine. Noirtier made a sign that she was to do so. "Monsieur Morel," said Valentine to the young man, who was regarding her with the most intense interest, "my grandfather, Monsieur Noirtier, had 1,000 things to say, which he told me 3 days ago, and now he has sent for you, that I may repeat them to you. I will repeat them then, and since he has chosen me as his interpreter, I will be faithful to the trust and will not alter a word of his intentions." "Oh, I am listening with the greatest impatience," replied the young man. "Speak, I beg of you." Valentine cast down her eyes. This was a good omen for Morel, for he knew that nothing but happiness could have the power of thus overcoming Valentine. "My grandfather intends leaving this house," said she, "and Barrois is looking out suitable apartments for him in another." "But you, Mademoiselle de Villefort, you who are necessary to Monsieur Noirtier's happiness." "I?" interrupted Valentine. "I shall not leave my grandfather. That is an understood thing between us. My apartment will be close to his. Now, Monsieur de Villefort must either give his consent to this plan or his refusal. In the first case, I shall leave directly, and in the second, I shall wait till I am of age, which will be in about 10 months. Then I shall be free. I shall have an independent fortune, and "And what?" demanded Morel.
"And with my grandfather's consent, I shall fulfil the promise which I have made you."
Valentine pronounced these last few words in such a low tone that nothing but Morel's intense interest in what she was saying could have enabled him to hear them.
"Have I not explained your wishes, grandpapa?"
said Valentine, addressing Noirtier. "Yes," looked the old man.
"Once under my grandfather's roof, Monsieur Morel can visit me in the presence of my good and worthy protector. If we still feel that the union we contemplated will be likely to ensure our future comfort and happiness, in that case I shall expect Monsieur Morel to come and claim me at my own hands. But alas, I have heard it said that hearts inflamed by obstacles to their desire grew cold in time of security. I trust we shall never find it so in our experience."
"Oh!" cried Morel, almost tempted to throw himself on his knees before Noirtier and Valentine, and to adore them as two superior beings. "What have I ever done in my life to merit such unbounded happiness?"
"Until that time,"
continued the young girl in a calm and self-possessed tone of voice,
"we will conform to circumstance, and be guided by the wishes of our friends, so long as those wishes do not tend finally to separate us. In a word, and I repeat it because it expresses all I wish to convey, we will wait."
"And I swear to make all the sacrifices which this word imposes, sir," said Morel, "not only with resignation, but with cheerfulness."
"Therefore," continued Valentine, looking playfully at Maximilien, "no more inconsiderate actions, no more rash projects, for you surely would not wish to compromise one who from this day regards herself as destined honourably and happily to bear your name."
Morel looked obedience to her commands. Noirtier regarded the lovers with a look of ineffable tenderness, while Barrois, who had remained in the room in the character of a man privileged to know everything that passed, smiled on the youthful couple, as he wiped the perspiration from his bald forehead.
"How hot you look, my good Barrois," said Valentine.
"Ah, I have been running very fast, mademoiselle. But I must do Monsieur Morel the justice to say that he ran still faster."
Noirtier directed their attention to a waiter, on which was placed a decanter containing lemonade and a glass. The decanter was nearly full, with the exception of a little which had been already drunk by Monsieur Noirtier.
"Come, Barrois," said the young girl, "take some of this lemonade. I see you are coveting a good draught of it."
"The fact is, mademoiselle," said Barrois, "I am dying with thirst, and since you are so kind as to offer it to me, I cannot say I should at all object to drinking your health in a glass of it."
"Take some then, and come back immediately."
Barrois took away the waiter, and hardly was he outside the door, which in his haste he forgot to shut, than they saw him throw back his head and empty to the very dregs the glass which Valentine had filled. Valentine and Morel were exchanging their adieux in the presence of Noirtier, when a ring was heard at the door-bell. It was the signal of a visit. Valentine looked at her watch.
"It is past noon," said she, "and today is Saturday. I dare say it is the doctor, grandpapa."
Noirtier looked his conviction that she was right in her supposition.
"He will come in here, and Monsieur Morel had better go. Do you not think so, grandpapa?"
"Yes," sighed the old man.
"Barrois!"
cried Valentine.
"Barrois!"
"I am coming, mademoiselle,"
replied he.
"Barrois will open the door for you," said Valentine, addressing Morel. "And now, remember one thing, monsieur officer, that my grandfather commands you not to take any rash or ill-advised step which would be likely to compromise our happiness."
"I promised him to wait," replied Morel, "and I will wait." At this moment Barrois entered.
"Who rang?"
asked Valentine.
"Dr. d'Avrigny,"
said Barrois, staggering as if he would fall.
"What is the matter, Barrois?"
said Valentine. The old man did not answer, but looked at his master with wild, staring eyes, while with his cramped hand he grasped a piece of furniture to enable him to stand upright. "He is going to fall," cried Morel. The rigours which had attacked Barrois gradually increased. The features of the face became quite altered, and the convulsive movement of the muscles appeared to indicate the approach of a most serious nervous disorder. Noirtier, seeing Barrois in this pitiable condition, showed by his looks all the various emotions of sorrow and sympathy which can animate the heart of a man. Barrois made some steps towards his master. "Ah, sir," said he, "tell me what is the matter with me. I am suffering. I cannot see. 1,000 fiery darts are piercing my brain. Oh, don't touch me. Pray don't." By this time his haggard eyes had the appearance of being ready to start from their sockets. His head fell back, and the lower extremities of the body began to stiffen. Valentine uttered a cry of horror. Morel took her in his arms as if to defend her from some unknown danger. "Monsieur d'Avrigny! Monsieur d'Avrigny!" cried she in a stifled voice. "Help! Help!" Barrois turned round and with a great effort stumbled a few steps, then fell at the feet of Noirtier, and resting his hand on the knee of the invalid, exclaimed, "My master! My good master!" At this moment, Monsieur de Villefort, attracted by the noise, appeared on the threshold. Morel relaxed his hold of Valentine, and retreating to a distant corner of the room, remained half hidden behind a curtain. Pale, as if he had been gazing on a serpent, he fixed his terrified eye on the agonized sufferer. Noirtier, burning with impatience and terror, was in despair at his utter inability to help his old domestic, whom he regarded more in the light of a friend than a servant. One might be the fearful swelling of the veins of his forehead, and the contraction of the muscles around the eye trace the terrible conflict which was going on between the living, energetic mind and the inanimate and helpless body. Barrois, his features convulsed, his eyes suffused with blood, and his head thrown back, was lying at full length, beating the floor with his hands, while his legs had become so stiff that they looked as if they would break rather than bend. A slight appearance of foam was visible around the mouth, and he breathed painfully and with extreme difficulty. Villefort seemed stupefied with astonishment, and remained gazing intently on the scene before him without uttering a word. He had not seen Morel. After a moment of dumb contemplation, during which his face became pale and his hair seemed to stand on end, he sprang toward the door, crying out, "Doctor! Doctor! Come instantly! Pray come!" "Madame! Madame!" cried Valentine, calling her stepmother, and running upstairs to meet her. "Come, quick, quick, and bring your bottle of smelling salts with you." "What is the matter?" said Madame de Villefort in a harsh and constrained tone. "Oh, come, come!" "But where is the doctor?" exclaimed Villefort. "Where is he?" Madame de Villefort now deliberately descended the staircase. In one hand she held her handkerchief, with which she appeared to be wiping her face, and in the other a bottle of English smelling salts. Her first look on entering the room was at Noirtier, whose face, independent of the emotion which such a scene could not fail of producing, proclaimed him to be in possession of his usual health. Her second glance was at the dying man. She turned pale, and her eye passed quickly from the servant and rested on the master. "In the name of heaven, madame," said Villefort, "where is the doctor? He was with you just now. You see this a fit of apoplexy, and he might be saved if he could be but bled." "Has he eaten anything lately?" asked Madame de Villefort, eluding her husband's question. "Madame," replied Valentine, "he has not even breakfasted. He has been running very fast on an errand with which my grandfather charged him, and when he returned, took nothing but a glass of lemonade." "Ah," said Madame de Villefort, "why did he not take wine? Lemonade was a very bad thing for him." "Grandpapa's bottle of lemonade was standing just by his side. Poor Barrois
was very thirsty, and was thankful to drink anything he could find." Madame de Villefort started. Noirtier looked at her with a glance of the most profound scrutiny. "He was such a short neck," said she. "Madame," said Villefort, "I ask where is Monsieur d'Avrigny? In God's name, answer me." "He is with Edward, who is not quite well," replied Madame de Villefort, no longer being able to avoid answering. Villefort rushed upstairs to fetch him. "Take this," said Madame de Villefort, giving her smelling bottle to Valentine. "They will no doubt bleed him, therefore I will retire, for I cannot endure the sight of blood." And she followed her husband upstairs. Morel now emerged from his hiding-place, where he had remained quite unperceived, so great had been the general confusion. "Go away as quick as you can, Maximilian," said Valentine, "and stay till I send for you. Go." Morel looked towards Noirtier for permission to retire. The old man, who had preserved all his usual coolness, made a sign to him to do so. The young man pressed Valentine's hand to his lips, then left the house by a back staircase. At the same moment that he quitted the room, Villefort and the doctor entered by an opposite door. Barrois was now showing signs of returning consciousness. The crisis seemed past. A low moaning was heard, and he raised himself on one knee. d'Avrigny and Villefort laid him on a couch. "What do you prescribe, doctor?" demanded Villefort. "Give me some water and ether. You have some in the house, have you not?" "Yes." "Send for some oil of turpentine and tartar emetic." Villefort immediately dispatched a messenger. "And now let everyone retire." "Must I go too?" asked Valentine timidly. "Yes, mademoiselle, you especially," replied the doctor abruptly. Valentine looked at Monsieur d'Avrigny with astonishment, kissed her grandfather on the forehead, and left the room. The doctor closed the door after her with a gloomy air. "Look, look, doctor," said Villefort. "He is quite coming round again. I really do not think, after all, it is anything of consequence." Monsieur d'Avrigny answered by a melancholy smile. "How do you feel, Barrois?" asked he. "A little better, sir." "Will you drink some of this ether and water?" "I will try, but don't touch me." "Why not?" "Because I feel that if you were only to touch me with the tip of your finger, the fit would return." "Drink." Barrois took the glass, and raising it to his purple lips, took about half of the liquid offered him. "Where do you suffer?" asked the doctor. "Everywhere. I feel cramps over my whole body." "Do you find any dazzling sensation before the eyes?" "Yes." "Any noise in the ears?" "Frightful." "When did you first feel that?" "Just now." "Suddenly?" "Yes, like a clap of thunder." "Did you feel nothing of it yesterday or the day before?" "Nothing." "No drowsiness?" "None." "What have you eaten today?" "I have eaten nothing. I only drank a glass of my master's lemonade, that's all." And Barrois turned towards Noirtier, who, immovably fixed in his armchair, was contemplating this terrible scene without allowing a word or a movement to escape him. "Where is this lemonade?" asked the doctor eagerly. "Downstairs, in the decanter." "Whereabouts downstairs?" "In the kitchen." "Shall I go and fetch it, doctor?" inquired Villefort. "No. Stay here and try to make Barrois drink the rest of this glass of ether and water. I will go myself and fetch the lemonade." d'Avrigny bounded towards the door, flew down the back staircase, and almost knocked down Madame de Villefort in his haste, who was herself going down to the kitchen. She cried out, but d'Avrigny paid no attention to her. Possessed with but one idea, he cleared the last 4 steps with a bound and rushed into the kitchen, where he saw the decanter about 3 parts empty still standing on the waiter where it had been left.
He darted upon it as an eagle would seize upon its prey, panting with loss of breath. He returned to the room he had just left. Madame de Villefort was slowly ascending the steps which led to her room. "Is this the decanter you spoke of?" asked d'Avrigny.
"Yes, doctor."
"Is this the same lemonade of which you partook?"
"I believe so."
"What did it taste like?"
"It had a bitter taste."
The doctor poured some drops of the lemonade into the palm of his hand, put his lips to it, and after having rinsed his mouth as a man does when he is tasting wine, he spat the liquor into the fireplace. "It is no doubt the same," said he. "Did you drink some too, Monsieur Noirtier?" "Yes." "And did you also discover a bitter taste?" "Yes."
"Oh, doctor," cried Barrois, "the fit is coming on again. Oh, do something for me."
The doctor flew to his patient. "That emetic, Villefort. See if it is coming." Villefort sprang into the passage, exclaiming,
"The emetic! The emetic! Is it come yet?"
No one answered. The most profound terror reigned throughout the house. "If I had anything by means of which I could inflate the lungs," said d'Avrigny, looking around him, "perhaps I might prevent suffocation. But there is nothing which would do, nothing."
"Oh, sir," cried Barrois, "are you going to let me die without help? Oh, I am dying. Oh, save me."
A pen, said the doctor. There was one lying on the table. He endeavoured to introduce it into the mouth of the patient, who in the midst of his convulsions was making vain attempts to vomit, but the jaws were so clinched that the pen could not pass them. This second attack was much more violent than the first, and he had slipped from the couch to the ground, where he was writhing in agony. The doctor left him in his paroxysm, knowing that he could do nothing to alleviate it, and going up to Noirtier, said abruptly, "How do you find yourself? Well?" "Yes." "Have you any weight on the chest, or does your stomach feel light and comfortable? Eh?" "Yes." "Then you feel pretty much as you generally do, after you have had the dose which I am accustomed to give you every Sunday?" "Yes." "Did Barrois make your lemonade?" "Yes." "Was it you who asked him to drink some of it?" "No." "Was it Monsieur de Villefort?" "No." "Madame?" "No." "It was your granddaughter, then, was it not?" "Yes." A groan from Barrois, accompanied by a yawn which seemed to crack the very jawbones, attracted the attention of Monsieur d'Avrigny. He left Monsieur Noirtier and returned to the sick man. "Barrois," said the doctor, "can you speak?" Barrois muttered a few unintelligible words. "Try and make an effort to do so, my good man," said d'Avrigny. Barrois reopened his bloodshot eyes. "Who made the lemonade?"
"I did."
"Did you bring it to your master directly it was made?"
"No."
"You left it somewhere, then, in the meantime?"
"Yes, I left it in the pantry, because I was called away."
"Who brought it into the room, then?"
"Mademoiselle Valentine."
D'Avrigny struck his forehead with his hand. "Gracious heaven!" exclaimed he.
"Doctor! Doctor!"
cried Barrois, who felt another fit coming. "Will they never bring that emetic?" asked the doctor. "Here is a glass with one already prepared," said Villefort, entering the room. "Who prepared it?" "The chemist who came here with me." "Drink it," said the doctor to Barrois.
"Impossible, doctor. It is too late. My throat is closing up. I am choking. Oh, my heart! Oh, my head! Oh, what agony! Shall I suffer like this long?"
"No, no, friend," replied the doctor. "You will soon cease to suffer."
"Oh, I understand you," said the unhappy man. "My God, have mercy upon me!"
And uttering a fearful cry, Barrois fell back as if he had been struck by lightning. D'Avrigny put his hand to his heart and placed a glass before his lips. "Well?" said Villefort.
Go to the kitchen and get me some syrup of violets." Villefort went immediately. "Do not be alarmed, Monsieur Noirtier," said d'Avrigny. "I am going to take my patient into the next room to bleed him. This sort of attack is very frightful to witness." And taking Barrois under the arms, he dragged him into an adjoining room, but almost immediately he returned to fetch the lemonade. Noirtier closed his right eye. "You want Valentine, do you not? I will tell them to send her to you." Villefort returned, and d'Avrigny met him in the passage. "Well, how is he now?" asked he. "Come in here," said d'Avrigny, and he took him into the chamber where the sick man lay. "Is he still in a fit?" said the procureur. "He is dead." Villefort drew back a few steps, and clasping his hands, exclaimed with real amazement and sympathy, "Dead? And so soon, too?" "Yes, it is very soon," said the doctor, looking at the corpse before him. "But that ought not to astonish you. Monsieur and Madame de Saint-Méran died as soon. People die very suddenly in your house, Monsieur Villefort." "What?" cried the magistrate with an accent of horror and consternation. "Are you still harping on this terrible idea?" "Still, sir, and I shall always do so," replied d'Avrigny, "for it has never for one instant ceased to retain possession of my mind, and that you may be quite sure I am not mistaken this time. Listen well to what I am going to say, Monsieur de Villefort." The magistrate trembled convulsively. "There is a poison which destroys life almost without leaving any perceptible traces. I know it well. I have studied it in all its forms and in the effects which it produces. I recognize the presence of this poison in the case of poor Barrois, as well as in that of Madame de Saint-Méran. There is a way of detecting its presence. It restores the blue color of litmus paper reddened by an acid, and it turns syrup of violets green. We have no litmus paper, but see, here, they come with the syrup of violets." The doctor was right. Steps were heard in the passage. Monsieur d'Avrigny opened the door, and took from the hands of the chambermaid a cup which contained 2 or 3 spoonfuls of the syrup. He then carefully closed the door. "Look," said he to the procureur, whose heart beat so loudly that it might almost be heard. "Here is in this cup some syrup of violets, and this decanter contains the remainder of the lemonade of which Monsieur Noirtier and Barrois partook. If the lemonade be pure and inoffensive, the syrup will retain its colour. If, on the contrary, the lemonade be drugged with the poison, the syrup will become green. Look closely." The doctor then slowly poured some drops of the lemonade from the decanter into the cup, and in an instant a light, cloudy sediment began to form at the bottom of the cup. This sediment first took a blue shade, then from the colour of sapphire it passed to that of opal, and from opal to emerald. Arrived at this last hue, it changed no more. The result of the experiment left no doubt whatever on the mind. "The unfortunate Barrois has been poisoned," said d'Avrigny, "and I will maintain this assertion before God and man." Villefort said nothing, but he clasped his hands, opened his haggard eyes, and, overcome with his emotion, sank into a chair. Chapter 80 of the Count of Monte-Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 80. The Accusation. Monsieur d'Avrigny soon restored the magistrate to consciousness, who had looked like a second corpse in that chamber of death. "Oh, death is in my house!" cried Villefort. "Say rather crime," replied the doctor. "Monsieur d'Avrigny," cried Villefort, "I cannot tell you all I feel at this moment. Terror, grief, madness." "Yes," said Monsieur d'Avrigny with an imposing calmness, "but I think it is now time to act. I think it is time to stop this torrent of mortality.
I can no longer bear to be in possession of these secrets without the hope of seeing the victims and society generally revenged." Villefort cast a gloomy look around him. "In my house," murmured he. "In my house." "Come, magistrate," said Monsieur d'Avrigny. "Show yourself a man. As an interpreter of the law, do honour to your profession by sacrificing your selfish interest to it." "You make me shudder, doctor. Do you talk of a sacrifice?" "I do." "Do you then suspect anyone?" "I suspect no one. Death raps at your door. It enters, it goes, not blindfolded, but circumspectly from room to room. Well, I follow its course, I track its passage, I adopt the wisdom of the ancients, and feel my way for my friendship for your family and my respect for you as a twofold bandage over my eyes. Well—" "Oh, speak, speak, doctor. I shall have courage." "Well, sir, you have in your establishment, or in your family, perhaps one of the frightful monstrosities of which each century produces only one. Locusta and Agrippina, living at the same time, were an exception, and proved the determination of Providence to effect the entire ruin of the Roman Empire, sullied by so many crimes. Brunhilde and Fredegonde were the results of the painful struggle of civilization in its infancy, when man was learning to control mind, were it even by an emissary from the realms of darkness. All these women have been, or were, beautiful. The same flower of innocence had flourished, or was still flourishing on their brow, that is seen on the brow of the culprit in your house." Villefort shrieked, clasped his hands, and looked at the doctor with a supplicating air. But the latter went on without pity. "Seek whom the crime will profit," says an axiom of jurisprudence. "Doctor," cried Villefort, "alas, doctor, how often has man's justice been deceived by those fatal words? I know not why, but I feel that this crime—" "You acknowledge, then, the existence of the crime?" "Yes, I see too plainly that it does exist, but it seems that it is intended to affect me personally. I fear an attack myself after all these disasters." "Oh, man," murmured d'Avrigny, "the most selfish of all animals, the most personal of all creatures, who believes the earth turns, the sun shines, and death strikes for him alone. An ant cursing God from the top of a blade of grass, and have those who have lost their lives lost nothing? Monsieur de Saint-Méran? Madame de Saint-Méran? Monsieur Noirtier?" "How? Monsieur Noirtier?" "Yes. Think you it was the poor servant's life was coveted? No, no, like Shakespeare's Polonius, he died for another. It was Noirtier the lemonade was intended for. It is Noirtier, logically speaking, who drank it. The other drank it only by accident. And although Barrois is dead, it was Noirtier whose death was wished for." "But why did it not kill my father?" "I told you one evening in the garden after Madame de Saint-Méran's death, because his system is accustomed to that very poison, and the dose was trifling to him, which would be fatal to another, because no one knows, not even the assassin, that for the last 12 months I have given Monsieur Noirtier brucine for his paralytic affection, while the assassin is not ignorant, for he has proved that brucine is a violent poison." "Oh, have pity, murmured Villefort, wringing his hands. "Follow the culprit's steps. He first kills Monsieur de Saint-Méran." "Oh, doctor!" "I would swear to it. What I heard of his symptoms agrees too well with what I have seen in the other cases." Villefort ceased to contend. He only groaned. "He first kills Monsieur de Saint-Méran," repeated the doctor. "Then Madame de Saint-Méran? A double fortune to inherit." Villefort wiped the perspiration from his forehead. "Listen attentively."
Alas," stammered Villefort, I do not lose a single word."
"Monsieur Noirtier, resumed Monsieur d'Avrigny in the same pitiless tone, Monsieur Noirtier had once made a will against you, against your family, in favour of the poor, in fact. Monsieur Noirtier is spared because nothing is expected from him. But he has no sooner destroyed his first will and made a second, than, for fear he should make a third, he is struck down. The will was made the day before yesterday, I believe. You see, there has been no time lost."
"Oh, merci, Monsieur d'Avrigny."
"No mercy, sir. The physician has a sacred mission on earth, and to fulfill it he begins at the source of life and goes down to the mysterious darkness of the tomb. When crime has been committed, and God, doubtless in anger, turns away his face, it is for the physician to bring the culprit to justice."
"Have mercy on my child, sir,"
murmured Villefort. "You see it is yourself who have first named her. You, her father."
"Have pity on Valentine. Listen, it is impossible. I would as willingly accuse myself. Valentine, whose heart is pure as a diamond or a lily."
"No pity, procureur. The crime is flagrant. Mademoiselle herself packed all the medicines which were sent to Monsieur de Saint-Méran, and Monsieur de Saint-Méran is dead. Mademoiselle de Villefort prepared all the cooling draughts which Madame de Saint-Méran took, and Madame de Saint-Méran is dead. Mademoiselle de Villefort took from the hands of Barrois, who was sent out, the lemonade which Monsieur Noirtier had every morning, and he has escaped by a miracle. Mademoiselle de Villefort is the culprit. She is the poisoner. To you, as the king's attorney, I denounce Mademoiselle de Villefort. Do your duty."
"Doctor, I resist no longer. I can no longer defend myself. I believe you, but for pity's sake, spare my life, my honour."
"Monsieur de Villefort," replied the doctor with increased vehemence, "there are occasions when I dispense with all foolish human circumspection. If your daughter had committed only one crime, and I saw her meditating another, I would say, warn her, punish her, let her pass the remainder of her life in a convent, weeping and praying. If she had committed two crimes, I would say, here, Monsieur de Villefort, is a poison that the prisoner is not acquainted with, one that has no known antidote. Quick as thought, rapid as lightning, mortal as the thunderbolt. Give her that poison, recommending her soul to God, and save your honour and your life, for it is yours she aims at. And I can picture her approaching your pillow, with her hypocritical smiles and her sweet exhortations. Woe to you, Monsieur de Villefort, if you do not strike first. That is what I would say had she only killed two persons. But she has seen 3 deaths, has contemplated 3 murdered persons, has knelt by 3 corpses. To the scaffold with the poisoner, to the scaffold. Do you talk of your honour? Do what I tell you, and immortality awaits you." Villefort fell on his knees. "Listen," said he. "I have not the strength of mind you have, or rather that which you would not have if, instead of my daughter Valentine, your daughter Madeleine were concerned." The doctor turned pale. "Doctor, every son of woman is born to suffer and to die. I am content to suffer and to await death." "Beware," said Monsieur d'Avrigny. "It may come slowly. You will see it approach after having struck your father, your wife, perhaps your son." Villefort, suffocating, pressed the doctor's arm.
"Listen," cried he. "Pity me. Help me. No, my daughter is not guilty. If you drag us both before a tribunal, I will still say, no, my daughter is not guilty. There is no crime in my house. I will not acknowledge a crime in my house. For when crime enters a dwelling, it is like death. It does not come alone. Listen, what does it signify to you if I am murdered? Are you my friend? Are you a man? Have you a heart? No, you are a physician.
Well, I tell you, I will not drag my daughter before a tribunal and give her up to the executioner. Would drive me like a madman to dig my heart out with my fingernails. And if you were mistaken, doctor, if you were not my daughter, if I should come one day, pale as a spectre, and say to you, 'Assassin, you have killed my child,' hold, if that should happen, although I am a Christian, Monsieur d'Avrigny, I should kill myself." "Well," said the doctor, after a moment's silence, "I will wait." Villefort looked at him as if he had doubted his words. "Only," continued Monsieur d'Avrigny with a slow and solemn tone, "if anyone falls ill in your house, if you feel yourself attacked, do not send for me, for I will come no more. I will consent to share this dreadful secret with you, but I will not allow shame and remorse to grow and increase in my conscience, as crime and misery will in your house." "Then you abandon me, doctor?" "Yes, for I can follow you no farther, and I only stop at the foot of the scaffold. Some further discovery will be made which will bring this dreadful tragedy to a close. Adieu." "I entreat you, doctor." "All the horrors that disturb my thoughts make your house odious and fatal. Adieu, sir." One single word more, doctor. You go, leaving me in all the horror of my situation, after increasing it by what you have revealed to me. But what will be reported of the sudden death of the poor old servant?" "True," said Monsieur d'Avrigny. "We will return." The doctor went out first, followed by Monsieur de Villefort. The terrified servants were on the stairs and in the passage where the doctor would pass. "Sir," said d'Avrigny to Villefort, so loud that all might hear, "poor Barrois has led too sedentary a life of late. Accustomed formerly to ride on horseback or in the carriage to the four corners of Europe, the monotonous walk around that armchair has killed him. His blood has thickened. He was stout, had a short, thick neck. He was attacked with apoplexy, and I was called in too late. By the way," added he in a low tone, "take care to throw away that cup of syrup of violets in the ashes." The doctor, without shaking hands with Villefort, without adding a word to what he had said, went out, amid the tears and lamentations of the whole household. The same evening all Villefort's servants, who had assembled in the kitchen and had a long consultation, came to tell Madame de Villefort that they wished to leave. No entreaty, no proposition of increased wages could induce them to remain. To every argument they replied, "We must go, for death is in this house." They all left, in spite of prayers and entreaties, testifying their regret at leaving so good a master and mistress, and especially Mademoiselle Valentine, so good, so kind, and so gentle. Villefort looked at Valentine as they said this. She was in tears, and, strange as it was, in spite of the emotions he felt at the sight of these tears, he looked also at Madame de Villefort, and it appeared to him as if a slight, gloomy smile had passed over her thin lips, like a meteor seen passing inauspiciously between two clouds in a stormy sky. Chapter 81 of The Count of Monte-Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 81. The Room of the Retired Baker. The evening of the day on which the Count of Morcerf had left Danglars' house with feelings of shame and anger at the rejection of the projected alliance, Monsieur Andrea Cavalcanti, with curled hair, moustaches in perfect order, and white gloves which fitted admirably, had entered the courtyard of the banker's house in La Chaussée-d'Antin. He had not been more than 10 minutes in the drawing-room before he drew Danglars aside into the recess of a bow window, and, after an ingenious preamble, related to him all his anxieties and cares since his noble father's departure. He acknowledged the extreme kindness which had been shown him by the banker's family, in which he had been received as a son, and where, besides his warmest affections, had found an object on which to centre in Mademoiselle Danglars. Danglars listened with the most profound attention. He had expected this declaration for the last 2 or 3 days, and when at last it came, his eyes glistened as much as they had lowered on listening to Morcerf. He would not, however, yield immediately to the young man's request, but made a few conscientious objections. "Are you not rather young, Monsieur Andrea, to think of marrying?" "I think not, sir," replied Monsieur Cavalcanti. "In Italy, the nobility generally marry young. Life is so uncertain that we ought to secure happiness while it is within our reach." "Well, sir," said Danglars, "in case your proposals, which do me honour, are accepted by my wife and daughter, by whom shall the preliminary arrangements be settled? So important a negotiation should, I think, be conducted by the respective fathers of the young people." "Sir, my father is a man of great foresight and prudence. Thinking that I might wish to settle in France, he left me at his departure together with the papers establishing my identity, a letter promising, if he approved of my choice, 150,000 livres per annum from the day I was married. So far as I can judge, I suppose this to be a quarter of my father's revenue." "I," said Danglars, "have always intended giving my daughter 500,000 francs as her dowry. She is, besides, my sole heiress." "All would then be easily arranged if the Baroness and her daughter are willing. We should command an annuity of 175,000 livres. Supposing also I should persuade the Marquis to give me my capital, which is not likely, but still is possible, we would place these 2 or 3 millions in your hands, whose talent might make it realize 10%. "I never give more than 4%, and generally only 3.5. But to my son-in-law I would give 5, and we would share the profit." "Very good, father-in-law," said Cavalcanti, yielding to his low-born nature, which would escape sometimes through the aristocratic gloss with which he sought to conceal it. Correcting himself immediately, he said, "Excuse me, sir. Hope alone makes me almost mad. What will not reality do?" "But," said Danglars, who on his heart did not perceive how soon the conversation, which was at first disinterested, was turning to a business transaction, "there is doubtless a part of your fortune your father could not refuse you." "Which?" asked the young man. "That you inherit from your mother." "Truly from my mother, Leonora Corsinari." "How much may it amount to?" "Indeed, sir," said Andrea, "I assure you, I have never given the subject a thought, but I suppose it must have been at least 2 millions. Danglars felt as much overcome with joy as the miser who finds a lost treasure, or as the shipwrecked mariner who feels himself on solid ground instead of in the abyss which he expected would swallow him up. "Well, sir," said Andrea, bowing to the banker respectfully, "may I hope?" "You may not only hope," said Danglars, "but consider it a settled thing, if no obstacle arises on your part." "I am indeed rejoiced," said Andrea. "But," said Danglars thoughtfully, "how is it that your patron, Monsieur de Monte-Cristo, did not make his proposal for you?" Andrea blushed imperceptibly. "I have just left the Count, sir," said he. "He is, doubtless, a delightful man, but inconceivably peculiar in his ideas. He esteems me highly. He even told me he had not the slightest doubt that my father would give me the capital instead of the interest of my property. He has promised to use his influence to obtain it for me, but he also declared that he never had taken on himself the responsibility of making proposals for another, and he never would. I must, however, do him the justice to add that he assured me if ever he had regretted the repugnance he felt to such a step, it was on this occasion, because he thought the projected union would be a happy and suitable one. Besides, if he will do nothing officially, He will answer any questions you propose to him. And now," continued he with one of his most charming smiles, "having finished talking to the father-in-law, I must address myself to the banker." "And what may you have to say to him?" said Danglars, laughing in his turn. "That the day after tomorrow I shall have to draw upon you for about 4,000 francs, but the count, expecting my bachelor's revenue could not suffice for the coming month's outlay, has offered me a draft for 20,000 francs. It bears his signature, as you see, which is all sufficient." "Bring me 1,000,000 such as that," said Danglars. "I shall be well pleased," putting the draft in his pocket. "Fix your own hour for tomorrow, and my cashier shall call on you with a cheque for 80,000 francs." "At 10 o'clock, then, if you please. I should like it early, as I am going into the country tomorrow." "Very well. At 10 o'clock you are still at the Hôtel des Princes?" "Yes." The following morning, with the banker's usual punctuality, the 80,000 francs were placed in the young man's hands as he was on the point of starting, after having left 200 francs for Caderousse. He went out chiefly to avoid this dangerous enemy, and returned as late as possible in the evening. But scarcely had he stepped out of his carriage when the porter met him with a parcel in his hand. "Sir," said he, "that man has been here." "What man?" said Andrea carelessly, apparently forgetting him whom he but too well recollected. "Him to whom your Excellency pays that little annuity." "Oh," said Andrea, "my father's old servant. Well, you gave him the 200 francs I had left for him." "Yes, your Excellency." Andrea had expressed a wish to be thus addressed. "But," continued the porter, "he would not take them." Andrea turned pale, but as it was dark his pallor was not perceptible. "What, he would not take them?" said he with slight emotion. "No, he wished to speak to your Excellency. I told him you were gone out, and after some dispute he believed me and gave me this letter, which he had brought with him already sealed." "Give it to me," said Andrea, and he read by the light of his carriage lamp. "You know where I live. I expect you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock." Andrea examined it carefully to ascertain if the letter had been opened, or if any indiscreet eyes had seen its contents. But it was so carefully folded that no one could have read it, and the seal was perfect. "Very well," said he. "Poor man, he is a worthy creature." He left the porter to ponder on these words, not knowing which most to admire, the master or the servant. "Take out the horses quickly, and come up to me," said Andrea to his groom. In 2 seconds the young man had reached his room and burnt Caderousse's letter. The servant entered just as he had finished. "You are about my height, Pierre," said he. "I have that honour, your Excellency." "You have a new livery yesterday." "Yes, sir." "I have an engagement with a pretty little girl for this evening, and do not wish to be known. Lend me your livery till tomorrow. I may sleep, perhaps, at an inn." Pierre obeyed. 5 minutes after, Andrea left the hotel, completely disguised, took a cabriolet, and ordered the driver to take him to the Cheval Rouge at Picpus. The next morning he left that inn as he had left the Hôtel des Princes, without being noticed, walked down the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, along the boulevard to Rue Ménilmontant, and stopped at the door of the third house on the left, looking for someone of whom to make inquiry in the porter's absence. "For whom are you looking, my fine fellow?" asked the fruiteress on the opposite side. "Monsieur Pailletine, if you please, my good woman," replied Andrea. "A retired baker?" asked the fruiteress. "Exactly." "He lives at the end of the yard on the left, on the 3rd story." Andrea went as she directed him, and on the 3rd floor he found a hare's paw, which by the hasty ringing of the bell it was evident he pulled with considerable ill temper. A moment after Caderousse's face appeared at the grating in the door. "Ah, you are punctual," said he, as he drew back the door. "Confound you and your punctuality," said Andrea, throwing himself into a chair in a manner which implied that he would rather have flung it at the head of his host. "Come, come, my little fellow, don't be angry. See, I have thought about you. Look at the good breakfast we are going to have. Nothing but what you are fond of." Andrea indeed inhaled the scent of something cooking which was not unwelcome to him, hungry as he was. It was that mixture of fat and garlic peculiar to provincial kitchens of an inferior order, added to that of dried fish, and above all the pungent smell of musk and cloves. These odours escaped from two deep dishes which were covered and placed on a stove, and from a copper pan placed in an old iron pot. In an adjoining room Andrea saw also a tolerably clean table prepared for two bottles of wine sealed, the one with green, the other with yellow, a supply of brandy in a decanter, and a measure of fruit in a cabbage leaf, cleverly arranged on an earthenware plate. "What do you think of it, my little fellow?" said Caderousse. "Ah, that smells good. You know I used to be a famous cook. Do you recollect how you used to lick your fingers? You are among the first who tasted any of my dishes, and I think you relish them tolerably." While speaking, Caderousse went on peeling a fresh supply of onions. "But," said Andrea ill-temperedly, "by my faith, if it was only to breakfast with you that you disturbed me, I wish the devil had taken you." "My boy," said Caderousse sententiously, "one can talk while eating, and then, you ungrateful being, you are not pleased to see an old friend? I am weeping with joy." He was truly crying, but it would have been difficult to say whether joy or the onions produced the greatest effect on the lachrymal glands of the old innkeeper of the Pont du Gard. "Hold your tongue, you hypocrite," said Andrea. "You love me?" "Yes, I do, or make the devil take me. I know it is a weakness," said Caderousse, "but it overpowers me." "And yet it has not prevented your sending for me to play me some trick." "Come," said Caderousse, wiping his large knife on his apron, "if I do not like you, do you think I should endure the wretched life you lead me? Think for a moment. You have your servant's clothes on. You therefore keep a servant. I have none, and am obliged to prepare my own meals. You abuse my cookery because you dine at the table d'hôte of the Hôtel des Princes or the Café de Paris. Well, I too could keep a servant. I too could have a tilbury. I too could dine where I like. But why do I not? Because I would not annoy my little Benedetto. Come, just acknowledge that I could, eh?" This address was accompanied by a look which was by no means difficult to understand. "Well," said Andrea, "admitting your love, why do you want me to breakfast with you?" "That I may have the pleasure of seeing you, my little fellow." "What is the use of seeing me after we have made all our arrangements?" "Eh, dear friend," said Caderousse, "are wills ever made without codicils? But you first came to breakfast, did you not? Well, sit down and let us begin with these pilchards and this fresh butter, which I have put on some vine leaves to please you, wicked one. Ah, yes, you look at my room, my 4 straw chairs, my image, 3 francs each. But what do you expect? This is not the Hôtel des Princes." "Come, you are growing discontented. You are no longer happy. You, who only wish to live like a retired baker." Caderousse sighed. "Well, what have you to say? You have seen your dream realized." "I can still say it is a dream. A retired baker, my poor Benedetto, is rich. He has an annuity." "Well, you have an annuity." "I have?" "Yes, since I bring you your 200 francs. Caderousse shrugged his shoulders. "It is humiliating," said he, "thus to receive money given grudgingly, an uncertain supply which may soon fail. You see, I am obliged to economize, in case your prosperity should cease. Well, my friend, fortune is inconstant, as the chaplain of the regiment said. I know your prosperity is great, you rascal. You are to marry the daughter of Danglars." "What? Of Danglars?" Yes, to be sure. Must I say Baron Danglars? I might as well say Count Benedetto. He was an old friend of mine, and if he had not so bad a memory, he ought to invite me to your wedding, seeing he came to mine. Yes, to mine. Gad, he was not so proud then. He was an under-clerk to the good Monsieur Morel. I have dined many times with him and the Count of Morcerf. So you see I have some high connections, and were I to cultivate them a little, we might meet in the same drawing-rooms. Come, your jealousy represents everything to you in the wrong light. That is all very fine, Benedetto mio, but I know what I am saying. Perhaps I may one day put on my best coat and, presenting myself at the great gate, introduce myself. Meanwhile, let us sit down and eat. Caderousse set the example and attacked the breakfast with good appetite, praising each dish he set before his visitor. The latter seemed to have resigned himself. He drew the corks and partook largely of the fish with the garlic and fat. "Ah, mate," said Caderousse, "you are getting on better terms with your old landlord." "Faith, yes," replied Andrea, whose hunger prevailed over every other feeling. "So you like it, you rogue?" "So much that I wonder how a man who can cook thus can complain of hard living." "Do you see," said Caderousse, "all my happiness is marred by one thought." "And what is that?" "That I am dependent on another. I who have always gained my own livelihood honestly." "Do not let that disturb you. I have enough for two." "No, truly, you may believe me if you will. At the end of every month I am tormented by remorse." "Good Caderousse!" "So much so that yesterday I would not take the 200 francs." "Yes, you wish to speak to me. But was it indeed remorse? Tell me." "True remorse, and besides, an idea had struck me." Andrea shuddered. He always did so at Caderousse's ideas. "It is miserable, do you see? Always to wait till the end of the month." "Oh," said Andrea philosophically, determined to watch his companion narrowly. "Does not life pass in waiting? Do I, for instance, fare better? Well, I wait patiently, do I not?" "Yes, because instead of expecting 200 wretched francs, you expect 5,000 or 6,000, perhaps 10, perhaps even 12, for you take care not to let anyone know the utmost. Down there, you always had little presents and Christmas boxes which you tried to hide from your poor friend Caderousse. Fortunately, he is a cunning fellow, that friend Caderousse." "There, you are beginning again to ramble, to talk again and again of the past. But what is the use of teasing me with going all over that again?" "Ah, you are only 21 and can forget the past. I am 50, and am obliged to recollect it. But let us return to business." "Yes." "I was going to say, if I were in your place—" "Well?" "I would realize—" "How would you realize?" "I would ask for 6 months in advance, under pretence of being able to purchase a farm. Then with my 6 months I would decamp." "Well, well," said Andrea, "that isn't a bad idea." "My dear friend," said Caderousse, "eat of my bread and take my advice. You'll be none the worse off, physically or morally." "But," said Andrea, "why do you not act on the advice you gave me? Why do you not realize a 6 months, a year's advance even, and retire to Brussels? Instead of leaving the retired baker, you might live as a bankrupt, using his privileges. That would be very good." "But how the devil would you have me retire on 1,200 francs?" "Ah, Caderousse," said Andrea, "how covetous you are! 2 months ago you were dying with hunger." "The appetite grows by what it feeds on," said Caderousse, grinning, and showing his teeth like a monkey laughing or a tiger growling. "And," added he, biting off with his large white teeth an enormous mouthful of bread, "I have formed a plan." Caderousse's plans alarmed Andrea still more than his ideas. Ideas were but the germ. The plan was reality. "Let me see your plan. I dare say it is a pretty one. Why not? Who formed the plan by which we left the establishment of... was it not I, and was no bad one, I believe, since here we are? I do not say, replied Andrea, that you never make a good one, but let us see your plan. Well, pursued Caderousse, can you, without expending 1 sou, put me in the way of getting 15,000 francs? No, 15,000 are not enough. I cannot again become an honest man with less than 30,000 francs. No, replied Andrea dryly. No, I cannot. I do not think you understand me, replied Caderousse calmly. I said without your laying out a sou. Do you want me to commit a robbery, to spoil all my good fortune and yours with mine, and both of us to be dragged down there again? It would make very little difference to me, said Caderousse, if I were retaken. I am a poor creature to live alone, and sometimes pine for my old comrades, not like you, heartless creature, who would be glad never to see them again. Andrea did more than tremble this time. He turned pale. Come, Caderousse, no nonsense, said he. Don't alarm yourself, my little Benedetto, but just point out to me some means of gaining those 30,000 francs without your assistance, and I will contrive it. Well, I'll see. I'll try to contrive some way, said Andrea. Meanwhile, you raise my monthly allowance to 500 francs, my little fellow. I have a fancy and mean to get a housekeeper. Well, you shall have your 500 francs, said Andrea. But it is very hard for me, my poor Caderousse. You take advantage. Ah, said Caderousse, when you have access to countless stores. One would have said Andrea anticipated his companion's words, so did his eye flash like lightning. But it was but for a moment. True, he replied, and my protector is very kind. That dear protector, said Caderousse. And how much does he give you monthly? 5,000 francs. As many thousands as you give me hundreds. Truly, it is only bastards who are thus fortunate. 5,000 francs per month. What the devil can you do with all that? Oh, it is no trouble to spend that. And I'm like you, I want capital. Capital. Yes, I understand. Everyone would like capital. Well, and I shall get it. Who will give it to you? Your prince? Yes, my prince, but unfortunately I must wait. You must wait for what? Asked Caderousse. For his death. The death of your prince? Yes. How so? Because he has made his will in my favour. Indeed. On my honour. For how much? For 500,000. Only that? It's little enough. But so it is. No, it cannot be. Are you my friend, Caderousse? Yes, in life or death. Well, I will tell you a secret. What is it? But remember. Ah, pardieu, mute as a carp. Well, I think. Andrea stopped and looked around. You think? Do not fear, pardieu, we are alone. I think I have discovered my father. Your true father? Yes. Not old Cavalcanti? No, for he has gone again. The true one, as you say. And what father is? Well, Caderousse, it is Monte-Cristo. Ah! Yes, you understand, that explains all. He cannot acknowledge me openly, it appears, but he does it through Monsieur Cavalcanti, and gives him 50,000 francs for it. 50,000 francs for being your father? I would have done it for half that, for 20,000, for 15,000. Why did you not think of me, ungrateful man? Did I know anything about it, when it was all done, when I was down there? Ah, truly, and you say that by his will he leaves me 500,000 livres. Are you sure of it? He showed it to me, but that is not all. There is a codicil, as I said just now. Probably. And in that codicil he acknowledges me. "Oh, the good father, the brave father, the very honest father," said Caderousse, twirling a plate in the air between his two hands. "Now say if I conceal anything from you." "No, and your confidence makes you honourable in my opinion. And your princely father, is he rich? Very rich?" "Yes, he is that. He does not himself know the amount of his fortune." "Is it possible?" "It is evident enough to me, who am always at his house. The other day a banker's clerk brought him 50,000 francs in a portfolio about the size of your plate. Yesterday his banker brought him 100,000 francs in gold." Caderousse was filled with wonder. The young man's words sounded to him like metal, and he thought he could hear the rushing of cascades of louis. "And you go into that house?" cried he briskly. "When I like." Caderousse was thoughtful for a moment. It was easy to perceive he was revolving some unfortunate idea in his mind. Then suddenly, "How I should like to see all that!" cried he. "How beautiful it must be!" "It is in fact magnificent," said Andrea. "And does he not live in the Champs-Élysées?" "Yes, number 30. "Ah," said Caderousse. "Numéro 30. "Yes, a fine house, standing alone, between a courtyard and a garden. You must know it." "Possibly, but it is not the exterior I care for, it is the interior. What beautiful furniture there must be in it." "Have you ever seen the Tuileries?" "No." "Well, it surpasses that." "It must be worth one's while to stoop, Andrea, when that good Monsieur Monte-Cristo lets fall his purse." "It is not worth while to wait for that," said Andrea. "Money is as plentiful in that house as fruit in an orchard." "But you should take me there one day with you." "How can I? On what plea?" "You are right, but you have made my mouth water. I must absolutely see it. I shall find a way." "No nonsense, Caderousse." "I will offer myself as floor polisher." "The rooms are all carpeted." "Well, then, I must be contented to imagine it." "That is the best plan, believe me." "Try at least to give me an idea of what it is." "How can I?" "Nothing is easier. Is it large?" "Middling." "How is it arranged?" "Faith, I should require pen, ink, and paper to make a plan." "They are all here," said Caderousse briskly. He fetched from an old secretary a sheet of white paper and pen and ink. "Here," said Caderousse. "Draw me all that on the paper, my boy." Andrea took the pen with an imperceptible smile and began. "The house, as I said, is between the court and the garden. In this way, do you see?" Andrea drew the garden, the court, and the house. "High walls?" "Not more than 8 or 10 feet." "That is not prudent," said Caderousse. "In the court are orange trees in pots, turf, and clumps of flowers." "And no steel traps?" "No." "The stables?" "Are on either side of the gate, which you see there." And Andrea continued his plan. "Let us see the ground floor," said Caderousse. "On the ground floor, dining room, 2 drawing rooms, billiard room, staircase in the hall, and a little black staircase." "Windows?" "Magnificent windows, so beautiful, so large, that I believe a man of your size should pass through each frame." "Why the devil have they any stairs with such windows?" "Luxury has everything." "But shutters?" "Yes, but they are never used. That Count of Monte-Cristo is an original, who loves to look at the sky, even at night." "And where do the servants sleep?" "Oh, they have a house to themselves. Picture to yourself a pretty coach-house at the right-hand side, where the ladders are kept. Well, over that coach-house are the servants' rooms, with bells corresponding with the different apartments." "Ah, diable! Bells, did you say?" "What do you mean?" "Oh, nothing. I only say they cost a load of money to hang. And what is the use of them, I should like to know?" "There used to be a dog let loose in the yard at night, but it has been taken to the house at Auteuil To that you went to, you know." "Yes." "I was saying to him only yesterday, 'You are imprudent, Monsieur Count, for when you go to Auteuil and take your servants, the house is left unprotected.' 'Well,' said he, 'what next?' 'Well, next some day you will be robbed.' 'What did he answer?' 'He quietly said, "What do I care if I am?"'" "Andrea, he has some secretary with a spring." "How do you know?" "Yes, which catches the thief in a trap and plays a tune. I was told there was such at the last exhibition." "He has a simple mahogany secretary in which the key is always kept." "And he is not robbed?" "No, his servants are all devoted to him." "There ought to be some money in that secretary." "There may be. No one knows what there is." "And where is it?" "On the first floor." "Sketch me the plan of that floor, as you have done of the ground floor, my boy." "That is very simple." Andrea took the pen. "On the first story, do you see, there is the anteroom and the drawing-room. To the right of the drawing-room, a library and a study. To the left, a bedroom and a dressing-room. The famous secretary is in the dressing-room." "Is there a window in the dressing-room?" "Two, one here and one there." Andrea sketched 2 windows in the room, which formed an angle on the plan, and appeared as a small square added to the rectangle of the bedroom. Caderousse became thoughtful. "Does he often go to Auteuil?" added he. 2 or 3 times a week. Tomorrow, for instance, he is going to spend the day and night there." "Are you sure of it?" "He has invited me to dine there." "There's a life for you," said Caderousse. "A town house and a country house." "That is what it is to be rich." "And shall you dine there?" "Probably." "When you dine there, do you sleep there?" "If I like. I am at home there." Caderousse looked at the young man as if to get at the truth from the bottom of his heart. But Andrea drew a cigar case from his pocket, took a Havana, quietly lit it, and began smoking. "When do you want your 1,200 francs?" said he to Caderousse. "Now, if you have them." Andrea took 25 louis from his pocket. "Yellow boys?" said Caderousse. "No, I thank you." "Oh, you despise them?" "On the contrary, I esteem them, but will not have them." "You can change them, idiot. Gold is worth 5 sous." "Exactly. And he who changes them will follow friend Caderousse, lay hands on him, and demand what farmers pay him their rent in gold. No nonsense, my good fellow, silver simply, round coins with the head of some monarch or other on them. Anybody may possess a 5-franc piece." "But do you suppose I carry 500 francs about with me? I should want a porter." "Well, leave them with your porter. He is to be trusted. I will call for them." "Today?" "No, tomorrow. I shall not have time today." "Well, tomorrow I will leave them when I go to Auteuil." "May I depend on it?" "Certainly." "Because I shall secure my housekeeper on the strength of it." "Now see here, will that be all? And will you not torment me any more?" "Never." Caderousse had become so gloomy that Andrea feared he should be obliged to notice the change. He redoubled his gaiety and carelessness. "How sprightly you are," said Caderousse. "One would say you were already in possession of your property." "No, unfortunately. But when I do obtain it—" "Well?" "I shall remember old friends, I can tell you that." "Yes, since you have such a good memory." "What do you want? It looks as if you are trying to fleece me." "I? What an idea! I, who am going to give you another piece of good advice." "What is it?" "To leave behind you the diamond you have on your finger. We shall both get into trouble. You will ruin both yourself and me by your folly." "How so?" said Andrea. "How? You put on a livery, you disguise yourself as a servant, and yet keep a diamond on your finger worth 4,000 or 5,000 francs." "You guess well." I know something of diamonds. I have had some."
"You do well to boast of it," said Andrea, who, without becoming angry, as Caderousse feared, at this new extortion, quietly resigned the ring. Caderousse looked so closely at it that Andrea well knew that he was examining to see if all the edges were perfect.
"It is a false diamond," said Caderousse.
"You are joking now," replied Andrea.
"Do not be angry. We can try it."
Caderousse went to the window, touched the glass with it, and found it would cut.
"Confiture," said Caderousse, putting the diamond on his little finger. "I was mistaken. But those thieves of jewellers imitate so well that it is no longer worth while to rob a jeweller's shop. It is another branch of industry paralyzed."
"Have you finished?" said Andrea. "Do you want anything more? Will you have my waistcoat or my hat? Make free, now you have begun."
"No, you are, after all, a good companion. I will not detain you, and will try to cure myself of my ambition."
"But take care the same thing does not happen to you in selling the diamond you feared with the gold."
"I shall not sell it. Do not fear."
"Not at least until the day after tomorrow," thought the young man.
"Happy rogue," said Caderousse. "You are going to find your servants, your horses, your carriage, and your betrothed."
"Yes," said Andrea.
"Well, I hope you will make a handsome wedding present the day you marry Mademoiselle Danglars."
"I have already told you it is a fancy you have taken in your head."
"What fortune has she?"
"But I tell you—"
"1 million?" Andrea shrugged his shoulders. "Let it be 1 million," said Caderousse. "You can never have so much as I wish you."
"Thank you," said the young man.
"Oh, I wish it you with all my heart," added Caderousse with his hoarse laugh. "Stop! Let me show you the way."
"It is not worth while."
"Yes, it is."
"Why?"
"Because there is a little secret, a precaution I thought it desirable to take. One of Huret et Fichet's locks, revised and improved by Gaspard Caderousse. I will manufacture you a similar one when you are a capitalist."
"Thank you," said Andrea. "I will let you know a week beforehand."
They parted. Caderousse remained on the landing until he had not only seen Andrea go down the 3 stories, but also across the court. Then he returned hastily, shut his door carefully, and began to study like a clever architect the plan Andrea had left him. "Dear Benedetto," said he, "I think he will not be sorry to inherit his fortune, and he who hastens the day when he can touch his 500,000 will not be his worst friend." Chapter 82 of The Count of Monte-Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 82. The Burglary. The day following that on which the conversation we have related took place, the Count of Monte-Cristo set out for Auteuil, accompanied by Ali and several attendants, and also taking with him some horses whose qualities he was desirous of ascertaining. He was induced to undertake this journey, of which the day before he had not even thought, and which had not occurred to Andrea either, by the arrival of Bertuccio from Normandy with intelligence respecting the house and sloop. The house was ready, and the sloop, which had arrived a week before, lay at anchor in a small creek with her crew of 6 men who had observed all the requisite formalities, and were ready again to put to sea. The Count praised Bertuccio's zeal, and ordered him to prepare for a speedy departure, as his stay in France would not be prolonged more than a month. "Now," said he, "I may require to go in one night from Paris to Tréport. Let 8 fresh horses be in readiness on the road, which will enable me to go 50 leagues in 10 hours." "Your Highness has already expressed that wish," said Bertuccio, "and the horses are ready. I have bought them, and stationed them myself at the most desirable posts, that is, in villages where no one generally stops." "That's well," said Monte Cristo. "I remain here a day or 2. Arrange accordingly." As Bertuccio was leaving the room to give the requisite orders, Baptistin opened the door. He held a letter on a silver waiter. "What are you doing here?" asked the Count, seeing him covered with dust. "I did not send for you, I think." Baptistin, without answering, approached the Count and presented the letter. "Important and urgent," said he. The Count opened the letter and read, "Monsieur de Monte-Cristo is apprised that this night a man will enter his house in the Champs-Élysées with the intention of carrying off some papers supposed to be in the secretary in the dressing-room. The Count's well-known courage will render unnecessary the aid of the police, whose interference might seriously affect him who sends this advice. The Count, by any opening from the bedroom, or by concealing himself in the dressing-room, would be able to defend his property himself. Many attendants or apparent precautions would prevent the villain from the attempt, and Monsieur de Monte-Cristo would lose the opportunity of discovering an enemy whom chance has revealed to him, who now sends this warning to the Count, a warning he might not be able to send another time, if this first attempt should fail and another be made." The Count's first idea was that this was an artifice, a gross deception to draw his attention from a minor danger in order to expose him to a greater. He was on the point of sending the letter to the commissary of police, notwithstanding the advice of his anonymous friend, or perhaps because of that advice, when suddenly the idea occurred to him that it might be some personal enemy whom he alone should recognize, and over whom, if such were the case, he alone would gain any advantage, as Fiesco had done over the Moor who would have killed him. We know the Count's vigorous and daring mind, denying anything to be impossible, with that energy which marks the great man. From his past life, from his resolution to shrink from nothing, the Count had acquired an inconceivable relish for the contests in which he had engaged, sometimes against nature, that is to say, against God, and sometimes against the world, that is, against the devil. "They do not want my papers," said Monte Cristo. "They want to kill me. They are no robbers, but assassins. I will not allow the prefect of police to interfere with my private affairs. I am rich enough, forsooth, to distribute his authority on this occasion." The Count recalled Baptistin, who had left the room after delivering the letter. "Return to Paris," said he. "Assemble the servants who remain there. I want all my household at Auteuil." "But will no one remain in the house, my lord?" asked Baptistin. "Yes, the porter." "My lord will remember that the lodge is at a distance from the house." "Well?" "The house might be stripped without his hearing the least noise." "By whom?" "By thieves." "You are a fool, Monsieur Baptistin. Thieves might strip the house. It would annoy me less than to be disobeyed." Baptistin bowed. "You understand me?" said the Count. "Bring your comrades here, one and all, but let everything remain as usual. Only close the shutters of the ground floor." "And those of the second floor?" "You know they are never closed. Go." The Count signified his intention of dining alone, and that no one but Ali should attend him. Having dined with his usual tranquillity and moderation, the Count, making a signal to Ali to follow him, went out by the side gate, and on reaching the Bois de Boulogne, turned apparently without design towards Paris, and at twilight found himself opposite his house in the Champs-Élysées. All was dark. One solitary, feeble light was burning in the porter's lodge, about 40 paces distant from the house, as Baptistin had said. Monte Cristo leaned against a tree, and with that scrutinizing glance which was so rarely deceived, looked up and down the avenue, examined the passers-by, and carefully looked down the neighbouring streets to see that no one was concealed. 10 minutes passed thus, and he was convinced that no one was watching him. He hastened to the side door with Ali, entered hurriedly, and by the servants' staircase, of which he had the key, gained his bedroom without opening or disarranging a single curtain, without even the porter having the slightest suspicion that the house, which he supposed empty, contained its chief occupant. Arrived in his bedroom, the Count motioned to Ali to stop. Then he passed into the dressing-room, which he examined. Everything appeared as usual, the precious secretary in its place, and the key in the secretary. He double-locked it, took the key, returned to the bedroom door, removed the double staple of the bolt, and went in. Meanwhile, Ali had procured the arms the Count required, namely a short carbine and a pair of double-barrelled pistols, with which as sure an aim might be taken as with a single-barrelled one. Thus armed, the Count held the lives of 5 men in his hands. It was about 9:30. The Count and Ali ate in haste a crust of bread and drank a glass of Spanish wine. Then Monte-Cristo slipped aside one of the movable panels which enabled him to see into the adjoining room. He had within his reach his pistols and carbine, and Ali, standing near him, held one of the small Arabian hatchets, whose form has not varied since the Crusades. Through one of the windows of the bedroom, on a line with that in the dressing-room, the Count could see into the street. 2 hours passed thus. It was intensely dark. Still, Ali, thanks to his wild nature, and the Count, thanks doubtless to his long confinement, could distinguish in the darkness the slightest movement of the trees. The little light in the lodge had long been extinct. It might be expected that the attack, if indeed an attack was projected, would be made from the staircase of the ground floor, and not from a window. In Monte-Cristo's opinion, the villains sought his life, not his money. It would be his bedroom they would attack, and they must reach it by the back staircase or by the window in the dressing-room. The clock of the Invalides struck 11:45. The west wind bore on its moistened gusts the doleful vibration of the 3 strokes. As the last stroke died away, the Count thought he heard a slight noise in the dressing-room. This first sound, or rather this first grinding, was followed by a second, then a third. At the 4th, the Count knew what to expect. A firm and well-practised hand was engaged in cutting the 4 sides of a pane of glass with a diamond. The Count felt his heart beat more rapidly. Inured as men may be to danger, forewarned as they may be of peril, they understand by the fluttering of the heart and the shuddering of the frame the enormous difference between a dream and a reality, between the project and the execution. However, Monte-Cristo only made a sign to apprise Ali, who, understanding that danger was approaching from the other side, drew nearer to his master. Monte-Cristo was eager to ascertain the strength and number of his enemies. The window whence the noise proceeded was opposite the opening by which the Count could see into the dressing-room. He fixed his eyes on that window. He distinguished a shadow in the darkness. Then one of the panes became quite opaque, as if a sheet of paper was stuck on the outside. Then the square cracked without falling. Through the opening an arm was passed to find the fastening, then a second. The window turned on its hinges, and a man entered. He was alone. "That's a daring rascal," whispered the Count. At that moment, Ali touched him slightly on the shoulder. He turned. Ali pointed to the window of the room in which they were facing the street. "I see," said he. "There are 2 of them. One does the work while the other stands guard." He made a sign to Ali not to lose sight of the man in the street, and turned to the one in the dressing-room. The glass-cutter had entered, and he was feeling his way, his arms stretched out before him. At last he appeared to have made himself familiar with his surroundings. There were 2 doors. He bolted them both. When he drew near to the bedroom door, Monte-Cristo expected that he was coming in and raised one of his pistols, but he simply heard the sound of the bolts sliding in their copper rings. It was only a precaution. The nocturnal visitor, ignorant of the fact that the Count had removed the staples, might now think himself at home and pursue his purpose with full security. Alone and free to act as he wished, the man then drew from his pocket something which the Count could not discern, placed it on a stand, then went straight to the secretary, felt the lock, and, contrary to his expectation, found that the key was missing. But the glass-cutter was a prudent man who had provided for all emergencies. The Count soon heard the rattling of a bunch of skeleton keys, such as the locksmith brings when called to force a lock, and which thieves call nightingales, doubtless from the music of their nightly song when they grind against the bolt. "Aha!" whispered Monte Cristo with a smile of disappointment. "He is only a thief." But the man in the dark could not find the right key. He reached the instrument he had placed on the stand, touched a spring, and immediately a pale light, just bright enough to render objects distinct, was reflected on his hands and countenance. "By heavens!" exclaimed Monte Cristo, starting back. "It is." Ali raised his hatchet. "Don't stir," whispered Monte Cristo, "and put down your hatchet. We shall require no arms." Then he added some words in a low tone, for the exclamation which surprise had drawn from the Count, faint as it had been, had startled the man who remained in the pose of the old knife-grinder. It was an order the Count had just given, for immediately Ali went noiselessly and returned bearing a black dress and a three-cornered hat. Meanwhile, Monte Cristo had rapidly taken off his greatcoat, waistcoat, and shirt, and one might distinguish by the glimmering through the open panel that he wore a pliant tunic of steel mail, of which the last in France, where daggers are no longer dreaded, was worn by King Louis XVI, who feared the dagger at his breast, and whose head was cleft with a hatchet. The tunic soon disappeared under a long cassock, as did his hair under a priest's wig. The three-cornered hat over this effectually transformed the Count into an abbé. The man, hearing nothing more, stood erect, and while Monte Cristo was completing his disguise, had advanced straight to the secretary, whose lock was beginning to crack under his nightingale. "Try again," whispered the Count, who depended on the secret spring, which was unknown to the picklock, clever as he might be. "Try again. You have a few minutes' work there." And he advanced to the window. The man whom he had seen seated on a fence had got down, and was still pacing the street. But strange as it appeared, he cared not for those who might pass from the avenue of the Champs-Élysées or by the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. His attention was engrossed with what was passing at the Count's, and his only aim appeared to be to discern every movement in the dressing-room. Monte Cristo suddenly struck his finger on his forehead, and a smile passed over his lips. Then, drawing near to Ali, he whispered, "Remain here, concealed in the dark, and whatever noise you hear, whatever passes, only come in or show yourself if I call you." Ali bowed in token of strict obedience. Monte Cristo then drew a lighted taper from a closet, and when the thief was deeply engaged with his lock, silently opened the door, taking care that the light should shine directly on his face. The door opened so quietly that the thief heard no sound, but to his astonishment the room was suddenly illuminated. He turned. "Ah, good evening, my dear Monsieur Caderousse," said Monte Cristo. "What are you doing here at such an hour?" "The Abbé Busoni!" exclaimed Caderousse, and, not knowing how this strange apparition could have entered when he had bolted the doors, he let fall his bunch of keys and remained motionless and stupefied. The Count placed himself between Caderousse and the window, thus cutting off from the thief his only chance of retreat. "The Abbé Busoni!" repeated Caderousse, fixing his haggard gaze on the Count. "Yes, undoubtedly, the Abbé Busoni himself," replied Monte Cristo. "And I am very glad you recognize me, dear Monsieur Caderousse. It proves you have a good memory, for it must be about 10 years since we last met." This calmness of Busoni, combined with his irony and boldness, staggered Caderousse. "The Abbé! The Abbé!" murmured he, clenching his fists and his teeth chattering. "So you would rob the Count of Monte Cristo," continued the false abbé. "Reverend sir," murmured Caderousse, seeking to regain the window which the Count pitilessly blocked. "Reverend sir, I don't know. Believe me, I take my oath." "A pane of glass out," continued the Count. "A dark lantern,
a bunch of false keys, a secretary half forced. It is tolerably evident." Caderousse was choking. He looked around for some corner to hide in, some way of escape. "Come, come," continued the Count. "I see you are still the same. An assassin."
"Reverend sir, since you know everything, you know it was not I, it was La Carconte. That was proved at the trial, since I was only condemned to the galleys."
"Is your time then expired, since I find you in a fair way to return there?"
"No, reverend sir, I have been liberated by someone."
"That someone has done society a great kindness."
"Ah," said Caderousse, "I had promised."
"And you are breaking your promise," interrupted Monte Cristo.
"Alas, yes,"
said Caderousse very uneasily. "A bad relapse that will lead you, if I mistake not, to the Place de Grève. So much the worse, so much the worse, diavolo, as they say in my country."
"Reverend sir, I am impelled."
"Every criminal says the same thing."
"Poverty."
"Pah!" said Busoni disdainfully. "Poverty may make a man beg, steal a loaf of bread at a baker's door, but not cause him to open a secretary in a house supposed to be inhabited. And when the jeweller Johannes had just paid you 40,000 francs for the diamond I had given you, and you killed him to get the diamond and the money both, was that also poverty?"
"Pardon, reverend sir," said Caderousse. "You have saved my life once. Save me again."
"That is but poor encouragement."
"Are you alone, reverend sir, or have you there soldiers ready to seize me?"
"I am alone," said the abbé, "and I will again have pity on you, and will let you escape at the risk of the fresh miseries my weakness may lead to, if you tell me the truth."
"Ah, reverend sir,"
cried Caderousse, clasping his hands and drawing nearer to Monte Cristo,
"I may indeed say you are my deliverer."
"You mean to say you have been freed from confinement?"
"Yes, that is true, reverend sir."
"Who was your liberator?"
"An Englishman."
"What was his name?"
"Lord Wilmore."
"I know him. I shall know if you lie."
"Ah, reverend sir, I tell you the simple truth."
"Was this Englishman protecting you?"
"No, no, not me, but a young Corsican, my companion."
"What was this Corsican's name?"
"Benedetto."
"Is that his Christian name?"
"He had no other. He was a foundling."
"Then this young man escaped with you?"
"He did."
"In what way?"
"We were working at Saint-Mandrier, near Toulon. Do you know Saint-Mandrier?"
"I do."
"In the hour of rest between noon and 1 o'clock."
"Galley slaves have a nap after dinner. We may well pity the poor fellows," said the abbé.
"Nay," said Caderousse, "one can't always work. One is not a dog."
"So much the better for the dogs," said Monte Cristo.
While the rest slept, then we went away a short distance. We severed our fetters with a file the Englishman had given us, and swam away.
"And what is become of this Benedetto?"
"I don't know."
"You ought to know."
"No, in truth, we parted at Hyères."
And to give more weight to his protestation, Caderousse advanced another step towards the abbé, who remained motionless in his place, as calm as ever, and pursuing his interrogation. "You lie," said the Abbé Busoni, with a tone of irresistible authority.
"Reverend sir!"
"You lie. This man is still your friend, and you, perhaps, make use of him as your accomplice."
"Oh, reverend sir!"
"Since you left Toulon, what have you lived on? Answer me."
"On what I could get."
"You lie," repeated the abbé a third time, with a still more imperative tone. Caderousse, terrified, looked at the count. "You have lived on the money he has given you."
"True,"
said Caderousse.
"Benedetto has become the son of a great lord."
"How can he be the son of a great lord?" A natural son.
And what is that great lord's name?
The Count of Monte-Cristo, the very same in whose house we are in.
Benedetto the Count's son, replied Monte Cristo, astonished in his turn.
Well, I should think so, since the Count has found him a false father, since the Count gives him 4,000 francs a month, and leaves him 500,000 francs in his will.
Ah, yes, said the fictitious abbé, who began to understand. And what a name does the young man bear meanwhile?
Andrea Cavalcanti.
Is it then that young man whom my friend the Count of Monte Cristo has received into his house, and who is going to marry Mademoiselle Danglars?
Exactly.
And you suffer that, you wretch, you who know his life and his crime?
Why should I stand in a comrade's way? Said Caderousse.
You are right. It is not you who should apprise Monsieur Danglars. It is I.
Do not do so, reverend sir.
Why not?
Because you would bring us to ruin.
And you think that to save such villains as you, I will become an abettor of their plot, an accomplice in their crimes?
Reverend sir,
said Caderousse, drawing still nearer, I will expose all.
To whom?
To Monsieur Danglars.
By heaven!
cried Caderousse, drawing from his waistcoat an open knife and striking the Count in the breast.
You shall disclose nothing, reverend sir.
To Caderousse's great astonishment, the knife, instead of piercing the Count's breast, flew back blunted. At the same moment, the Count seized with his left hand the assassin's wrist and wrung it with such strength that the knife fell from his stiffened fingers, and Caderousse uttered a cry of pain. But the Count, disregarding his cry, continued to wring the bandit's wrist until his arm being dislocated, he fell first on his knees, then flat on the floor. The Count then placed his foot on his head, saying, I now know what restrains me from crushing the skull, rascal.
Oh, mercy, mercy,
cried Caderousse. The Count withdrew his foot. Rise, said he. Caderousse rose.
What a wrist you have, reverend sir, said Caderousse, stroking his arm, all bruised by the fleshy pincers which had held it. What a wrist!
Silence! God gives me strength to overcome a wild beast like you. In the name of that God I act. Remember that, wretch. And to spare thee at this moment is still serving him.
Oh, said Caderousse, groaning with pain.
Take this pen and paper, and write what I dictate.
I don't know how to write, reverend sir.
You lie. Take this pen and write. Caderousse, awed by the superior power of the abbé, sat down and wrote. Sir, the man whom you are receiving at your house, and to whom you intend to marry your daughter, is a felon who escaped with me from confinement at Toulon. He was number 59 and I number 58. He was called Benedetto, but he is ignorant of his real name, having never known his parents. Sign it, continued the Count.
But you would ruin me.
If I sought your ruin, fool, I should drag you to the first guard-house. Besides, when that note is delivered, in all probability you will have no more to fear. Sign it. Caderousse signed it. The address: to Monsieur the Baron Danglars, Banker, Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin. Caderousse wrote the address. The abbé took the note. Now, said he, that suffices. Begone.
Which way?
The way you came.
You wish me to get out at the window?
You got in very well.
Oh, you have some design against me, reverend sir.
Idiot, what design can I have?
Why then, not let me out of the door.
What would be the advantage of waking the porter?
Ah, reverend sir, tell me, do you wish me dead?
I wish what God wills.
But swear that you will not strike me as I go down.
Cowardly fool!
What do you intend doing with me?" "I ask you, what can I do? I have tried to make you a happy man, and you have turned out a murderer." "Oh, monsieur," said Caderousse, "make one more attempt. Try me once more." "I will," said the Count. "Listen. You know if I may be relied on?" "Yes," said Caderousse. "If you arrive safely at home?" "What have I to fear, except from you?" "If you reach your home safely, leave Paris, leave France, and wherever you may be, so long as you conduct yourself well, I will send you a small annuity. For if you return home safely, then—" "Then?" asked Caderousse, shuddering. "Then I shall believe God has forgiven you, and I will forgive you too." "As true as I am a Christian," stammered Caderousse, "you will make me die of fright." "Now be gone," said the Count, pointing to the window. Caderousse, scarcely yet relying on this promise, put his legs out of the window and stood on the ladder. "Now go down," said the abbé, folding his arms. Understanding he had nothing more to fear from him, Caderousse began to go down. Then the Count brought the taper to the window, that it might be seen in the Champs-Élysées that a man was getting out of the window while another held a light. "What are you doing, reverend sir? Suppose a watchman should pass?" And he blew out the light. He then descended, but it was only when he felt his foot touch the ground that he was satisfied of his safety. Monte-Cristo returned to his bedroom, and glancing rapidly from the garden to the street, he saw first Caderousse, who, after walking to the end of the garden, fixed his ladder against the wall at a different part from where he came in. The Count, then looking over into the street, saw the man who appeared to be waiting run in the same direction and place himself against the angle of the wall where Caderousse would come over. Caderousse climbed the ladder slowly and looked over the coping to see if the street was quiet. No one could be seen or heard. The clock of the Invalides struck 1. Then Caderousse sat astride the coping, and drawing up his ladder, passed it over the wall. Then he began to descend, or rather to slide down by the 2 stanchions, which he did with an ease which proved how accustomed he was to the exercise. But once started, he could not stop. In vain did he see a man start from the shadow when he was halfway down. In vain did he see an arm raised as he touched the ground. Before he could defend himself, that arm struck him so violently in the back that he let go the ladder, crying, "Help!" A second blow struck him almost immediately in the side, and he fell, calling, "Help! Murder!" Then, as he rolled on the ground, his adversary seized him by the hair and struck him a third blow in the chest. This time Caderousse endeavoured to call again, but he could only utter a groan, and he shuddered as the blood flowed from his 3 wounds. The assassin, finding that he no longer cried out, lifted his head up by the hair. His eyes were closed, and the mouth was distorted. The murderer, supposing him dead, let fall his head and disappeared. Then Caderousse, feeling that he was leaving him, raised himself on his elbow, and with a dying voice cried with great effort, "Murder! I am dying! Help, reverend sir! Help!" This mournful appeal pierced the darkness. The door of the back staircase opened, then the side gate of the garden, and Ali and his master were on the spot with lights.
Chapter 83 of The Count of Monte-Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 83 The Hand of God. Caderousse continued to call piteously, "Help, reverend sir, help!" "What is the matter?" asked Monte Cristo. "Help!" cried Caderousse. "I am murdered!" "We are here. Take courage." "Oh, it's all over. You are come too late. You are come to see me die. What blows! What blood!" He fainted. Ali and his master conveyed the wounded man into a room. Monte Cristo motioned to Ali to undress him, and he then examined his dreadful wounds. "My God!" he exclaimed. "Thy vengeance is sometimes delayed, but only that it may fall the more effectually." Ali looked at his master for further instructions. "Bring here immediately the king's attorney, Monsieur de Villefort, who lives in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. As you pass the lodge, wake the porter and send him for a surgeon." Ali obeyed, leaving the abbé alone with Caderousse, who had not yet revived. When the wretched man again opened his eyes, the count looked at him with a mournful expression of pity, and his lips moved as if in prayer. "A surgeon, reverend sir, a surgeon," said Caderousse. "I have sent for one," replied the abbé. "I know he cannot save my life, but he may strengthen me to give my evidence." "Against whom?" "Against my murderer." "Did you recognize him?" "Yes, it was Benedetto." "The young Corsican?" "Himself." "Your comrade?" "Yes. After giving me the plan of his house, doubtless hoping I should kill the count and he thus become his heir, or that the count would kill me and I should be out of his way, he waylaid me and has murdered me." "I have also sent to the procureur." "He will not come in time. I feel my life fast ebbing." "Wait a moment," said Monte Cristo. He left the room and returned in 5 minutes with the file. The dying man's eyes were all the time riveted on the door, through which he hoped succour would arrive. "Hasten, reverend sir, hasten! I shall faint again." Monte Cristo approached and dropped on his purple lips 3 or 4 drops of the contents of the phial. Caderousse drew a deep breath. "Oh," said he, "that is life to me. More, more." "2 drops more would kill you," replied the abbé. "Oh, send for someone to whom I can denounce the wretch." "Shall I write your deposition? You can sign it." "Yes, yes," said Caderousse, and his eyes glistened at the thought of this posthumous revenge. Monte Cristo wrote, "I die, murdered by the Corsican Benedetto, my comrade in the galleys at Toulouse, numéro 59. "Quick, quick," said Caderousse, "or I shall be unable to sign it." Monte Cristo gave the pen to Caderousse, who collected all his strength, signed it, and fell back on his bed, saying, "You will relate all the rest, reverend sir. You will say he calls himself Andrea Cavalcanti. He lodges at the Hôtel des Princes. Oh, I am dying!" He again fainted. The abbé made him smell the contents of the phial, and he again opened his eyes. His desire for revenge had not forsaken him. "You will tell all I have said, will you not, reverend sir?" "Yes, and much more." "What more will you say?" "I will say he had doubtless given you the plan of this house, in the hope the count would kill you. I will say likewise he had apprised the count by a note of your intention, and, the count being absent, I read the note and sat up to await for you." "And he will be guillotined, will be not?" said Caderousse. "Promise me that, and I will die with that hope." "I will say," continued the count, "that he followed and watched you the whole time, and, when he saw you leave the house, ran to the angle of the wall to conceal himself." "Did you see all that?" "Remember my words. If you return home safely, I shall believe God has forgiven you, and I will forgive you also." "And you did not warn me?" cried Caderousse, raising himself on his elbows. "You knew I should be killed on leaving this house, and did not warn me." "No, for I saw God's justice placed in the hands of Benedetto, and should have thought it sacrilege to oppose the designs of Providence."
"God's justice! Speak not of it, reverend sir. If God were just, you know how many would be punished who now escape."
"Patience," said the abbé. in a tone which made the dying man shudder. "Have patience." Caderousse looked at him with amazement. "Besides," said the abbe, "God is merciful to all, as he has been to you. He is first a father, then a judge." "Do you then believe in God?" said Caderousse. "Had I been so unhappy as not to believe in him until now," said Monte Cristo, "I must believe on seeing you." Caderousse raised his clenched hands towards heaven. "Listen," said the abbe, extending his hand over the wounded man, as if to command him to believe. "This is what the God in whom, on your deathbed, you refuse to believe, has done for you. He gave you health, strength, regular employment, even friends. A life, in fact, which a man might enjoy with a calm conscience. Instead of improving these gifts, rarely granted so abundantly, this has been your course. You have given yourself up to sloth and drunkenness, and in a fit of intoxication have ruined your best friend." "Help!" cried Caderousse. "I require a surgeon, not a priest. Perhaps I am not mortally wounded. I may not die. Perhaps they can yet save my life." "Your wounds are so far mortal that, without the 3 drops I gave you, you would now be dead. Listen, then." "Ah," murmured Caderousse, "what a strange priest you are! You drive the dying to despair instead of consoling them." "Listen," continued the abbe. "When you had betrayed your friend, God began not to strike, but to warn you. Poverty overtook you. You had already passed half your life in coveting that which you might have honourably acquired, and already you contemplated crime under the excuse of want, when God worked a miracle in your behalf, sending you by my hands a fortune, brilliant indeed for you who had never possessed any. But this unexpected, unhoped for, unheard of fortune sufficed you no longer when you once possessed it. You wished to double it, and how? By a murder. You succeeded, and then God snatched it from you and brought you to justice." "It was not I who wished to kill the Jew," said Caderousse. "It was La Carconte." "Yes," said Monte Cristo, "and God. I cannot say injustice, for his justice would have slain you, but God in his mercy spared your life." "Pardieu, to transport me for life! How merciful!" "You thought it a mercy then, miserable wretch. The coward who feared death rejoiced at perpetual disgrace, for like all galley slaves you said, 'I may escape from prison, I cannot from the grave.' And you said truly, the way was opened for you unexpectedly. An Englishman visited Toulon, who had vowed to rescue 2 men from infamy, and his choice fell on you and your companion. You received a second fortune. Money and tranquillity were restored to you, and you, who had been condemned to a felon's life, might live as other men. Then, wretched creature, then you tempted God a 3rd time. 'I have not enough,' you said, when you had more than you before possessed, and you committed a 3rd crime, without reason, without excuse. God is wearied. He has punished you." Caderousse was fast sinking. "Give me a drink," said he. "I thirst. I burn." Monte Cristo gave him a glass of water. "And yet that villain Benedetto will escape." "No one, I tell you, will escape. Benedetto will be punished." "Then you too will be punished, for you did not do your duty as a priest. You should have prevented Benedetto from killing me." "I?" said the Count with a smile which petrified the dying man. "When you had just broken your knife against the coat of mail which protected my breast? Yet perhaps if I had found you humble and penitent, I might have prevented Benedetto from killing you. But I found you proud and bloodthirsty, and I left you in the hands of God." "I do not believe there is a God," howled Caderousse.
You do not believe it. You lie! You lie!"
"Silence," said the abbé. "You will force the last drop of blood from your veins. What, you do not believe in God when he is striking you dead? You will not believe in him who requires but a prayer, a word, a tear, and he will forgive. God, who might have directed the assassin's dagger so as to end your career in a moment, has given you this quarter of an hour for repentance. Reflect then, wretched man, and repent."
"No," said Caderousse. "No, I will not repent. There is no God. There is no providence. All comes by chance."
"There is a providence. There is a God," said Monte Cristo, "of whom you are a striking proof, as you lie in utter despair, denying him, while I stand before you, rich, happy, safe, and entreating that God in whom you endeavour not to believe, while in your heart you still believe in him."
"But who are you, then?"
asked Caderousse, fixing his dying eyes on the Count. "Look well at me," said Monte Cristo, putting the light near his face.
"Well, the Abbé Busoni."
Monte Cristo took off the wig which disfigured him, and let fall his black hair which added so much to the beauty of his pallid features.
"Oh,"
said Caderousse, thunderstruck.
"But for that black hair, I should say you were the Englishman, Lord Wilmore."
"I am neither the Abbé Busoni nor Lord Wilmore," said Monte Cristo. "Think again. Do you not recollect me?" There was a magic effect in the Count's words, which once more revived the exhausted powers of the miserable man.
"Yes, indeed," said he. "I think I have seen you and known you formerly."
"Yes, Caderousse, you have seen me. You knew me once."
"Who, then, are you, and why, if you knew me, do you let me die?"
"Because nothing can save you. Your wounds are mortal. Had it been possible to save you, I should have considered it another proof of God's mercy, and I would again have endeavoured to restore you. I swear by my father's tomb."
"By your father's tomb?"
said Caderousse, supported by a supernatural power, and half raising himself to see more distinctly the man who had just taken the oath which all men hold sacred.
"Who, then, are you?"
The Count had watched the approach of death. He knew this was the last struggle. He approached the dying man, and leaning over him with a calm and melancholy look, he whispered,
I am,
and his almost closed lips uttered a name so low that the Count himself appeared afraid to hear it. Caderousse, who had raised himself on his knees and stretched out his arm, tried to draw back, then clasping his hands and raising them with a desperate effort,
"Oh, my God, said he, "pardon me for having denied thee. Thou dost exist. Thou art indeed man's father in heaven, and his judge on earth. My God, my Lord, I have long despised thee. Pardon me, my God. Receive me, O my Lord."
Caderousse sighed deeply and fell back with a groan. The blood no longer flowed from his wounds. He was dead. "One," said the Count mysteriously, his eyes fixed on the corpse, disfigured by so awful a death. 10 minutes afterwards, the surgeon and the procureur arrived, the one accompanied by the porter, the other by Ali, and were received by the Abbé Busoni, who was praying by the side of the corpse. Chapter 84 of the Count of Monte-Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 84. Beauchamp. The daring attempt to rob the Count was the topic of conversation throughout Paris for the next fortnight. The dying man had signed a deposition
declaring Benedetto to be the assassin. The police had orders to make the strictest search for the murderer. Caderousse's knife, dark lantern, bunch of keys and clothing, excepting the waistcoat, which could not be found, were deposited at the registry. The corpse was conveyed to the morgue. The Count told everyone that this adventure had happened during his absence at Auteuil, and that he only knew what was related by the Abbé Busoni, who that evening, by mere chance, had requested to pass the night in his house, to examine some valuable books in his library. Bertuccio alone turned pale whenever Benedetto's name was mentioned in his presence, but there was no reason why anyone should notice his doing so. Villefort, being called on to prove the crime, was preparing his brief with the same ardour that he was accustomed to exercise when required to speak in criminal cases. But 3 weeks had already passed, and the most diligent search had been unsuccessful. The attempted robbery and the murder of the robber by his comrade were almost forgotten in anticipation of the approaching marriage of Mademoiselle Danglars to the Count Andrea Cavalcanti. It was expected that this wedding would shortly take place, as the young man was received at the banker's as the betrothed. Letters had been dispatched to Monsieur Cavalcanti, as the Count's father, who highly approved of the union, regretted his inability to leave Parma at that time, and promised a wedding gift of 150,000 livres. It was agreed that the 3 millions should be entrusted to Danglars to invest. Some persons had warned the young man of the circumstances of his future father-in-law, who had of late sustained repeated losses. But with sublime disinterestedness and confidence the young man refused to listen or to express a single doubt to the Baron. The Baron adored Count Andrea Cavalcanti. Not so Mademoiselle Eugénie Danglars. With an instinctive hatred of matrimony, she suffered Andrea's attentions in order to get rid of Morcerf, but when Andrea urged his suit, she betrayed an entire dislike to him. The Baron might possibly have perceived it, but attributing it to a caprice, feigned ignorance. The delay demanded by Beauchamp had nearly expired. Morcerf appreciated the advice of Monte-Cristo to let things die away of their own accord. No one had taken up the remark about the general, and no one had recognized in the officer who betrayed the castle at Janina the noble count in the House of Peers. Albert, however, felt no less insulted. The few lines which had irritated him were certainly intended as an insult. Besides, the manner in which Beauchamp had closed the conference left a bitter recollection in his heart. He cherished the thought of the duel, hoping to conceal its true cause even from his seconds. Beauchamp had not been seen since the day he visited Albert, and those of whom the latter inquired always told him he was out on a journey which would detain him some days. Where he was, no one knew. One morning, Albert was awakened by his valet de chambre, who announced Beauchamp. Albert rubbed his eyes, ordered his servant to introduce him into the small smoking-room on the ground floor, dressed himself quickly, and went down. He found Beauchamp pacing the room. On perceiving him, Beauchamp stopped. "Your arrival here, without waiting my visit at your house today, looks very well, sir," said Albert. "Tell me, may I shake hands with you, saying, 'Beauchamp, acknowledge you have injured me and retain my friendship,' or must I simply propose to you a choice of arms?" "Albert," said Beauchamp, with a look of sorrow which stupefied the young man, "let us first sit down and talk." "Rather, sir. Before we sit down, I must demand your answer." "Albert," said the journalist, "these are questions which it is difficult to answer." "I will facilitate it by repeating the question. Will you or will you not retract?" "Morcerf, it is not enough to answer yes or no to questions which concern the honour, the social interest, and the life of such a man as Lieutenant General the Count of Morcerf, peer of France." "What must then be done?" "What I have done, Albert. I reason thus. Money, time, and fatigue are nothing compared with the reputation and interests of a whole family. Probabilities will not suffice.
Only facts will justify a deadly combat with a friend. If I strike with the sword, or discharge the contents of a pistol at a man with whom for 3 years I have been on terms of intimacy, I must at least know why I do so. I must meet him with a heart at ease, and that quiet conscience which a man needs when his own arm must save his life." "Well," said Morcerf impatiently, "what does all this mean?" "It means that I have just returned from Yanina." "From Yanina?" "Yes." "Impossible!" "Here is my passport. Examine the visa. Geneva, Milan, Venice, Trieste, Delvino, Yanina. Will you believe the government of a republic, a kingdom, and an empire?" Albert cast his eyes on the passport, then raised them in astonishment to Beauchamp. "You have been to Yanina?" said he. "Albert, had you been a stranger, a foreigner, a simple lord, like that Englishman who came to demand satisfaction 3 or 4 months since, and whom I killed to get rid of, I should not have taken this trouble. But I thought this mark of consideration due to you. I took a week to go, another to return, 4 days of quarantine and 48 hours to stay there. That makes 3 weeks. I returned last night, and here I am." "What circumlocution! How long you are before you tell me what I most wish to know." "Because in truth, Albert—" "You hesitate?" "Yes, I fear." "You fear to acknowledge that your correspondent has deceived you? Oh no, self-love, Beauchamp, acknowledge it. Beauchamp, your courage cannot be doubted." "Not so," murmured the journalist. "On the contrary." Albert turned frightfully pale. He endeavoured to speak, but the words died on his lips. "My friend," said Beauchamp, in the most affectionate tone, "I should gladly make an apology, but, alas!" "But what?" "The paragraph was correct, my friend." "What? That French officer?" "Yes." "Fernand?"
"Yes."
"The traitor who surrendered the castle of the man in whose service he was—"
"Pardon me, my friend. That man was your father."
Albert advanced furiously towards Beauchamp, but the latter restrained him more by a mild look than by his extended hand.
"My friend," said he, "here is a proof of it."
Albert opened the paper. It was an attestation of 4 notable inhabitants of Yanina, proving that Colonel Fernand Mondego, in the service of Ali Tepelini, had surrendered the castle for 2,000,000 crowns. The signatures were perfectly legal. Albert tottered and fell overpowered in a chair. It could no longer be doubted. The family name was fully given. After a moment's mournful silence, his heart overflowed, and he gave way to a flood of tears. Beauchamp, who had watched with sincere pity the young man's paroxysm of grief, approached him.
"Now, Albert," said he, "you understand me, do you not? I wish to see all and to judge of everything for myself, hoping the explanation would be in your father's favour, and that I might do him justice. But, on the contrary, the particulars which are given prove that Fernand Mondego, raised by Ali Pasha to the rank of Governor-General, is no other than Count Fernand of Morcerf. Then, recollecting the honour you had done me in admitting me to your friendship, I hasten to you."
Albert, still extended on the chair, covered his face with both hands, as if to prevent the light from reaching him.
"I hasten to you," continued Beauchamp, "to tell you, Albert, that in this changing age, the faults of a father cannot revert upon his children. Few have passed through this revolutionary period, in the midst of which we were born, without some stain of infamy or blood to soil the uniform of the soldier or the gown of the magistrate. Now, I have these proofs, Albert, and I am in your confidence. No human power can force me to a duel which your own conscience would reproach you with as criminal. But I come to offer you what you can no longer demand of me.
Do you wish these proofs, these attestations which I alone possess, to be destroyed? Do you wish this frightful secret to remain with us? Confide it to me. It shall never escape my lips. Say, Albert, my friend, do you wish it?" Albert threw himself on Beauchamp's neck. "Ah, noble fellow!" cried he. "Take these," said Beauchamp, presenting the papers to Albert. Albert seized them with a convulsive hand, tore them in pieces, and trembling lest the least vestige should escape and one day appear to confront him, he approached the wax light always kept burning for cigars, and burned every fragment. "Dear, excellent friend," murmured Albert, still burning the papers. "Let all be forgotten as a sorrowful dream," said Beauchamp. "Let it vanish as the last sparks from the blackened paper, and disappear as the smoke from those silent ashes." "Yes, yes," said Albert, "and may there remain only the eternal friendship which I promised to my deliverer, which shall be transmitted to our children's children, and shall always remind me that I owe my life and the honour of my name to you. For had this been known, oh Beauchamp, I should have destroyed myself. Oh, no, my poor mother, I could not have killed her by the same blow. I should have fled from my country." "Dear Albert," said Beauchamp, but this sudden and factitious joy soon forsook the young man and was succeeded by a still greater grief. "Well," said Beauchamp, "what still oppresses you, my friend?" "I am broken-hearted," said Albert. "Listen, Beauchamp. I cannot thus, in a moment, relinquish the respect, the confidence, and the pride with which a father's untarnished name inspires a son. Oh, Beauchamp, Beauchamp, how shall I now approach mine? Shall I draw back my forehead from his embrace, or withhold my hand from his? I am the most wretched of men. Oh, my mother, my poor mother," said Albert, gazing through his tears at his mother's portrait. "If you know this, how much you must suffer." "Come," said Beauchamp, taking both his hands. "Take courage, my friend." "But how came that first note to be inserted in your journal? Some unknown enemy, an invisible foe, has done this." "The more must you fortify yourself, Albert. Let no trace of emotion be visible on your countenance. Bear your grief, as the cloud bears within it ruin and death, a fatal secret, known only when the storm bursts. Go, my friend. Reserve your strength for the moment when the crash shall come." "You think, then, all is not over yet?" said Albert, horror-stricken. "I think nothing, my friend, but all things are possible. By the way—" "What?" said Albert, seeing that Beauchamp hesitated. "Are you going to marry Mademoiselle Danglars?" "Why do you ask me now?" "Because the rupture or fulfilment of this engagement is connected with the person of whom we are speaking." "How?" said Albert, whose brow reddened. "You think Monsieur Danglars—" "I ask you only how your engagement stands. Pray put no construction on my words I do not mean they should convey, and give them no undue weight." "No," said Albert. "The engagement is broken off." "Well," said Beauchamp. Then, seeing the young man was about to relapse into melancholy, "Let us go, Albert," said he. "A ride in the wood in the phaeton or on horseback will refresh you. We will then return to breakfast, and you shall attend to your affairs, and I to mine." "Willingly," said Albert. "But let us walk. I think a little exertion would do me good." The two friends walked out on the fortress. When arrived at the Madeleine— "Since we are out," said Beauchamp, "let us call on Monsieur de Monte-Cristo. He is admirably adapted to revive one's spirits, because he never interrogates, and in my opinion those who ask no questions are the best comforters." "Gladly," said Albert. "I love him. Let us call."
Chapter 85 of The Count of Monte Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 85. The Journey. Monte-Cristo uttered a joyful exclamation on seeing the young men together. "Aha!" said he. "I hope all is over, explained and settled." "Yes," said Beauchamp. "The absurd reports have died away, and should they be renewed, I would be the first to oppose them. So let us speak no more of it." "Albert will tell you," replied the Count, "that I gave him the same advice. Look," added he, "I am finishing the most execrable morning's work." "What is it?" said Albert. "Arranging your papers, apparently." "My papers? Thank God, no. My papers are in capital order, because I have none, but Monsieur Cavalcanti's." "Monsieur Cavalcanti's?" asked Beauchamp. "Yes. Do you not know that this is a young man whom the Count is introducing?" said Morcerf. "Let us not misunderstand each other," replied Monte Cristo. "I introduce no one, and certainly not Monsieur Cavalcanti." "And who," said Albert with a forced smile, "is to marry Mademoiselle Danglars instead of me, which grieves me cruelly." "What? Cavalcanti is going to marry Mademoiselle Danglars?" asked Beauchamp. "Certainly. Do you come from the end of the world?" said Monte Cristo. "You, a journalist, the husband of renown? It is the talk of all Paris." "And you, Count, have made this match?" asked Beauchamp. "I?" "Silence, purveyor of gossip, do not spread that report. I make a match? No, you do not know me. I have done all in my power to oppose it." "Ah, I understand," said Beauchamp. "On our friend Albert's account." "On my account?" said the young man. "Oh, no, indeed. The Count will do me the justice to assert that I have, on the contrary, always entreated him to break off my engagement, and happily it is ended. The Count pretends I have not him to thank. So be it. I will erect an altar Deo ignoto." "Listen," said Monte Cristo. "I have had little to do with it, for I am at variance both with the father-in-law and the young man. There is only Mademoiselle Eugénie, who appears but little charmed with the thoughts of matrimony, and who, seeing how little I was disposed to persuade her to renounce her dear liberty, retains any affection for me." "And do you say this wedding is at hand?" "Oh, yes, in spite of all I could say. I do not know the young man. He is said to be of good family and rich, but I never trust to vague assertions. I have warned Monsieur Danglars of it till I am tired, but he is fascinated with his Luccanese. I have even informed him of a circumstance I consider very serious. The young man was either charmed by his nurse, stolen by gypsies, or lost by his tutor, I scarcely know which. But I do know his father lost sight of him for more than 10 years. What he did during those 10 years, God only knows. Well, all that was useless. They have commissioned me to write to the Major to demand papers, and here they are. I send them, but like Pilate, washing my hands." "And what does Mademoiselle d'Armilly say to you for robbing her of her pupil?" "Oh, well, I don't know, but I understand that she is going to Italy. Madame Danglars asked me for letters of recommendation for the impresari. I gave her a few lines for the director of the Valle Teatre, who is under some obligation to me. But what is the matter, Albert? You look dull. Are you, after all, unconsciously in love with Mademoiselle Eugénie?" "I am not aware of it," said Albert, smiling sorrowfully. Beauchamp turned to look at some paintings. "But," continued Monte Cristo, "you are not in your usual spirits." "I have a dreadful headache," said Albert. "Well, my dear Viscount," said Monte Cristo, "I have an infallible remedy to propose to you." "What is that?" asked the young man. "A change." "Indeed?" said Albert. "Yes, and as I am just now excessively annoyed, I shall go from home. Shall we go together?" "You annoyed, Count?" said Beauchamp. "And by what?" "Ah, you think very lightly of it. I should like to see you with a brief preparing in your house." "What brief?"
The one Monsieur de Villefort is preparing against my amiable assassin. Some brigand escaped from the gallows, apparently."
"True," said Beauchamp. "I saw it in the paper. Who is this Caderousse?"
"Some provincial, it appears. Monsieur de Villefort heard of him at Marseille, and Monsieur Danglars recollects having seen him. Consequently, the procureur is very active in the affair, and the prefect of police very much interested, and thanks to that interest, for which I am very grateful, they send me all the robbers of Paris and the neighbourhood, under pretence of their being Caderousse's murderers, so that in 3 months, if this continues, every robber and assassin in France will have the plan of my house at his finger's end. I am resolved to desert them, and go to some remote corner of the earth, and shall be happy if you will accompany me, Viscount."
"Willingly."
"Then it is settled."
"Yes, but where?"
"I have told you. Where the air is pure, where every sound soothes, where one is sure to be humbled, however proud may be his nature. I love that humiliation, I who am master of the universe, as was Augustus."
"But where are you really going?"
"To sea, Viscount. You know I am a sailor. I was rocked when an infant in the arms of old Ocean, and on the bosom of the beautiful Amphitrite. I have sported with the green mantle of the one, and the azure robe of the other. I love the sea as a mistress, and pine if I do not often see her."
"Let us go, Count."
"To sea?"
"Yes."
"You accept my proposal?"
"I do."
"Well, Viscount, there will be in my courtyard this evening a good travelling britska with 4 post horses, in which one may rest as in a bed. Monsieur Beauchamp, it holds 4 very well. Will you accompany us?"
"Thank you. I have just returned from the sea."
"What? You have been to sea?"
"Yes, I have just made a little excursion to the Borromean Islands."
"What of that? Come with us," said Albert.
"No, dear Morcerf. You know I only refuse when the thing is impossible. Besides, it is important," added he in a low tone, "that I should remain in Paris just now to watch the paper."
"Ah, you are good and excellent friend," said Albert. "Yes, you are right. Watch, watch, Beauchamp, and try to discover the enemy who made this disclosure." Albert and Beauchamp parted, the last pressure of their hands expressing what their tongues could not before a stranger. "Beauchamp is a worthy fellow," said Monte-Cristo, when the journalist was gone. "Is he not, Albert?"
"Yes, and a sincere friend. I love him devotedly. But now we are alone, although it is immaterial to me. Where are we going?"
"Into Normandy, if you like."
"Delightful. Shall we be quite retired? Have no society, no neighbours?"
"Our companions will be riding horses, dogs to hunt with, and a fishing boat."
"Exactly what I wish for. I will apprise my mother of my intention, and return to you."
"But shall you be allowed to go into Normandy?"
"I may go where I please."
"Yes, I am aware you may go alone, since I once met you in Italy, but to accompany the mysterious Monte-Cristo."
"You forget, Count, that I have often told you of the deep interest my mother takes in you."
"Woman is fickle," said Francis I. "Woman is like a wave of the sea," said Shakespeare. "Both the great king and the great poet ought to have known woman's nature well."
"Woman's, yes. My mother is not a woman, but a woman."
"As I am only a humble foreigner, you must pardon me if I do not understand all the subtle refinements of your language."
"What I mean to say is that my mother is not quick to give her confidence, but when she does, she never changes."
"Ah, yes, indeed," said Monte Cristo with a sigh. "And do you think she is in the least interested in me?" I repeat it, you must really be a very strange and superior man, for my mother is so absorbed by the interest you have excited that when I am with her she speaks of no one else. And does she try to make you dislike me? On the contrary, she often says, "Morcerf, I believe the Count has a noble nature. Try to gain his esteem."
"Indeed," said Monte Cristo, sighing.
"You see, then," said Albert, "that instead of opposing, she will encourage me."
"Adieu, then. Until 5 o'clock. Be punctual, and we shall arrive at 12 or 1.
"At Treport?"
"Yes, or in the neighbourhood."
"But can we travel 48 leagues in 8 hours?"
"Easily," said Monte Cristo.
"You are certain a prodigy. You will soon not only surpass the railway, which would not be very difficult in France, but even the telegraph."
"But, Viscount, since we cannot perform the journey in less than 7 or 8 hours, do not keep me waiting."
"Do not fear. I have little to prepare."
Monte Cristo smiled as he nodded to Albert, then remained a moment absorbed in deep meditation, but passing his hand across his forehead as if to dispel his reverie, he rang the bell twice, and Bertuccio entered. "Bertuccio," said he, "I intend going this evening to Normandy instead of tomorrow or the next day. You will have sufficient time before 5 o'clock. Dispatch a messenger to apprise the grooms at the first station. Monsieur de Morcerf will accompany me."
Bertuccio obeyed and dispatched a courier to Pontoise to say the travelling carriage would arrive at 6 o'clock. From Pontoise another express was sent to the next stage, and in 6 hours all the horses stationed on the road were ready. Before his departure, the Count went to Haydée's apartments, told her his intention, and resigned everything to her care. Albert was punctual. The journey soon became interesting from its rapidity, of which Morcerf had formed no previous idea.
"Truly," said Monte Cristo, "with your post-horses going at the rate of 2 leagues an hour, and that absurd law that one traveller shall not pass another without permission, so that an invalid or ill-tempered traveller may detain those who are well and active, it is impossible to move. I escape this annoyance by travelling with my own postillion and horses, do I not, Ali?" The Count put his head out of the window and whistled, and the horses appeared to fly. The carriage rolled with a thundering noise over the pavement, and everyone turned to notice the dazzling meteor. Ali, smiling, repeated the sound, grasped the reins with a firm hand, and spurred his horses, whose beautiful manes floated in the breeze. This child of the desert was in his element, and with his black face and sparkling eyes appeared in the cloud of dust he raised like the genius of the simoom and the god of the hurricane.
"I never knew till now the delight of speed," said Morcerf, and the last cloud disappeared from his brow. "But where the devil do you get such horses? Are they made to order?"
"Precisely," said the Count. 6 years since I bought a horse in Hungary remarkable for its swiftness. The 32 that we shall use tonight are its progeny. They are all entirely black, with the exception of a star upon the forehead."
"That is perfectly admirable. But what do you do, Count, with all these horses?"
"You see, I travel with them."
"But you are not always travelling."
"When I no longer require them, Bertuccio will sell them, and he expects to realize 30 or 40,000 francs by the sale."
"But no monarch in Europe will be wealthy enough to purchase them."
"Then he will sell them to some Eastern vizier, who will empty his coffers to purchase them, and refill them by applying the bastinado to his subjects."
"Count, may I suggest one idea to you?"
"Certainly."
"It is that, next to you, Bertuccio must be the richest gentleman in Europe."
"You are mistaken, Viscount. I believe he has not a franc in his possession."
"Then he must be a wonder, my dear Count. If you tell me many more marvellous things, I warn you I shall not believe them."
"I countenance nothing that is marvellous, Monsieur Albert. Tell me, why does a steward rob his master?"
Because I suppose it is his nature to do so, for the love of robbing.
You are mistaken. It is because he has a wife and family, and ambitious desires for himself and them. Also because he is not sure of always retaining his situation, and wishes to provide for the future. Now Monsieur Bertuccio is alone in the world. He uses my property without accounting for the use he makes of it. He is sure never to leave my service.
Why?
Because I should never get a better.
Probabilities are deceptive.
But I deal in certainties. He is the best servant over whom one has the power of life and death.
Do you possess that right over Bertuccio?
Yes.
There are words which close a conversation with an iron door. Such was the Count's yes. The whole journey was performed with equal rapidity. The 32 horses, dispersed over 7 stages, brought them to their destination in 8 hours. At midnight they arrived at the gate of a beautiful park. The porter was in attendance. He had been apprised by the groom of the last stage of the Count's approach. At 2:30 in the morning, Morcerf was conducted to his apartments, where a bath and supper were prepared. The servant who had travelled at the back of the carriage waited on him. Baptistin, who rode in front, attended the Count. Albert bathed, took his supper, and went to bed. All night he was lulled by the melancholy noise of the surf. On rising, he went to his window, which opened on a terrace, having the sea in front, and at the back a pretty park bounded by a small forest. In a creek lay a little sloop with a narrow keel and high masts, bearing on its flag the Monte-Cristo arms, which were a mountain on a sea azure, with the cross gules on the shield. Around the schooner lay a number of small fishing boats belonging to the fishermen of the neighbouring village, like humble subjects awaiting orders from their queen. There, as in every spot where Monte-Cristo stopped, if but for 2 days, luxury abounded, and life went on with the utmost ease. Albert found in his anteroom 2 guns, with all the accoutrements for hunting, a lofty room on the ground floor containing all the ingenious instruments the English, eminent in piscatory pursuits, since they are patient and sluggish, have invented for fishing. The day passed in pursuing those exercises in which Monte-Cristo excelled. They killed a dozen pheasants in the park, as many trout in the stream, dined in a summer-house overlooking the ocean, and took tea in the library. Towards the evening of the 3rd day, Albert, completely exhausted with the exercise which invigorated Monte-Cristo, was sleeping in an armchair near the window, while the Count was designing with his architect the plan of a conservatory in his house, when the sound of a horse at full speed on the high road made Albert look up. He was disagreeably surprised to see his own valet de chambre, whom he had not brought, that he might not inconvenience Monte-Cristo.
"Florentin here!" cried he, starting up. "Is my mother ill?"
And he hastened to the door. Monte-Cristo watched and saw him approach the valet, who drew a small sealed parcel from his pocket, containing a newspaper and a letter.
"From whom is this?"
said he eagerly.
"From Monsieur Beauchamp," replied Florentin.
"Did he send you?"
"Yes, sir. He sent for me to his house, gave me money for my journey, procured a horse, and made me promise not to stop till I had reached you. I have come in 15 hours.
Albert opened the letter with fear, uttered a shriek on reading the first line, and seized the paper. His sight was dimmed, his legs sank under him, and he would have fallen had not Florentin supported him.
"Poor young man," said Monte-Cristo in a low voice. "It is then true that the sin of the father shall fall on the children to the 3rd and 4th generation."
Meanwhile Albert had revived, and continuing to read, he threw back his head, saying,
"Florentin, is your horse fit to return immediately?"
"It is a poor lame post-horse."
"In what state was the house when you left?"
"All was quiet, but on returning from Monsieur Beauchamp, I found Madame in tears. She had sent for me to know when you would return. I told her my orders from Monsieur Beauchamp. She first extended her arms to prevent me, but after a moment's reflection, "Yes, go, Florentin," said she, "and may he come quickly."
"Yes, my mother," said Albert. "I will return, and woe to the infamous wretch. But first of all I must get there."
He went back to the room where he had left Monte-Cristo. 5 minutes had sufficed to make a complete transformation in his appearance. His voice had become rough and hoarse. His face was furrowed with wrinkles. His eyes burned under the blue-veined lids, and he tottered like a drunken man.
"Count," said he, "I thank you for your hospitality, which I would gladly have enjoyed longer. But I must return to Paris."
"What has happened?"
"A great misfortune, more important to me than life. Don't question me, I beg of you, but lend me a horse."
"My stables are at your command, Viscount, but you will kill yourself by riding on horseback. Take a post-chaise or a carriage."
"No, it would delay me, and I need the fatigue you warn me of. It will do me good."
Albert reeled as if he had been shot and fell on a chair near the door. Monte-Cristo did not see this second manifestation of physical exhaustion. He was at the window calling, "Ali, a horse for Monsieur de Morcerf. Quick, he is in a hurry." These words restored Albert. He darted from the room, followed by the Count.
"Thank you,"
cried he, throwing himself on his horse.
"Return as soon as you can, Florentin. Must I use any password to procure a horse?"
"Only dismount. Another will be immediately saddled." Albert hesitated a moment.
"You may think my departure strange and foolish," said the young man. "You do not know how a paragraph in a newspaper may exasperate one. Read that," said he, "when I am gone, that you may not be witness of my anger."
While the Count picked up the paper, he put spurs to his horse, which leapt in astonishment at such an unusual stimulus, and shot away with the rapidity of an arrow. The Count watched him with a feeling of compassion, and when he had completely disappeared, read as follows: "The French officer in the service of Ali Pasha of Yanina, alluded to 3 weeks since in the Impartial, who not only surrendered the castle of Yanina, but sold his benefactor to the Turks, styled himself truly at that time Fernand, as our esteemed contemporary states. But he has since added to his Christian name a title of nobility and a family name. He now calls himself the Count of Morcerf, and ranks among the peers." Thus the terrible secret, which Beauchamp had so generously destroyed, appeared again like an armed phantom, and another paper, deriving its information from some malicious source, had published 2 days after Albert's departure for Normandy the few lines which had rendered the unfortunate young man almost crazy.